These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before, and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell him to bring it on. Now he's a big timer, but he's lost on the river. Never went without, never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, always warm in the winter. Drive a fancy car, never had to kill a standard. No bloody hands, never really had a backbone. Never been too deep down the back road. Never showed no respect to a flagpole. Come on, city boy, just another punk asshole. Me and mine, we gon' make it through them dark days. So take your ass on back down to Park Place before you end up in the deep end where them hungry ass sharks stay. We go hard all day. Been here, done that, that's a given. Out back, guns out, country living. If you doubt that, find out, come and get it. We ain't going nowhere. Then I'm about to go swim. These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before, and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Won't you take me back to the old days? Just horses in a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells, and you could hear them pistols blasting. Better give them hell, but live and tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back, and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come stupid around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies, a rebel soul from the old times, like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady sipping, saying to hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we live. Around here we keep it real, boy.
These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before, and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Morning, everybody. Good day, good morning, good evening, wherever that's falling for you. Much love. Glad you're here. Hopefully everybody enjoyed a little glimpse of sunshine this weekend. Mr. Billy, Monty, Bourne, Chrissy, T-Girl, Phoenix. Morning, evening. 1A. Yeah, I'm rested and I'm tired too. It's kind of funny. Watched Hutch's live yesterday, and I don't know. He's a pretty cool young man. He had me motivated after watching his live. Then I went out. I actually tried to do a few things. Kind of sucked for a moment, but hey, I got something done, so I felt better. Excuse me. So check this out. I thought this was a good little thing to read. It says, never allow anyone to rain on your parade and thus cast a pale of gloom and defeat on the entire day. Remember that no talent, no self-denial, no brains, no character are required to set up in the fault-finding business. Nothing external can have any power over you unless you permit it. Your time is too precious to be sacrificed in wasted days combating the menial forces of hate, jealousy, and envy. Guard your fragile life carefully. Only God can shape a flower, but any foolish child can pull it to pieces. Rock on. I don't know. I keep praying. Hey, Gmo. Yeah, dude. When Hutch is on deal, when that buddy of his got up there, and was it Mojo Man? I think 1965. Dude, they were talking about the bikes and stuff. I gotta say that was one of them moments. It was like, man, because there is something about riding in the sunshine. The wind just washing all away the crap. So and it had me motivated too. So then I went out and I did a little weed eating, which I had bought me one of those damn. I never thought I'd have an electric weed eater, but I have an electric weed eater. Oh, if somebody has a Hutch's Homestead link, if you don't mind dropping it in chat. Oh yeah, Phoenix. Our children can definitely make us sad. Because, we want the best for them. That's what I butt heads with my daughter over a lot of times. It's like no matter how old you get, you're still my kid. So. Cool. Thanks, 1A. Hey, Miss Sherry. But yeah, anyway, I was watching Hutch. Well, actually, I got two topics. We got the kids thing because my daughter is that way. I don't really know. You just try. Yeah, he's got his, I think the way he said, if you kind of want the more serious side, then he has his Deepwood Studio channel. And then if you want his, I think he's going to try to do that every Sunday, kind of like a little chilled thing, which is pretty cool. And that's the other one that when I posted the Hutch Homestead. I don't know, Miss Sherry. I was rolling with you. I was just rolling with you. What's up, Mr. Chuck? Yeah, it was a pretty good weekend. It was a chill moment and tried to gather my thoughts. Definitely just, I don't know, trying to find that yeah, I saw that 2-year-old. That's, and it's like, see, wow, the media. I so wish we had just, there's something to be said about the old days where you could go to a TV station, broadcast something. Because they just intentionally keep stuff. Yeah, Phoenix. I don't know Josh much. I've seen him on Tribes. Ever, are you renting space in your mind? I'm not renting it. I think I paid up front on that a long time ago. Now I'm trying to get rid of it. Native's a good young dude. No, but I gotta say, sometimes, man, you can get a little. Gets disappointing sometimes, Miss Sherry. I will say it's not. I try to get rid of the negative, but it's, man, you kind of look around and you kind of take and say, okay, if this is where we're at now, we need these tools and we need this kind of momentum to get over to here. But man, I gotta tell you, I'm just, you do, Miss Sherry, I'm not quite sure in what reference. I don't know that my thought process was there, ma'am. That sounds familiar, but I'm not quite sure. So I would probably sound goofy if I tried to answer that. Hey, Miss Bonnie. And sorry, Miss Sherry, my brain takes its own little path nowadays. I find solace in in the empty space sometimes. Yeah, see, that's the thing, Chrissy. I have to, and it's really hard for me because I'm just goal orientated. So I don't like this level of there's nothing you can do. You have to accept it. I'm totally behind the serenity prayer, 110%. Oh, yeah. Little self-reflection, Miss Sherry. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, for me, it's a self-reflect. That's because, I'm capable of doing anything I want to do. I just have to remind myself of that. And I pretty much try not to let outside people or sources control. But that's a tough road to hoe, I guess is how the saying goes. Hey, what's up, Auntie Jack? Good morning. How are you? hopefully you had a good weekend. Wound up like Flea in the dog park. Now, is Josh the guy that's he wears glasses and we're all gonna die? That's the Josh on Tribes? No offense by that anyway. I think it's so cool. It cracks me up. Okay. It's like, I don't know. We're all gonna die. We're just all gonna die. Yeah, he cracks me up. But that's how this weekend was purging of some of the negative, because it was just, man, it's like, plus that's why I didn't really get involved too much with the digital world and all the social media thing. It's because I don't know. Society doesn't hold people accountable, but I still hold people accountable. So it's nice if people would hold themselves accountable, but oh, this was funny as hell. I was kind of, I guess you'd say, channel hopping, because I was just kind of kill a little time. I'd kind of stir, and it's just like take my little phone and I'd go channel hopping. Holy moly! I popped over on Jason. He's a guy. He's come actually on my channel, and he's over on the UK side. Well, he had a panel going, and there was this dude up there. I swear he was excited about the third jab. I mean, he literally talked like, he was waiting for the next one. And I laughed. It blew me away. I thought I had something trippy in my coffee or something. It was like, holy crap, it is in the water. What's up, Peter? How are you? This is true, Phoenix. We're all going to be accountable at one moment. Gotta say, sometimes I find myself, I just don't. Oh, yeah, well, that's why they call me an asshole. But it is what it is. I kind of gotta respect you before it matters. Hey, Jay. Damn, it's too early. I need more coffee. But hey, Ashbury, there we go. Booyah. So many natives. Oh yeah, this is where this is a Ashbury. It's kind of like a decompression zone, dude. I do this, kind of reach out, and I'm trying to learn how to be social in a way. So, and this is where all the cool people seem to come and hang out. So I like it. But see, you ever notice that, Miss Sherry? The rear view mirror is real little. It's the front window that's wide open, because that's where you're supposed to be looking. It's out the front. The rear view mirror is little just to show you. And here's a funny thing. Now, the bigger truck you drive, then you got them on the side, because sometimes you kind of got to remember the shit you've been through so you don't keep going. But the windshield is clear open for you. Oh yeah, Bonnie, I know. That dude tripped me out. I even told Mr. Jason as I left, going, Jason, I appreciate you having me up. Gotta go. That dude just, man, I was like, wow. I've heard about them. I've never heard one up close. It felt like I went on a safari trip or something. It's like I've heard about them. I've never been that close to one before. Made me nervous. Thought it might be contagious. I'm just picking. Guardians of the Looking Glass. No, Peter, I hadn't heard of that. Hey, what's up, all that? Oh, yeah, Crinkle. That was it, Hawkeye. That dude was a trip. I'm sorry, I just 2 or 3 masks, 3 waiting for the 4th jab. You know, still the whole, it came from bats. It just, I don't know. It was literally, it was so crazy there after I kind of got off. I got to thinking, I'm like, I wonder if that was like a setup move. It's kind of like, watch, I'm going to really stir them all up. I'll just go in and I'm going to agree to every goofy ass thing that's been mentioned. I'm going to stand behind that. Because that can't be. But then again, you never know. Hey, Hit Gal. Morning. Oh, okay, cool. I was so worried about Miss Dana. Hey, there you go, Hawkeye. Look at you, sir. Tell you what, I guess I could put a link in. Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, because I thought about it again last night, and I was just like, man, that just drives me crazy because there's nothing, nothing I can do. Gmo. I know it's like 1A Midwest Survivor. It's funny because I can throw Hutch in there, all them youngins. Because, man, I tell you something, you just kind of look around and whew. Yeah, Dana's so cool. She's a solid person. Just trying to look and see. Putting a surprise together. Okay, one of my trolls. Man, them trolls. See, I don't know. I don't do good with bullies. Or just ugly people. So, Hawkeye, are you starting to kind of clear out and you noticing a difference? I used to tell people give it anywhere from 17 to 14 days. That's when you kind of, depending on, everybody's different. But by the way, what's GMO? Well, a person or a pretty funny and intelligent AI. Either way, I guess. I think person. It's 68 degrees. Yeah, heck yeah, I'm feeling better. I've just you gotta find just tune it out. I mean, there's nothing I can do to make it better. But I kinda had a little zen moment and excuse me. I'm just trying to find my little zen moment. Because I'm focusing on the here and today. I know, sure. I saw that and I was like, wait a minute. Because I was laying back and I heard about the bike. So I looked at the screen and I'm like, yep. And then he saw it. I'm like, damn, that's a nice looking bike, you know? And then all of a sudden it's $2,000. Hell, I had to get up on that moment. I even had to rewind that going, I'm sorry, did we just see the same bike? And it was like, oh, that was, I don't know the story behind that, but that seemed like a very good deal. Hell, if nothing else, just in the damn motor and transmission, $2,000's a good deal. Night one, there, brother. Get you some rest, man. You get to stirring in a few hours. I might still be on, so the door's always open, sir. Oh, thank you, Chrissy Cat, my duck commander. This is probably I like hats, but I gotta say that over the past couple of years, this has become the most comfortable hat of like all. Oh, okay. Because I was just like, man, $2,000. That just, hey, blessings. Never know when they're around the corner. Hey, William, how are you, sir? Did you have a good weekend? Coffee's ready, Peter. Get you a cup. Aha, Mr. Hawkeye. What's up, sir? How you like it?
I like it. No shit. I can't believe it, man. I mean, yeah.
I'm just saying. That's why I see.
I know. I'm still not. You know, I got it set way down, and yep. I got like a 3% nicotine, so I don't even think about it. And I'm like yesterday, I had I'm up to today I had 121 puffs. Okay, I don't, I kind of compare it to what the cigarettes were. I'm hitting it about as much as it's real bizarre because I want to go have a cigarette, but then I just pick it up and hit it, and then now I don't want a cigarette. It
works.
It does work.
It works if you work it. Yep.
It does work. But I had a hell of a time when I went into the vape shop because I couldn't remember the name you had given me for the Vupu.
Oh.
So I'm looking, Jesus, I didn't realize there were so many friggin' vapes. I mean, there's probably, oh my God. Yeah, easily. And just as many, I mean, talking to the guy, it was like talking to you would have thought it was Christmas when I went in there because I told him what I wanted to buy, and I had to buy the batteries and the charger and the whole bit. And he was looking at me like he was seeing dollar signs. And then when I got all done, it was only $100. Everything. He started giving me free stuff. Oh, I think you'll like this. This is a watermelon. This is a watermelon taste. You might like this. And he started giving me free stuff, and then he gave me an extra mod that has that fills from the bottom.
Oh, okay.
It's a regular Vupu mod that fills from the bottom. And I didn't know, Jesus, I didn't know that there were so many different, like the different size coils you could buy for it. You know, I just didn't know.
Hey, Dakota. How are you?
Yeah, I like this a lot. I really appreciate it. Thanks. Thanks is all I can say, because I can already tell that my lungs are cleaning up a little.
That's it.
It's only been 3 days, but it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I suck at sales, but all I can tell somebody is my experiences with things, and this was one of the biggest epiphanies. Was this and sugar?
Yeah, well, I quit doing sugar a way back when I went in the first time, and the doctor said that I was kind of borderline on the diabetes. That's when I quit doing a lot of, when you own a restaurant, all you do is drink pop, and that I just can't. I had to really make a concerted effort to quit. And
that's tough.
It is.
Yeah. I was Dr. Pepper was my thing. That was, my kids even laughed. In my bucket truck. Matter of fact, the guys at work even laughed, because in my bucket truck, in the front, but by the cab in my boom, there would be 4 cases of Dr. Pepper underneath the tarp right there. I always had Dr. Pepper, and I always had cigarettes. I had a backpack, and I would leave the house and have 2 or 3 cartons of cigarettes in a backpack, and I would have 4 cases of Dr. Pepper. That was my survival kit.
Yeah.
There, I'll go work wherever. I'll go do whatever. Just give me my Dr. Pepper and my cigs. Then it became my vape. I've got some little videos that I used to do up on the pole, because when I first started doing this, it used to crack me up. So I'd take my phone and I'd be up on the pole like this, and I'd go, and I'd blow out them big clouds and stuff. And, it's kind of funny, because up on the pole, you just see this big trail of smoke.
Oh, God, yes. Yeah. Now, didn't you say that you had a necklace pouch that you carried this on too?
Just a little.
It's like what did you attach it to? What do you attach it to?
There. It's a little hinge piece that's on it. You got a little hinge on yours? You might not have the hinge piece.
Yeah, I don't see one.
It's right up by the tank.
Yeah, I see where yours is. I got the,
Okay. Yeah, it should be right there above that button.
Yeah, and I don't see any. I like. Does yours have the auto pull feature?
Where you just hit it and it pulls it?
Yeah, with it locked?
No. Well, I don't know, actually, to tell you the truth. It might. Okay.
This has the little locking,
Yeah.
little lock on it. If I turn it over to lock, and then I close down the air input on it, if I close that down a little bit, then I don't have to even hold the button.
Oh, yeah. That's the vacuum trigger.
Yeah. He said that the Vupus are the only ones that have that right now. And that's kind of a neat feature, because it doesn't turn on in my pocket then.
Yeah.
But I'm not, I'm trying to do this so I don't smoke, so
That's
it's like,
the idea.
Yeah, I just don't, I haven't hit it big like you're hitting it, where I'm shooting a huge cloud, because it's almost like yeah.
You're not there yet either with your lungs.
No.
Morning, Miss Karen.
But I like all the features of this. Everything that you were a good salesman. What flavor do What flavor are you using?
I do a blueberry lemon, and then I do a
Blueberry.
mango peach.
Now the guy had a mango peach, and that's the one I wanted because it really smelled good. But then let me go grab it. Let me see what he got me.
Yeah, it's a mango
Hey
strawberry.
everybody in chat. How are you feeling, Rescue?
Oh, a lot better. Recharged.
Good.
I watched Huck's stream yesterday, and he got me motivated. Him and Mojo Man were talking about riding bikes, and hell, it got me thinking about it. And I can't ride, but I went outside just to soak up some sunshine and feel the wind.
Yeah. That vitamin D is good for you.
Yes, it is.
Strawberry nectarine.
Oh, there you go.
What is it?
Yeah.
A vape?
Yeah.
A vape. And then I told you he gave me a free one. So he gave me high
Melon.
drip melon patch or something.
Yeah,
And
Karen.
I'm sure it's nothing special, but he just wants to get my business. But it's
Well, and
slick.
you know, and I'd like to think that maybe it's somebody like me, and it was just, you know, I liked it, trying to help people get off of the cigs. You know, it's not saying that and not knocking nobody. Hell, I did it for damn near 40 years. So
No,
it's not like,
but you were so right that it's sometimes it might just be an oral thing, you know.
it's just,
I mean, to me, it's all in your head. Yeah.
muscle
Hey
memory.
everyone in chat.
Most of what we do is muscle memory. We talk about it with the prepping, and we talk about the pew stuff and muscle memory, but really everything we do is a lot of muscle memory. And then we call them habits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I
I think
sure
if
do
I
like
could
this
find
thing though.
something to do with my right hand and have something in my hand, I wouldn't smoke as much, or I might quit. It's just that hand, motion. You're so used to it.
Miss Karen, I can say that I know for me it was 10 times better than smoking. And I think that the science says that while it's got to be somewhat better than smoking, just for the simple fact that smoking is burning a combustible and vaping isn't. So that.
Somebody told me that it crystallizes your lungs.
Oh yeah, and then they come up with the story about the popcorn lung because there was a release that that's.
Yeah, I didn't know if it's true or not. I just heard of the rumor.
It's like everything else. You could do this and make the homemade stuff, and it could be bad for you. You could just sit there and do it too much all the time, and it would be bad for you. But then again, if you sit there and chain smoke cigarettes one after the other, that's bad for you. If you sit there and chew acorns nonstop, it's gonna be everything. So,
I
hey,
smoke
Hurricane.
tobacco, but I roll my own cigarettes. I got a rolling machine, electric one, and from what I understand, that's better for you than a regular cigarette because it's more the tobacco and not all the additives.
Well, that's the main thing. All I can tell anybody is the vape. It's like you hear about the glycol. It's the same glycol that's used in the inhalers for the asthma inhalers. So it's the same concept. You have food flavoring, gives it a flavor. Well, you put that in your food and you ingest it, and it's all. The nicotine is actually a medical grade nicotine, so it's not just trash nicotine just being added. So there's and you take that, and then you got the cigarettes, where we've known it for decades.
Yeah.
Spray hundreds of chemicals on tobacco. We've known this. We just do it anyway. And then I don't know.
So are you vaping? Are you vaping nicotine in with yours still?
Yeah.
What are you doing? The 3% or the 0.3 or whatever it is?
I have both. I have a 6 and then I have a 3.
Which one do you? I mean, can you tell the difference?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you can.
Yeah, you can. I can feel the hit with the 6. And that's usually if I'm in a deep thought thing. Then I sit there, and that's my
Okay.
and it's mainly just to keep me from doing it as often too, because I've noticed that the lower in the nicotine I'd get, then I'll just do it more and more.
Sure.
Because you can get into the flavors, and I'll say that's the ironic part. If I had to say the biggest flaw to this is the availability of flavors. Because then you'll find yourself doing it more because the shit just tastes good. It's like I remember when they first came out with one that was a funnel cake. It tasted like a funnel cake. And I was like, are you shitting me? And I tried that, and oh my God, dude, they just all used to laugh. I would vape that shit at work. They would try it because you could even taste it, and it would just put a drop on your finger and taste it, and it tasted like funnel cake. And it was just,
That would be dangerous.
So if I had to say one negative to this, it's not neck, it's nicotine. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Hey, Cola. Hey, Block Watch. Hey, Bonnie. Chrissy Cat.
Yeah,
here.
sure. There is. There's actually a cigar flavor or a pipe tobacco flavor or just a plain clean tobacco flavor. Actually, one of the people that I used to work with, an older guy, actually went to vaping, and that's what he did because he didn't want no flavor, so he just got the tobacco flavor.
How often do you wash yours out?
Wash it.
About every couple of weeks, I just kind of go ahead and I'll leave the little flap thing open, and when I change the coil, I'll just take it in there and put some warm water and run it through there, swish it around.
Yeah, okay.
And then just kind of shake it, dry it out.
Yeah.
I've got the one I use every now and then. If I get them, I get the ones that you just throw away. I don't.
Oh yeah.
I ain't got the ones that you take apart.
You can do
But
that.
the only thing bad about them is, there's probably still some in there, and it just won't give you the rest of it.
Hey Sharon. Hey Huckleberry. Well, I will tell you my 2 cents, grain of salt shit. But when I saw them at the gas stations, the only thing that bothered me was like, okay, you put out all these cigarettes and could care less about people's health. So exactly what is in your vape compared to other people's? Because where I was at, we made juice. Got you, Cola. I don't know if you want to turn it off. You can.
Hey, Cola. Long time no see.
Right? And we were having so much fun over there that I just wanted to end. We were having a good conversation. We didn't drop in to rescue.
Oh, everybody's. Oh, there she is. Sorry, not to take away from Miss Cola, but I've been waiting to see Dana come into chat. I heard she was over there, so I felt better automatically there. But now that I see her actually in chat, then I know she's okay, so I feel better. How are you, Miss Dana? I'm so glad. Cool. And
Cola?
Jennifer, Cindy, and Mayhem, Ron. I'm just going to go ahead and black watch. And I'll say welcome, everybody. Hey, Miss Virginia.
What's up?
How are you, ma'am?
I support what Cola said.
What's that?
I support what you said. We did have fun over there.
Yeah, we did.
Good conversation. Like, I didn't want it to end.
Yeah. Hey, Rescue. It's been a few days. What's up?
Nothing much. Just kind of had a recharge and now just enjoying sitting, chatting. We were talking about vaping. Hawkeye stopped smoking and started vaping. So he was actually talking about his experience. Thought that was good. I was actually active yesterday. Old Hutch got me active. I was watching his little live yesterday, and him and Mojo, man, were talking about riding and shit, and it just kind of, I don't know, all of a sudden I thought, damn, man, I'm talking about it. I'm so worked up. I need to go do something. Hell, I keep trying to encourage people to be part of the solution. I guess I need to just push through this. So then I decided to go out there and I weeded a little bit of my yard. So, hey, it works. I'm finding momentum forward.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Cashew. Finding Kino.
Hi, everybody. Saw a few hellos roll by. Hi, everyone. And Crystal and Hawkeye.
Hi. I need to go out there and start on my dang flower beds. Keep putting it off.
Well, it's one thing at a time. You know what? What about some herbs? Like rosemary is really hardy. Thyme is really hardy. Lavender is kind of a bitch, but oregano is pretty hardy because all those things you can use for food. So not only are you doing things that flower and look really pretty, but you can actually cook with them.
Yeah. I got pictures of my flower beds last year. They were beautiful. I just got to get my fat butt up and take myself outside and wake up at a decent hour to go do it.
Right. Hey.
Thank you, Ron.
Such a shame for.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I got a gift that like it has little pods and you're supposed to do plants indoors, and I still haven't started. I haven't even looked at it really. It's just there. I feel so horrible about it. I think it comes with like tomatoes and maybe some of the herbs you were saying, and I don't know what it is. I just haven't gotten started on it. Do you know what I'm talking about? I'll go get it.
Yeah.
You do know what I'm talking about?
Oh, absolutely. I was talking about starting potatoes for weeks, and I just started them like 3 days ago because someone in our community was holding me to it. They were like, all right, you got to start them, got to get it going, you know? So I did. I container garden. I don't have a ton of land, or I don't have raised beds. I do what I can. So I did a row of 7 bags, and then I've got the plot set in this little side grow area that I'm going to put in some squash and bush beans.
Hey, Virginia, one sec. Somebody's got background noise.
I don't think it's me, but I'll mute.
I'll mute.
Hawkeye, it's you, sir.
Look, I think I might have my cell phone playing another version of Rescue. Let me go check.
Sounds like TV in the background. Okay, there you go. You're good.
Yeah,
Virginia.
you nailed it. But anyway, Crystal, like even little things, like it's fun. Herbs, flowers to bring in the pollinators, just anything. It feels good to roast and build up from there, you know. Hey, Larry.
I would love to have a garden. If I have a garden, it would have to be a box garden because my backyard is, when it rains, it's swamp.
Right.
Independent Mini, it probably is. I'm about to go get it.
If I could go back. All right, there you go. Oh yeah, you're good now, Hawkeye.
Yeah.
Oh, if I could go back now, and that's all I would tell anybody that's if everything's okay physically, and I would definitely go look at your landscaping and picture yourself being in a bad situation, and then maybe re-landscape because if I could have envisioned being where I'm at right now, then I would have had raised beds, and I would have probably had them with a walkway in between them so that they could have been serviced like from a chair or I just, man, being right here has been totally eye-opening to what I should have done all along my land. I kind of stand there going, yeah, if I'd only right here, if I'd just flattened this out a little bit more and just so.
Crystal, I use grow bags. Some of them are cloth, some are sort of like a tarp material. I use that for potatoes, herbs. Actually successfully did a bunch of turnips as well. But those, you don't have to do any digging or extraneous work to make a raised bed. Just get the grow bags and fill them with dirt and shove a potato in there. It will grow potatoes. Shove in some herbs or as far as other things, you do have to think about what you can container garden, but those are really easy to move around. They have handles and you can just grab them and drag them to a certain spot in the yard or whatever.
Hey, Miss Karen, yes, you can. You can choose from different variety of flavors. And one sec, Zach, Happy birthday again, brother. I know I done text you a few and stuff, but
Hey, Zach.
I saw you on your deal. I saw you with Donkey, brother, and you look like you had a great day, and that is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
He
So
did.
I hope you get you some rest,
Did
and
you see the
I hope you have a smile. What's up, Crystal? Go ahead.
Did you see the pictures of him and Donkey?
No, I hadn't seen the pictures yet.
If you
Send them
seen
to me,
him, oh
Zach.
my God, he was so happy.
If you can, Zach, send them to me. But that's cool, and I'm glad you came by, brother. Get you some rest though. Don't push yourself too far. Okay, cool. Hey, American Warrior Michelle, how are you, ma'am? How are things? The last I'd heard was you went to the hospital, so hopefully things are okay now. Some stuff I remember. Some shit just dust in the wind.
Shoot. I don't think
Hey,
they had
Jen.
a cherry tomato.
Morning, Bella.
Good morning, Bella.
One thing I really wanted to do with it was cherry tomatoes that it doesn't has mint, dill, Thai basil, thyme, some other kind of basil, and parsley.
You're breaking up a little bit, Miss Cole.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I heard basil.
I'm just
and
saying they
thyme.
don't have cherries, tomatoes. It's all a bunch of spice.
So is that kind of like a counter type thing to grow like herbs? That deal that you
Yeah.
built? Okay.
I think Independent got the name right. As soon as I saw it does say Aereo Garden. She says she's got one she hasn't set up. That's about them. It's supposedly you don't have to do anything. Set it up and it does everything for you. So I should probably do it. I just really wanted to do cherry tomato, not all these herbs.
Bella, it's good to see you.
I think I'm
Hi,
trying
Bella.
to do a raised bed. I figure maybe carrots. I could do carrots and maybe potatoes. That's what's useful in my chicken noodle soup anyway.
Mm-hmm. Right. No, you're totally right. Just do things that you will enjoy and use. And even if it's a little bit, like my flimsy row of 7 bags of potatoes, if I'm lucky, I'll get 50 pounds out of that. That's not very much, but it's also a lot.
Right.
It's just a matter of perspective. So
I was going to tell you, Virginia, I looked at my mom's and it's an old Kenmore, and dude, I don't know, it must do them little bitty jars, because I was looking at the thing, I'm going, yeah, that quart shit ain't gonna work in this. So it must do some little jars or something.
It could be a water bath canner.
And it was a 4-quart, and it's a Kenmore electric pressure cooker.
Oh, okay, so
But it's got the little rack for you to put your jars on top and the bottom of it. It's good. Now, I remember her. She used to do jam. Is all my mom.
yes, you could do high acid foods or jams or jellies in that. With a pressure cooker, it doesn't achieve the pressure that a pressure canner does. So doing meats or low acid foods doesn't really work in those.
Okay, so jam.
But high acid, or like you said, the fruits, jams, jellies, tomatoes, those do well. But those pressure cookers, yes, absolutely. You can turn something really chewy into a delectable meal quickly.
Oh, her
100%.
thing with that was she used to take a pork butt and chop it up into cubes and put it in there, and then do a sauce, and then turn it on. Oh, yeah, it was just.
Man, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Y'all talking about food, and I'm getting hungry.
Hey, that's cool, Andy. So you got your pressure canner.
Right.
Especially since Hulk just got on to me.
And I feel your pain, Michelle, I can't use them damn phones. I don't know how y'all do that stuff when you sit there and talk about you're on your phone. That's why anytime I'm laying down and listening to one and I can get out, hey, and that's why you can, no little peace signs. I don't even know where those are. Apparently I don't get those options on phone through the YouTube on the phone. You can't do the little victory thing.
I never found out how to get on the chats on your phone. Now this computer's totally different. It was easy, but on the phone, I tried so much and I could never get it.
Oh, you just hit the live chat and then it shows up. It splits half the screen, or at least on my phone. It's an Android though.
Mine's Android. All you have to hit the link. After you hit the link, it takes you to StreamYard and find continuous cola. I click that, and here I am. Pretty easy.
Yeah. Now in StreamYard, I noticed that if you do chat, it like puts the camera part in the back end and the chat on top or something, and that was kind of weird.
Oh no, I do StreamYard. It's easier. Like when Jeff goes up or something like that, I have no idea how to get to his Jeff Riddle with that number like he's got.
Oh.
I am technology illiterate.
Okay, Miss Dana. So tea's made. I'm good for a minute, I think. Awesome. So everything is good. You're feeling better now. If you check your email, man, you probably see an email from me. I was just reaching out. I was worried about you.
T-Girl, I know he was. I didn't take no offense to it.
I'm clear. Talk about food all you want. I just got done. My snack, so I can't screw up anymore. I already screwed up.
You broke up a little bit, Miss Cola.
Yeah, I got every other word, girl.
Can you hear me okay, or am I still?
There you are.
That's better.
I said I can't mess up because I already had my middle of the night snack. So yeah, I already screwed up. I can't screw up anymore.
That's what it looks like on an iPhone. That's the chat, and like you say, it's on the side, but you can close that down if you just want to watch the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine does that too. And it's not me getting in the chat, it's me getting on the panel that had me all crazy. I could do the chat, it's just I couldn't get on panel.
You probably have to download StreamYard on your phone.
I think it is. I don't know. I got this computer now, so the laptop, I ain't worried about it now. Unless something happens to my laptop.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, Indy, that's a good thing. Huckleberry says. So are you going to be on you going to join the Canimals? Are we going to see the Indy kitchen? Man, I wish I had. I mean, I wish things were a little different for me. I would like to have gotten into the canning more. I just have no need for it. It's awesome though. I think if I around me, I'd do it for them. Just because it's definitely awesome, but for my circumstances.
I hope that Indy does join. She and I have been texting a little bit. She's super excited. It came in, and Indy, even if you don't do it live, just let me know and I'll walk you through as much as I can. I love to see people learning. Like, so many people have decided to try something new just from watching us do it. I mean, less than a year ago, I did it for the first time live to try something new. Just got that mindset to learn about it, and so many have done that. Indy is one of the most recent. I would say probably damn near every week there's someone else that's like, all right, I got the stuff. What do we do? You know?
It's like, well, I've been watching, and now I've decided to go ahead and do this. So now what do I do? And it's
Yes.
like, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I used to, back in the day, forget wintertime, I'd go to the farmer's market and buy beans and all that kind of stuff, and I would blanch them and put them up. But dang, you can't afford food even if you have food stamps.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can, girl. You can. You have to cook everything from scratch is the bottom line, and you can.
Yeah.
And rescue, as far as not having a canner or anyone else, you can still do certain things. For example, ghee, jams and jellies. You can wax cheese. You can dry can. You don't actually have to have a pressure canner to preserve food. You can ferment. You can pickle. You can.
Oh yeah, no, I just meant for like my dietary restrictions too.
Right.
It's like I can't, so it's kind of like making all the stuff that I don't eat. You know what I'm saying?
No, can what you eat.
That's why it's chicken noodle soup pretty much.
Yeah, right? Chicken, carrot, onion, celery. Boom. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
That's what I was thinking, going, well, if anything, I might try to just, maybe I could get a little yard, little hutch, a few chickens.
Right.
Nothing else, try to just do
it. Virginia.
Yes.
My cousin's got one of them where you can put meat and it sucks it where it closes it. You know what I'm talking about?
The vacuum pack?
What? Yes. Is like that good? Saver? Does that save it better than any other?
You'll extend the life in your freezer for a bit. The food savers, I would say not to push meat more than about a year or so. If you food saver it, it'll go double that.
Okay.
That's my opinion. Hawkeye might be a thought.
I might have to borrow my cousin's.
Well, give me 1 sec. So Dana, so your epidural reaction to the epidural, I had my epidural on the next day of grand mal seizure, then 2 more after that. Well, I'm sorry, ma'am. My prayers go out to you.
I've had one.
Wish I had a better answer, but wish I could do something, but I can pray.
Amen.
I can do that. So, yeah, because you do. And I say Ron pointed out, you get to seeing people, and all of a sudden when you don't see somebody that's part of the norm, you start to wonder and worry. And
yeah.
I know she had me tripping.
Yeah.
And most of you would. If I notice some of you aren't coming by or something, that if I see you in another chat, then that's one thing. But all of a sudden it's like, well, dang, nobody else has seen her or seen so-and-so, and just worry.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's because we're like family.
Right.
You've been around somebody. I know we ain't been in proximity, with everybody being able to see everybody in person. But still, you still get close to these people, y'all. And then something happens, it would be like if something happened in your family, you would be worried. So
Virginia, I have a confession. You
Girl,
were talking about prepping. Well, it's not that juicy, sadly. It's more embarrassing. You were talking about prepping from scratch and everything, and I'm a decent cook on some levels, but I've always used like the canned spaghetti sauce, open a jar kind of thing. So I just, yesterday for the first time, I took crushed tomatoes and garlic and peppers and, I always would add vegetables and things to my sauce, but I mean from not scratch within the tomatoes, but at least scratch with crushed tomatoes and things. And I was super proud of that. Because now I know instead of prepping these $3-4 a jar spaghetti sauces, I can just prep the tomato sauce and the crushed tomatoes. And now I know that I can produce some tomato sauce or, spaghetti sauce, that actually tastes good. Because I was thinking, I didn't have a lot of faith in myself. I was like, man, I'm just going to keep buying the jars that are already done up. but I did it the other day, and it was at least edible. You know, it wasn't bad actually. I was really
Right.
happy with that. Like I said, it's kind of embarrassing, but it's true. I'm just happy that I, you know,
You know
branched
what?
out.
Don't be embarrassed whatsoever. I use canned spaghetti sauce, like straight up Hunt's, 99¢. I zhuzh it up. I add peppers, I add garlic,
Yeah.
I add onions, whatever. I can't
Yep.
really grow tomatoes. Tomatoes are expensive. God's honest truth, you know. I'll do whatever meat that I'm doing, and a ton of added flavors.
Yep.
But with other stuff, you really can make chicken noodle soup, for example. Dude, a 1 pound bag of carrots is about $1. A
Right.
1 pound bag of celery is about $1. Let's say 2 or 3 pounds of chicken, it's about $7. So here we have $10. Out of that $10, you'll get more than 10 Campbell's cans worth of food for your body, fuel for your body, you know?
Right.
Hey,
Well,
Jason.
what I followed was really actually very simple, and it actually did taste pretty good. It was like 3 or 4 tablespoons between Italian and seasoning, basil, you know, just mostly Italian herb, small
Right.
amount of sugar, a little bit of acid, whichever one you want. I used not apple cider vinegar, the other vinegar, red
All
wine
right.
vinegar.
So with tomatoes, you don't need to add acid, you need to add sugar.
I did both. It was
Give me
something
one
I
sec.
read. I was kind of following something.
Right.
Hey,
Okay,
Dana.
Gotcha.
One thing, Dana, that's actually when I started doing this, it was the same thing. It's kind of, I can say things and then I can go back and I can use it as a reference point. So if you, with memory gaps, it kind of has helped. So you might share, and you can always keep stuff private too. If you sit there and record it and you say stuff and just kind of walk down memory lane,
Right.
that's kind of help you keep in touch with memories.
It's
Anyway,
a little bit of a
go ahead.
digital diary.
Yeah, that's the way I kind of viewed it. I was following chat. And
Mhm.
by the way, Ron, I'm glad you did. I'm glad Dana kept you on. And hey, Jason. Okay, y'all can talk. Sorry, we're just chiming in.
Tell you, all
A
my
Bailey.
memories got burned up in my house fire.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh,
Crystal.
like your pictures and letters and stuff.
Yeah, my kids,
Mhm.
my family Bible that was passed down, my cat. That was my baby.
Damn.
Oh, and hey,
Over
Garrett.
some ignorant person that didn't know how to do what he was doing, but did it anyway.
Garrett, is there an issue with your grandfather, or I saw something in the comment about you were sitting up there with him, and I'm sorry to hear that. And it sounds like you got issues, and I'm sorry things are going rough. It's a rough time for individual rough things on top of what we're going through. Hey, Scat Pack.
I saw someone said the time they thought the trek would be like 6 months to a year. I hope that's accurate. I hope it's not that, because I think that's really obtainable for most of us. Much longer than that, and it starts to be really hard to be that ahead of yourself. More than a year, you know?
Oh, I think we're in for a tough time. I mean, things are fixing to be tough, and I've been trying to work on how to say that, not politically correct so much as just respectful, but it's fixing to be time to go to work. It's fixing to be time you're going to be self-sufficient. You're going to have to, won't be a drive to the grocery store. It'll be a walk out to the yard and pluck a few tomatoes off the plant and go pluck weeds and till the ground. And it's going to be time to actually live in the freedom that we had, but we sold out.
I keep seeing the Great Depression 2.0, and I don't like that. I hope that's true.
Very well could be. We became so complacent that it's like leading up to this, we talked about jobs that were outsourced and everything else. Well, there's the trickle down effect to all this, and But when you think about it, it's really not as, I mean, it's dark, but it's really not dark, or at least that's my take. It's dark as in, yeah, if all of a sudden we can't have some fancy foo-ha-ha stuff, maybe or whatever. But in all honesty, now this is only coming me from a rural country aspect, but there's dirt still out there, and that's how we got founded, was tilling the ground and living with our resources right here and producing for ourselves. That's how it all got started. So we just go back to our roots, take control, get out from the spoil, chasing the greed, chase the dollar. That's the materialistic aspect is what gives us this, puts us in this position. And yeah, bankers. I don't know. Hey, there's Ricardo, my brother from down under.
What's up, Ricardo?
Yeah, it's
and
like
Bonnie's also. Hey, Bonnie's.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She was in here earlier. Her and 1A were talking. Well, it's because if you really take back, all this is just extras. I mean, it's like the coffee cup, it's the screen, the TV, the phone, and this is all extra shit. It's not what's needed for survival. So what we start going, oh, this is bad, and
we go back to living like we used to live. If you can't afford it, you just don't do it. If you can't afford long distance, you just cut it off. If you couldn't afford cable, you just didn't have it.
That's it. Well, then you don't look for the TV for entertainment.
That's right. It was more important to eat than to have the internet.
I don't even have a TV.
That's my only extra expense is food and preps. That's the only thing I try to spend any there, and I wasn't always that way. Here in the last 6 months, that's how I've been dedicating any extra money to some type of food or prep.
See, that's, and I think a lot of people, and I can only imagine, I just try to sympathize on the people that live in cities, the metropolitan cities and stuff. And that's, I don't know. That would be a tough version, a tough way of life.
Rescue, did you hear about what happened in New York?
Talking about the tunnels? I've heard about tunnels.
Yeah, they blew up 3 of the...
I just heard that just now with Crystal. The first I heard it just like 20 minutes ago. When did you hear it?
How did I hear about it?
No, you were with me. I said, how did you hear rescue?
Oh, I just heard it because y'all were talking about it in chat.
Oh, I thought maybe you heard it like a day ago or something. I just heard it like literally 20, 30 minutes ago. So I said the conversation was like layered and all over the place, and it was like, I just didn't want it to end. I was like, well, I know everybody's going over here, so I'm going to follow them.
Sorry, I was looking at chat and trying to make sure. Oh, thank you, Black Watch. By the way, welcome everybody. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever that falls for you. I'm glad you decided to come and hang out with me. We kick it around and I don't even know what the tunnel thing. I know somebody else posted some. I think Peter said something about he saw on the 18th. There's something happening in New York. A dirty deal, and I don't know. I guess I don't. I'm not discouraging anybody. Feel free to follow whatever. I usually don't, just because ain't nothing I can do about it.
I don't do about dates.
But I'll find out details and stuff if it comes to light, and it ties in. But I've you can't really. I just looking to put myself at ease. I really just My thing is just in today. What's
Hey,
today?
Hawk.
Try to plan for tomorrow. Pray for the best and prepare for the worst.
Yep.
What's up, Hawk?
Oh, I know, Eddie. I'm so, my dietary has changed without all the salt, the sugar. There's so many, just I do a little bit of seasoning now because tastes are different. I will say, dude, it's sucking because I really miss strawberries. Man, my wife gets strawberries and I'm like, man, but I'm scared to death of those strawberry seeds because they get hung up in a colon, buddy, and that's
They get hooked.
Well, I had a friend of mine, his mom, she ended up in emergency surgery because she was having, is there a thing called colonitis? Yeah, there you go.
Diverticulitis. Yeah, I got it.
And
so I can't.
You got to watch the seed things because, man, a seed get hung up in there, buddy, it'll lead to bad shit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I look at those strawberries and go, oh, that looks so good.
Oh God, yes. I had a 2-inch mass, and they didn't know what it was, and they started treating me for diverticulitis, and that ended up what it was. So yeah, I love strawberries too, and I just can't eat them.
Well, see,
wait, hold on a second. It was strawberry seeds, Hawkeye? You're saying it was strawberry seeds?
Yep.
Really?
Yep. Strawberry seeds are real bad for it, and so
sesame seeds too.
Wow.
Yep. Poppy seeds.
Yep.
Huh.
Virginia.
Yes.
So like, say dehydrated strawberries or dehydrated broccoli or potato slices. What do you do when you get ready to eat them and you've got them dehydrated? How do you prepare that?
Step 1 is add water. Because what you did was take out all the water. So,
well, see, that's why I don't know, because I didn't do anything. Like, I did buy, though, I've got dehydrated broccoli coming. Or if I don't, I'm going to. I already have some potato slices, and I planned on, like, maybe some strawberries, some kind of fruit, because I don't have a dehydrator. But I thought at the bare minimum I could buy a few things dehydrated just in case, because I won't have. I'm going to try for a garden, but it didn't turn out real great. Anyhow, I just don't know how to prepare it. And I'm hoping, I have a lot of hope. I'm hoping to never need to open them. But should I need to, I don't even know how to prepare them.
Well, you think about what they did to create it is they took out all the moisture. So what you need to do to bring it back to life is add the water back. So whether it's the broccoli or potatoes or think about something dried that you use now, let's say perhaps potato buds, potato flakes to make mashed potatoes.
I did not know that, Scatback.
In order to make it from a flake back to the product, you add water or dried milk. It's the same idea. Different things will take more water, but to me, the overall idea is you're going to make a soup or a stew. Get it all hydrated together, make something delicious, or you can soak them in water and stir fry them up.
I was hoping, like with the potato slices, I was honestly hoping like I could fry them just for, I don't know, it may not be possible.
There's recipes for those. You rehydrate them and you can make gratins, or once you get them rehydrated and then throw them in a pan with some oil. I don't see why they wouldn't brown.
Like, because that's what I think. What I do is I try to think of things that I would totally miss if I couldn't. And potatoes was on that list. Broccoli was on that list. Things like that.
Well, they sell like hash browns in cans too. That same idea. Potato shreds, potato rounds. It'll fry.
I have big boxes of to make mashed potatoes and things like that. But I specifically bought dehydrated potato slices in hopes that I could fry those. Because, and I would like to get, I don't know if it'll work with the garden and everything, but nothing is set up yet and it's already getting late. I have ground and I have a tiller and I have the young son-in-law, but I don't know what will take or work. I let him do a lot of stuff. I should get more involved, honestly. I should.
Well, that'll be cool, Dana. So you're getting into an apartment. That's the first thing I saw was apartment, then the dehydrator.
Right?
That'll be awesome. Later, Peter. Have a great day, brother. Smile or be the reason somebody else smiles. You know, that's it. And I was going to say that was probably one of the biggest thing I've been thinking about this weekend is just, I don't know, trying to become stewards of men. I guess it's walking the talk. There's so many catchphrases for it, but it's just I don't know, people just talk and they expect things from people, and I just wonder if other people are going to put forward. That's what I think of here lately. Carrying yourself like you talk, walking the talk. And that's why I can be an ass. I'm an honest person, but then that's what I feel like gives me the right to expect honesty from other people, because I'm willing to put some skin in the game. It's kind of like responsibility, dependability, compassion. I'm willing to bring all that to the table. And so I guess I have a bad habit of holding people accountable to that, and I expect to see the same. And it's been kind of a challenging weekend, but it's all in a positive thing now. I've done figured out, kind of just letting it roll off now. I just, I'm not stressing over the current events because it's out of my hands anyway. So I can get worked up. There is stuff coming, which I will say, did y'all hear about the January 6th, the acquittal?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it was very cool. Judge finally looked, and it's like the defense attorney showed the footage of them removing the barricades, and it's like, so it's kind of hard to say it was trespassing if you remove the barricades and we're off waving them in. So no, yeah, so acquitted theirs, and that's really a landmark thing. See, it's like you can't get the noise. Okay, well, that became a very pragmatic case, because the minute that got ruled that way, now there's quite a few hundred others that get to use that same precedent that was just set, because that's the trespassing. So, see, like there, okay, you'll find what you're looking for. I've said that before. And so that's why I'm trying to stay positive. It's here, it's now. Like for me, it's right here. It's the local. I think that if the economy goes to shit, well, was my happiness solely reliant on that dollar bill? Or can I find happiness in with what's being provided around me, that what I'm capable of? And that's where I'm not trying to take away nobody, so don't read more into what I said than what I said. So I live in a very rural country spot, so I understand it's different in the cities and it's different in other environments. Yeah. That's just my take. It's very cool. You can kind of just chill. I know I can sustain. It's going to suck. It's not like, oh man, because hell yeah, you get spoiled to going and doing this and running to here, but in a way, maybe we got too spoiled. So maybe this is kind of a wake up call too. Maybe
I've thought about that too.
Well, it's a chance to kind of get your foot back under your feet. You get to kind of realize going, damn, I guess I have kind of become complacent. And because it's like I talked about the other day, it's like in what you say in front of your grandkids and your kids, and well, what messages are we carrying forward if they hear certain rhetoric? So if we want to lead by example, so if we're wanting our kids to smile and be happy, maybe we ought to look at creating an environment that would put a smile on their face and make them happy. And I just, okay. Go ahead, Crystal.
Huh?
I'm
okay.
Okay.
I forgot what I was going to say anyway.
That sound is always cracks me up every time I hear that sound. I don't know what it is, but I hear that sound, and
It's a
well,
pack of cigarettes. You're smacking
yeah,
a pack
Yeah,
of
I'm
cigarettes.
packing a cigarette down.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I totally get it too. It's weird when you're.
Oh, well, no, I've had the other side of the thought too. I thought of the pack of cigarettes, but then it also reminds me of a driver's license hitting a countertop as it's breaking up chunks.
Cutting lines, are you?
I'm just, hey
And you
man, I'm
hope
just
that you
being
rub 'em
honest.
off
I'm just
The
telling
before
you.
you have to show your
strongest
ID to a
drug I
cop.
use is weed.
I've fessed up early on. I've been down them roads, so yeah. There's
I have
certain side
too.
effects.
Mine happened is I didn't get the cocaine that you do up with the license. Mine was burnt.
Oh, so you were a crackhead.
Yeah. For 10 years. I've been 15 years clean.
Light bulbs.
Congratulations.
Yes,
Well, no,
Yeah.
yeah, congratulations for being clean. Yeah, I agree.
Hey, God did it because when I come down to see my son graduate because he lived with my sister, I didn't want to go back. I'd done it hard for 10 years, being homeless and everything with my second husband. And most people go through withdrawals and stuff like that. Never did. Never wanted it. Nothing like that. God just took it away. Poof.
Not everybody gets off of that, once they go down this path. So that's why I say congratulations. I have heard though that the other way is more of the sicknesses, and that the other, like heroin and things like that, you're more likely to have the sickness, and the other ones it's more mental.
Yeah.
But mental counts too, because some people just can't, or just won't mentally get off of it. But the heroin is like, people feel like they've got the flu and get sick, and it's a whole nother thing. So you're almost lucky, fortunate you didn't have to go through that on top of the mental.
Yeah.
I'm a little, I probably don't set well when it comes to recovery, but then I've done it so many times, and I grew up that way. I was a rehab kid, and there's drugs, and yes, some drugs have a physical connection, like heroin has a physical connection that you literally have to physically detox from. It's just like you can get alcoholism, and you actually have to physically detox from that. But most of it is behavior. It's behavior, and it's attitude. It's mental.
Most of it's a Band-Aid too, because people have gone through so much drastic things in their life.
Well, the alcohol for me, I never shook or had anything like that, but it was not, I wanted. So for me, that's kind of how it was, like habit, and just breaking that habit and just telling myself that this is what I want, even though it's easier to just not. There wasn't like shakiness or like some of the things people describe. I didn't have this. I just had, I don't want to quit. So I just had to make myself want to quit. It was hard, but it's been since November for me.
I tell you, you need to heal the underlining of a drug users doing drugs, like heavy drugs, because there's something in there that's causing them to want to do that.
It's not even just heavy drugs. It's everything. It's overeating.
Yeah.
That's people overeat. They overwork. They don't do anything, and it's a personality thing. Hey, Hawk.
Shit, they wrote a song about my drinking.
It's
called The Wine
I
of a
just
Song.
sit there and I did meth because I had no boundaries. So it was exposed to me, and there were no boundaries, and I did it, and I had no. But before I got on that dragon, I actually had already had behavior issues. I had personality issues because I had an attitude. Because if I go back all the way to whenever I was younger, I just kind of felt left out. And I started just kind of becoming my own little role as I grew up in life.
Yeah.
Had issues. I used to do the young young sober thing about, oh, my raisins, my parent, but see, that's why I'm not a good recovery person anymore, because at some point, when you hit 18, 19, and 20, at some point you now are accountable for your path. You choose this path.
Yeah.
You can say it was this, that, and the other. You can blame it on this, that, or the other, but you're the one making the decision. You're the one snorting it, drinking it, shooting it, swallowing it, whatever. You're the one, so we just find excuses to justify. It's kind of like the trophy for all now. That's how that progressed.
Yeah.
We find an excuse or an alphabet for anything that's our problem. Instead of us getting up and doing anything, it's that fault. It's their fault.
Yeah. You got to look in the mirror. You'll find out who the real problem is. But
hey, Tyne. Hey, Eddie. I guess that's right how you say it, Tyne. Tyne.
Yeah. It's the thing I discovered about alcohol, and I got to be honest and say I got very lucky. Okay. I was in my first marriage. I was active in the Marine Corps at the time. I got a promotion, and by 0600 the next morning, I lost that promotion. And I stopped drinking then, because I realized that if I wanted my military career to somehow make my mark in this world, that I needed to stop what the hell I was doing, and so when I make the joke about they wrote a country song about my drinking ability. I'm not kidding, because of the fact that, when I look at the overall damage that I was willing to do to myself in order to stay in that kind of happiness that I was really digging for, that I realized that I lost total control, and it's like, people talk about Alcoholics Anonymous, and they're like, well, the first thing you have to do is admit that you're an alcoholic. Well, there's not a problem with admitting that, that alcohol was the problem. But
most people don't even want to really admit that.
Exactly.
It's like, well, I had a problem drinking, but it was because of this. And it's like, okay, well, then you're not at step one yet. When you realize you are the problem.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. And if you're not willing to accept that, then you're not going to progress any farther than, from that momentary happiness of sobriety. You're going to find momentary happiness. You're never going to find peace within yourself, because it's like, well, yeah, but I still want that. No, because if you realize that by walking away from that you actually got your life back and back under control, then that should never be something that you even consider, knowing what you're capable of destroying, Tyne actually responded to my remark earlier, was that, I literally felt like a country song had been written about me, because when the first time I heard the Wino song, something happened in my head, something, literally happened in my head and said, wow, holy shit, wait a second here. This song is literally talking straight to me and telling me, hey, I kind of know your story here, pal, and, every time that I listen to it after that, and it's an old country song. It's like from I would say probably maybe mid 70s, that it came out. But it was so spot on, and it described exactly what I was putting myself through all the time. I mean, the opening line of the song was, came crawling home last night like many nights before. Finally made it to my feet as she opened up the door. And she said, "You ain't gonna do this anymore." She said, "I'm gonna hire a wino,
You got that hurt.
decorate our home, so you'll feel more at ease
Shit,
here.
I grew up on that.
You
I grew up
won't
around
leave
all
me
them
alone."
artists.
Yeah, that's and it's like you think about it, and I was like, "Holy
See,
shit!"
that's why drinking was never even my really thing. That's hell. I had been to Hank Jr.'s, actually, his land, and used to. That's my. I used to have what was called an uncle. He just really wasn't my uncle, but he ran a bar setup, and that's Get Down Browns was actually the name of it. It actually licensed out to the Red Carpet Inn and all the hotels after a while, but all the artists used to come in there, used to go out to his thing. See, drinking was just an everyday thing. It's the behavior behind that that led me into other things. And I would point out Hurricane. I completely understand that quitting alcohol, it's a new world, but if you don't dox the world you're in, it's easy to fall back into drinking again. And that's it, Hurricane, because I think what opens the door and what relapses people is in AA, they used to say people, places, and things. And so if you're in this environment, well, this environment and these people around you, well, they'll cater to the self-pity that you're in. And I'm sorry, I'm just being upfront about it. But so to introduce another group of people is a challenge, and we don't like that challenge. That's scary shit. And then we might not be accepted. We might not be liked. And so we'll bounce into a gray area between the two, and then a lot of times it falls back into the old world because that's the comfort zone. This is the world we know, even though it's a world of chaos. We're familiar with this world, and we're not familiar with that other world over there, with this other group of people that don't act and think the way that this group does. And so that's the hardest hurdle, I think, is to step into a new environment, new surroundings. Hey, Matrix.
So I lived I was living in Crossville, which is smack dab in between Knoxville and Nashville, for quite a few years, and I was doing a lot of work up in Nashville at the time, and after coming home from the military, it was and not drinking, gone through a divorce, and the divorce came because of the alcohol. There was absolutely no doubt to it, I'd rather be out drinking with my Marine Corps buddies than be at home with my wife, And the thing is I was never a beer drinker. I cannot stand the taste of beer, but you hand me a whiskey and it's the greatest flavor in the world, I just could not curtail myself down to the point of drinking beer. But realizing how much destruction you can do to a relationship, from one-sided drinking, is one thing. And then seeing the damage that can be done from both of you drinking and burying yourself into booze instead of instead of having conversations, you were ready to have a drunken brawl in your own home, and it was just, it got to the point where I could not see myself in that anymore. And I walked away from it. I didn't use AA or anything like that. I just said, okay, I got to quit. Boom. Then I stopped, and that was the end of it.
No, not for me. Shit. I went through in and out of rehabs all growing up. And then I even joined the Army thinking it was going to get better. It didn't get no better. It came out, went to the penitentiary twice. And it was that second time. That was the one. And then my whole change of perspective is when they put my son in my hand. The minute they put my son in my hand, that was everything.
There was something else building there.
That changed everything. I literally left this planet and went over to this planet. Is the way I viewed it. I literally this is my 24/7 job, is this right here. So
beautiful vet. That is beautiful. Is that
yours? Got his car show going.
Yeah, I collect old cars.
Right on. Look at that. Nice convertible.
And by the way, Hurricane, I am proud of you, girl. I think it's awesome, just so you know. It's a nice, clean interior.
That is a that is a fun car. That one's a fun car. That's
What, Eddie?
66.
Only 2 songs? Just reminded you of just 2?
All right.
There was more than 2 in that little pitch. You could have plucked a good half a dozen songs out of that.
Out of which one? Out of the Wino song?
Hey, Rescue, you forgot to tell me how to turn my vape on. I had to look it up on the web.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Let's rewind. Did you just say, Rescue, you forgot to tell me how to turn my vape on?
Turn my
You notice
vape
the
on.
contradiction in terms there? Rescue
Rescue.
forgot to tell you to turn your mod on. Well, it sounds like you seem to be the key variable there.
Yeah.
Not
I
to
did.
mention, you could have asked the sales dude that sold it to you. I don't know how I got
Well,
drinking.
he turned it on. So he handed it to me and it's on. So I'm like, okay. He says, you got to wait till the battery's down. So I charged up the second battery, put it in. And now it's like, okay, how do I turn it on? So I'm like pressing buttons. Nothing's coming
Damn,
on.
you actually had to break the man code and actually go and open up that box and pull out that little pamphlet and go,
Oh,
how the
hell
hell is it
no.
again?
I just got on YouTube. I got on YouTube. It said five presses of the button, and all of a
That's
sudden
it.
it came on. It's like, oh, that's
5 clicks.
yeah, 5 clicks.
See, now the only ones that I know of for vapes that require that are ones that don't do nicotine, that actually do cannabis.
That do what?
Because the ones that they sell for cigarettes here for nicotine is you hold it in and count to 5, and then you let go. But the vapes for cannabis are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clicks, then it blinks red, and then
Well, yeah, that's all the vapes though. I got a good probably 100 of them. That's the common on the circuit board. That's the common. Like, actually, you know what? I could pull out the circuit board. I got about 10 spares of the DNA 200 chipsets. And I actually still got the brass. I was going to make a box. No, all of the circuit boards. That's just the power. Typical firmware code. It's like on any computer. You can just push and hold in the power button and it's going to turn that computer off. That's just part of the BIOS code. So it's just with this.
damn.
Now, most of the clicking it, holding it, and counting it to 5. Now I got to say, I haven't seen a vape to do that. If you did that with a typical regular vape, you would burn your coil up.
So have you had to load new firmware in yours?
No, I hadn't bothered with updating this.
Yeah. I mean, what else could it do that it's not already doing?
A lot of the stuff is there'll be updates because, believe it or not, you can run different wiring in the different coils. So you can do temperature control. You can do, because you can do titanium, stainless, nichrome. And that's where a lot of the firmware comes from on the board.
Well, I figure he said it was $15 for a 3-pack of the coils, and at $15, you were saying it lasts about 2 weeks per coil, and I'm paying $7 a pack for cigarettes. So I mean, this is a no-brainer to me. You know, I mean, the $15 for 6 weeks of 6 weeks of cigarettes, we'll say.
Brother, I'm just like Ram McNally. All I can do is show a path, and you can choose which road to drive.
Hey, I'm all about it, man.
I love an Atlas.
Man, I wish that they should be teaching that shit in school. They need to be teaching that shit in school. Everybody thinks that they know how to drive on a road, and nobody even understands the signs on the damn road. And it's like basic common knowledge.
Oh, my daughter came
to me. So you can tell I went to town this weekend. So
my daughter came to me the other day, and she actually showed me a map. She said, "Dad, I found this place in Cedar Rapids, which is about half hour. It's a big town not far from us." And she said, "I found this place in Cedar Rapids, and I found it on a paper map." And I'm like, no shit. I said, that's how we used to find things, you know? And she showed me the map, and it's like, sure enough, it's just a regular, it's just a regular road map that you'd get at, the gas station.
Well, and you'd be surprised. People have no clue. It's like the numbering system of the roads or the colors of the signs or the symbols. And it's like, we actually had some thought process into all this shit. It's just that we the ones became kind of dumbed down.
Yeah.
I remember pulling Dad's old Rand McNally, book out from underneath the underneath his seat when he passed, and it was a 1960 Rand McNally. And then you think about all the changes and all the new highways and everything. So I got one from 78, and then I got one from the 90s, and now I got one from 2015. And man, I'll tell you what, the course of them changing the paths of highways and putting new exits and everything in, man, what a flipping mess. What a mess. And it doesn't seem, the Rand McNally of today does not remind me of anything that I saw in that 1960s Rand McNally or in the 1970s version. It's like I think they're called cartographers. It's like they gave up on them or something. It was like, okay, I give up on this. I don't want to do this.
All satellite
now.
Yeah,
we got spoiled to the technology, and we just decided it's like, now look at how many companies don't even bother because they just go, the Google van will be by to map it out.
Yeah, all about the app.
And we keep talking about outsourcing, and you can just take outsourcing all the way back to the living room.
I think half of these kids today, if you put a map in their lap, they wouldn't know how to read it.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be like, "What's this?" Well, that's confusing. Oh boy, yeah.
I crisscrossed the country with a Rand McNally, never did GPS, and had my sons look through and learn the key. For those of you in here who are unaware, the key is how you discern the little symbols, and you will see every rest stop, every campsite, every public park, every exit on the highway has a little pink triangle or a little blue triangle or whatever, different color symbols to tell you what you're coming on.
That's your key index, and that was, man. And see, and it was like you'd go into cities, and if you went into a big city, then you'd get a key map. And a key map would be broken down on sections of that city. So then you could just kind of find your way around the town. And now it's just like, I don't know, what is the Google voice told me to turn left right here. I have nowhere here he is. I didn't even pay attention to the street sign. I don't even know what street I'm on.
And now
Google just said turn left. So I turned left. Think about that. Mm-hmm. Shit goes south and you call it. It's like, where are you at? Well, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? What
and half of these kids don't know the left from the right.
Google Map told me to turn left, so I turned left. Well, but what street was that on? I don't know. It just said turn left in 50 yards, and I turned left. Well, God dang. And that's how sad things are.
And most of them don't know their left from their right, anyways.
Reminds me of that commercial that was like, turn left now. They got wrecked off the road there.
In addition to a road atlas, I recommend everyone have a compass. I've got one of those compasses. It's like a little ball on my windshield. I have one in my purse. So sometimes you might find yourself off the beaten path and not know where you're going, whatever. For example, if I'm going from here to Hawks, as long as my compass says south, I'm like, okay, I'm pretty much getting there. Once I cross the state line, I'll know. You know what I mean? Like, if you just get turned around a little bit, learn how to use a freaking compass on the road. I'm not going to say I'm a good orienteer in the woods. I'm not. But on the road, know your cardinal directions. For the love of God, the sun rises on the east and sets on the west.
That's it. It's not a hard concept.
Right.
Just look up. Wow. I think I ought to go this way. It's like, yeah. That's it. Oh, that was the Highwaymen.
I was a highwayman. Along the coast road I did ride. With sword and pistol by my side.
They had a car auction one time one year in Beaumont, and my dad and my uncle, a whole bunch of other people, Willie Nelson was there. There was another guy, Justin or something like that. Anyway, the only thing I really remember about the night was I was bouncing at the front door. They went to the car show. Next thing I know, there was a phone call, and I had to go in the office and go get this big stack of cash out of the safe, come up to the convention center, and then I proceeded to load this. It was a Model T that had the carriage windows and had these little flower sconces, and it was all customized. I had to bring that back up to the bar on a trailer and then get a bar stool and then sit out there next to that trailer for the rest of the night, so that as everybody could come up and look at that, because they all went up there to go buy this car. They decided to buy this car while they were up there. That's where I was going with that story. He was one of those dudes. And it's like Junior. Dude, that dude, when these four-wheeler things came out, the one thing I can remember about him was these Odysseys is what they were called, and he had 4 of them on his property. And dude, that was like batshit crazy when we went over there for a barbecue. He said, "Sure, look, I got those," and pointed on the shed and see. And back then, you just didn't see people as like famous. It just wasn't like that. It was like, okay, that's a cool dude, yeah. And so, man, you went over and we had a blast on those Odysseys. Sorry, I had a squirrel moment. I don't know. My brain just remembers.
No, that's all right. I actually got to spend some time with Willie over the last 20 years, probably 7 different occasions. It was his medical grower for the state of Oregon. So every state that he plays in, he has a medical grower. Texas is the only place that he doesn't have a medical grower, you know. And the guy who was growing for him here in Oregon, he was here at the beginning of the Blues Fest. It was back in 2009. And the guy didn't have no meds for him. And so I got a phone call down at the Cannabis Cafe. He says, "Hey, can you you got anything at your farm that you can bring out?" And
one sec, Carl. I'm gonna be AFK for about 2 minutes. I'm gonna walk my wife to the door. She's going to work.
Right on. So I cut off a bunch of colas, a bunch of tops off the plant, off of what I had drying, and put them in a paper bag and took them over. Had no idea who they were going to. No idea. They just ushered me back, and I got back into the room, and I'm sitting there waiting for whoever was supposed to come in, and Willie and one of his kids come walking in there, and he just sat down. He says, "Well, I hear you brought something for me." And I was like, "Yeah, I guess I did." I was like, I didn't know who it was for, but now that I know, yeah, absolutely. What, and I told him what strains I brought him and everything else. And, what's funny is a couple of weeks later, one of his kids showed up at my garden and gave us a Willie Nelson strain to grow. That was not something that is available to the general public. And, it tests out at 34.59% THC. 0% CBD. He needed CBD, so he gave me the strain, and I still grow it today. As a matter of fact, I got some guests staying out here at the farm this week, and I'm going to introduce them to Willie Nelson. But that was a thank you for bringing him weed when when he didn't have none. And that was back when he was just smoking out a vaporizer. He wasn't like rolling joints or anything like that. It was all, he was Volcano vaporizer. Basically fills up a small turkey bag and would smoke, and then you put the the mouthpiece on there, and you can walk around with the bag. You can set the bag down on the counter, and an hour later go and pick it back up, and the smoke's just as good as when it was put into the bag, And so it was. It was kind of funny because I was whistling the Highwayman when he came in. It was actually funny, So it was cool as a fan, as well as as a grower meeting him. He did a lot of events for the community. He did a lot of fundraising for the community as well. He raised a lot of money for NORMAL, the National Organization to Reform Marijuana Law, he was dedicated. He was totally dedicated in it, and I thought that was really cool. So much respect to the man. Much.
You know who sings that song, I'll Never Smoke with Willie Again?
Toby Keith.
Toby Keith. Yeah.
I had a manager that would always talk about that song, one of his favorite songs.
Rescue, I'm dropping down. I gotta go to bed.
Alrighty,
Yeah,
man.
I think I'm about to put you guys on my TV.
See, that's what happens when you smoke weed alone.
I gotta go to bed. I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, I'm about to put y'all on my TV set and drop down too. Good night, Crystal.
Good night, Crystal.
I'll still be listening. I just probably won't. I probably won't chat. I'll just be I'll wake up to you too, probably. Good night, y'all.
Cool.
Thanks for having me.
Yes,
Yeah,
man.
we lost somebody else too.
Do what?
We lost somebody else too.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh shoot. Good night, guys.
Hawkeye.
Yeah, Hawkeye.
Aloha, Steve.
Yeah, I didn't hear him say anything. I guess I don't know if that was a disconnect or.
I like him. He's knowledgeable.
Yeah.
He is extremely knowledgeable. I have great respect for him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Hawkeye knows all. It's like any 3D printing type stuff and the CAD stuff he knows.
Yep.
All the restaurant business stuff he knows. So did he must have said? Did he say he was?
I didn't hear. I
Going
was
good
too
night.
busy talking. I do that sometimes.
Well, Hawkeye, if you left, brother, glad for coming up. Thanks. Have a good day. Get you some rest. Hey, what's up, Steve? Aloha, brother.
Hey, what's going on, Steve?
So,
Ma'am.
oh, I was reading chat. I didn't see Hawkeye say goodbye. I was going to say goodbye. Well, good night, Hawkeye. I was just going back trying to find anyone that left.
Yeah, I should probably jump out of here. Oh, it's only like 2:00 in the morning, something like that. Somewhere around there. Yeah,
Roger, but
2:00. Yeah, 4:30 comes around pretty early. So
that's it. In about 27 minutes for me.
Yeah, getting ready for this the spring planting, Mother's Day weekend. So I got plants that I have to have prepared and ready to go for that Mother's Day weekend planting, and I got a lot of patients depending on me, making sure that they got the best quality shit around. So, all right, have a good night. Thanks for letting me up, Rescue. Have a great night, brother. It was good to see you.
Let your guests know I say hello, please. I know Sojo or Jojo and wait.
Yeah, Jojo and Solo are here.
Jojo and Solo, thank you.
Yeah, They came up from Southern California. His issue was the coming up through the mountains. The transmission overheated, and it ended up pushing the transmission fluid out. So they got as far as they got to a certain point. He had to refill that, and then he was so adamant about making sure the transmission was taken care of that he forgot to get gas. And they got the Grants Pass and ended up running out of gas. And but silver lining went down with his trailer, and pulled him up on the trailer and dropped his bus, the trailer off here. he'll be back up tomorrow. But Solo is going to have to be working on that bus for the next few days, and we got storms, snowstorms coming in. So that's not going to be that's just not going to be a pretty situation. I don't think at all. But he knows what he's doing as a mechanic, so give him props and let him go to town. And
so are you supposed to get snow too?
Oh yeah, we're supposed to get it tomorrow, and then a little bit of rain on Tuesday, and then Wednesday and Thursday it's supposed to be heavy
snow.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, isn't it?
Crazy.
Damn.
Yeah.
Hey, TJ. Oh, and Hawkeye apparently got kicked out, so he's.
Yeah, that's I saw his comment there, so I was like. But all right, you kids have a good night.
Later, man.
Everybody in chat, have a great night. We'll see you guys later on in the week.
Yes, sir. Be safe.
See you later.
You too.
I think we're alone now. Doesn't seem to be anyone around. Think we're alone now. Beating of our hearts is the only sound. And
Hey,
there's Nikki. Yes, girl. Hello.
Oh, you got it, Hawkeye. I'm glad it's it's a positive for you. That's where I'll go with. I know it worked for me, so I just pass on that. And I used to kind of feel the need to defend the facts, but I don't anymore. They're there. It's kind of like everything else. My own zen. It worked for me. I'm glad it's a good experience for you. So hopefully it'll help. That's my two epiphanies with sugar and nicotine. All the crap on that spray on them cigarettes and even doing natural, it's a combustible. So I gotta say, at one point I finally told my wife, going, wow, I just can't believe I did this for so long. I mean, think about that. I'd go in it. I could put a fire out, and then I'm sitting there smoking the exhaust off of something that's burning, and I'm breathing that in, going, yeah, this is what I'm doing for relaxation. It's kind of crazy when I think about it. Hey, Hondo, what's up, brother?
It's kind of hard to explain that addiction. Like, I hate smoking in the health aspect of it, but as far as smoking like a maniac for stress relief, love it.
Yeah.
And when I was like 2 years old, my mother found cigarette butt in my mouth. So I found it in the park and was sucking on it. And all right, I have a confession, and everyone in here is going to be fucking disgusted, all right? But when I was about 10, I started stealing them out of ashtrays in public places, cigarettes. And I also would buy them in bowling alleys, because back in the day, like movie theater, bowling alley, you know what I'm saying?
Pull the knob.
Yeah. You put $2 in there, you get a pack of Salem's. That's fucking living, right? So I think some people are drawn to I don't know. Drawn to, I guess, smoking, but people chew also, or vape or whatever. So tobacco is a horrible thing.
Well, it's a trend type thing. It's like, right. I remember growing up, you had the Marlboro Man, you had all the Westerns.
Yeah.
They pull out their little Bull Durham sack and shake some in. I've even laughed here later going, sometimes I sit there and watch it kind of going, yeah, damn, it just makes you want to have one in your hand. It's like, but in all honesty, yeah, you kind of go, damn. And I'll say that's why I don't do good with recovery so much anymore. I used to, me and my mom, we used to butt heads because that's what she did for a living. She was a counselor, so we didn't quite see eye to eye.
Well, 3 out of 4 doctors prefer Camel.
Right.
In those ads, you know?
Yep.
And you're right. There was the Marlboro Man. There was the Camel commercials. More cigarettes, the brown ones, like Virginia Slims. You look slim, bitch. Yes, you know.
Well, and it was probably a bad choice, you know, way back when we first discovered to do this, and whoever thought of crunching up this leaf and kind of going, hey, let me see if I can put some fire to this and breathe. Hey, you know what? I don't know how that came to be, but, you know, that probably wasn't the wisest, but I at least could get it. But it's like decades of knowing that they spray all this shit on that tobacco, and yet. And that's why I laugh and make fun of myself, because hell, I told my wife going, how, you know, I can remember, boy, when it's like, when this shit gets to be $1.50 a pack, I ain't buying this shit no more. When this shit gets to be $1.75 a pack, I ain't buying this shit no more. When this shit gets to be $2, I ain't buying this shit no more. And it's like, say that all the way up to $5 a pack.
The final crack for me was when it was $10 a pack. In my state, you know, it for a while it was 5, 6, 7, kept climbing. You're like, oh, I can justify it, you know. When it got to like 10, and then honestly, it's even more depending on what convenience store you go to, you know. That was the breaking point of, all right, if I'm going to continue this horrible habit, then I need to find a way to do it as free as possible.
Well, and believe it or not, see, me and my mom even did that back in the day, because I remember 20 years ago, I went to Vancouver and I bought a pack of cigarettes there I stayed for a week with some friends up there, and there at the end, I finally had ran out of some cigarettes. So I went down and bought, and it was $10 for that pack then. And I told my wife going, yeah, that won't happen. Well, we did. I got into rolling my own. Then I got my mom into rolling her own. And we did that for a while. My mom ended up going back into buying cigarettes from the Indians because they got into rolling them. So, and they were still, it was cheap. It was still cheap.
Right.
And I kind of just, I did the same, slowly going back to the convenience of that. But then I would just happen to be at some training and watched a guy do one of them vapes where it was a big cloud kind of come out. And I was like, what? And I never looked back after and don't regret a bit of it now. Matter of fact, it was just an eye-opener. But it's hard to address that without sounding. Sometimes people take it disrespectful, and I don't mean it to, because I just sometimes come from my own head. So in my own head, it's like, man, I can't believe I didn't do this sooner, you know. So then when you go to talk, you kind of come out that way, and then people get offended. And that's how me and my mom butted heads with recovery that same way. I mean, it's just, at some point you got to just go, okay, look, there's enough shit out here. It's kind of like drunk driving. I'm sorry, when did we stop pulling the trailer around with the crash car on it? Because it's obviously not working, because I grew up seeing that same car on the trailer and it's still happening. So how about we change the message? And it's kind of the same way with drugs and everything else. It's at some point it's personal accountability. You just got to decide not to want that. And there's now enough availability of everything. You can find a way out. I'm a believer in that.
You know, we all bitch about the economy and the cost of food and what you can afford to do here and there. But what I notice in friends of mine, family members, is that people nickel and dime themselves to death. Just the little shit, that fucking Slurpee, the pack of cigarettes you shouldn't buy, you know, stopping through drive-thrus or picking up some impulse buy at the grocery store. Like, don't fall for it.
If people were honest, they would tell you, Virginia, if you went and told somebody, okay, I want you for the month, I want you to document every single penny you spend for a month.
Yeah.
They would get halfway through and then they would start looking at what they had done the first 2 weeks, and all of a sudden they would start shading the data, going, yeah, well, okay, I won't want to put this pack of gum. Oh, I won't put this Coke. Oh, I won't, because it starts to become obvious, and then you feel almost, I know I did. You just kind of feel embarrassed, and it's kind of like, damn, how come I didn't? What?
For shame.
Yeah, and it's like, what's that thing that they did on the Game of Thrones thing? Admonish, or damn.
Now, I did watch Game of Thrones, but I don't know the exact quote you're talking about.
Yeah, it's when she was doing the thing and they were screaming out the thing, and she was having to do that walk of shame. And they were screaming out something. I don't know. Crowder does it every now and then on one of his shows.
Oh, man. Someone in chat will tell us. Someone in chat tell us,
admonish.
what's the walk of shame chant?
Admonish, or no. Damn. I went blank. That squirrel done came in, took my idea, and hauled ass.
That's all right. I like it. Go
Man,
nuts.
squirrels.
Oh, Nikki. All right. Have a good day, girl.
Oh, too late. Okay, Miss Nikki. Get you some rest. Oh, wait, no, you're fixing to get started. I'm so sorry. Hopefully you'll find a reason to smile before somebody pisses you off.
Yeah.
But I hope you have an awesome day, and I hope the sun shines. I hope you have good weather. I don't know what the weather's supposed to be like down there. Morning, Grumpy.
Now, isn't it funny how Grumpy comes in and gives us a smile?
It's a happy Grumpy.
Yeah.
Hey, why not? Right now, up is down, down is up, left's right, right's left. You have a happy Grumpy.
You're right about that. We are in the upside down. Like, you think about how popular the show Stranger Things was right before all the BS the last few years. You think about the whole concept of that program. I'm sure some have seen it, but essentially it comes down to experimentation, almost multi-dimensional, but that we are in what's called the upside down. And I see a lot of that right now in society. Nothing looks the same, not just society, but anywhere. Let's say even to, we could narrow it down, but let's say like 20 years ago, right? Can you imagine all this stuff if you made a list right now of, all right, here's what's going to be going on this year, right? This, as far as all of our rights and what we're trying to talk about, and even us sitting here right now, right? It would have seemed pretty ridiculous, like it would never happen, but here we are.
Well, that was the weird conspiracy theorist, all that stuff. I actually stumbled across something about the Democratic Party, and it was Reagan did a speech, and there was a dude, and I want to say the Republican candidate was a guy named Barry Goldwater or something like that.
Goldwater?
And, gold something.
Okay.
And
someone in chat, let us know if you guys know.
But I got to looking through the history of him and the damn Democratic Party, the same thing that they did this past election. They actually did that back then. It's just that it was like the race card part where we had the BLM riots and all that were going. Well, they used the Klan, and of course they were active back then. So but it was that, and it was the voting and the media spin, the character assassination kind of thing, and I don't know. As I was kind of reading through that, and I'm going, holy shit! So this is like a replay. Goldwater. There you go, Mr. Gary got it.
Thank you, Gary.
And by the way, evening, sir. Morning,
Right.
sir. I don't know if he just woke up from a nap or if he just hadn't had one yet. But I don't. It's like, I don't know how to. I remember when the kids were little, and you would hear. I want to say, because I can't remember exactly what grade they were in when the whole. They started with the trophies, and you kind of. The term free range parenting came out and around and floated around for a little bit. And
Roughly what year was that?
see, it's maybe 03,
Okay.
maybe then, maybe could have been around 2000 to 2004, somewhere I think in there.
Okay. It's a good 5-year range of, and then what did you see happen?
Well, that's when, because you would hear it, and we would actually talk about how the schools here, they weren't, the kids were still doing the Pledge of Allegiance, a prayer thing. And so the school was still starting, but we would hear about it like in Dallas or Houston, San Antonio, the bigger cities. And it was just, but yet, and I'm trying to I've been sitting there trying to think some of that, and then kind of walking through the media and going, well, I don't remember hearing like they do now. Now they make it a point to ignore things. And I don't really remember, it just became like a casual conversation. Hey, Mr. Ron. Evening, sir. I think it's evening over there on the other side of the pond.
Yep. Good to see you, Master Ron. Been a minute.
But it just, it never really, I guess that's what the shock too, in a way for me, is I didn't realize how much momentum it kept going in the northern states, whatever, east, west, and all. Just became so inclusive here, and then just work. Because I will say, it's like I even kind of got to thinking, I didn't realize that parts of Louisiana were as democratic as they are, and some of the change, but then I never saw it. I just worked on the lines. Well, you're just kind of like you're just doing these lines through these towns. Nobody really ever talks to you as long as their shit works, so you don't really get a vibe of how things are. And you don't realize how schools are over there, because you never really stop to go, oh, hey, how are you? I'm so-and-so, I live over here. Nobody ever does that. Who would ever do that?
Yeah, it varies widely within states. You'll find consistency in counties, but even within states, the expectations and the mandates they put out. I mean, my state was so messed up, but it was more so closer you got to the big cities. And the thing that I'm watching, Bioxo, hugs and kisses, darling. Hello.
Yeah, morning, Bioxo.
What I'm seeing is that it's just spreading out. It's like when you get a little spot of mold in your sour cream dish, like 99% of the sour cream is good, but after a certain amount of time, it's all been rotted. That one bad apple spoiled the bunch. And
a damn good example. That's a damn good analogy, Virginia, because as you were saying that, I'm going, I remember that too as a kid. If my mom had a block of cheese and it had a little bit of mold, she would laugh and go, that's penicillin in the making.
Right.
And it was all good. But nowadays, if you were to watch people, if there's a spot on that whole box got to go. And it's that shift of just,
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah, as you
No,
said
no,
that,
you.
I picture my mom going, "Yeah, that's penicillin." Making this.
Well, sometimes my grandmother, she was, bless her heart, she was a mess, but sometimes the tortillas would go bad, and she would just cut around it and take out the bad spot. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
it's almost like when it's in a coagulated liquid gelatin yogurt type form, those little pink tendrils of bacteria get all the way through, even into the small spaces. You have to throw the whole batch out. And that's what I'm afraid of I've driven pretty much every state in this country. And I can tell you, there is a majority of nothing out there. You have these pockets, the big cities, those end up by the numbers ruling things. But there is nothing. Homes, people working, doing their thing, small pockets of towns. But those cancers have been placed very carefully. And so I guess one solution, look local, that's the only advice I ever give people. Start local and build up from there. But what I'm concerned about is that the cancer is already metastasized to the point that it's going to spread eventually and eat everything good left in any state, anywhere. And it's a damn shame, because this country is beautiful. It is beautiful.
Oh yeah, and I think we can get back there. I think we will. I mean, it just, what's going to happen is going to happen, and I guess we'll either have the same fortitude and backbone that the founders did, or we won't. I mean, I guess that's what it'll come down to. And I don't see that's where I vary, though, is because I don't instantly go with the whole Gettysburg thing right out the gate.
Right.
You've got to, because it's kind of like, even just think of the concept of it, because it's like back then, I mean, it didn't just start out the gate that way. You know, it wasn't just like one morning everybody got up and went, yeah, today, okay. And it's like there was things filed, there was processes in place, and because you do things on a world stage, so you are trying to, you should be doing, you know, like a plan. You know, you got to have basically plans. I mean, okay, if you're going to rewrite that, how would you rewrite that? And then who's all involved, and how are we going to decide who's involved? And so, see what I'm saying? I mean, it can go. That's why I think the foundation's there. I think we just have to, I'm all for try all legal means until there's no other option.
Right.
I guess is about the best way to put it.
Well, I guess my point of view, some might say it's more pessimistic or black-pilled in a sense, but I do think that the corruption is so freaking deep. It is so deep that all of our good intentions and efforts have clogged the toilet, and we need a much bigger plunger right now. You know, like it's so bad, big and small. It always comes down to money. Always comes down to how, at the end of the day, people do things to benefit themselves more than people outside of themselves. And when they're put in positions where they can skim off the top, you have enough skimming off the top. By the time you take all the curds out of the way and it gets to where it's supposed to go, you've got almost nothing to make cheese with. And that's where we're at. It all starts hearty and good, but the greed wins more often than not. And people have their reasons, you know. We could analyze every person that fucks us over. They'll have their reason. Well, my sister, my mom, my child, my whatever needed this, so I skimmed a little off the top, you know. And it leads to my yacht needed this repair, which, I mean, it really does. The snowball is bad, and that has completely drowned us.
Well, and I think that's part of the problem in a way too, is the way we keep seeing how big it is. So then we're not, like, you see how deep it goes. So then it's like you stop looking right in front of you because you're looking 500 yards away. So you don't see it. It's kind of like you get this zero eye when if you shoot long distance too long in Minecraft anyway. You close your eye, and if you do that for too long, and I forgot what the term's called because there's actually an official term for it, but you lose all perspective of right around you. So your depth perception gets thrown off because you have no peripheral. Well, that's what happens, I think, to us right here. We start seeing just how massive it is, so we stop looking right here around us. And I guess at some point, you just kind of got to go, okay, I can dissect the shit out of this, or I can just start right here. So this is all I can deal with. So I'll deal with it as it comes to me. But hey, my little area, I want to try to make sure, see if everybody's on the same token. You know, is everybody Constitution? Do we believe in America? You know, it's like, because there's some people apparently don't seem to be very happy with America. And it's like, I don't know why they don't leave, but they just don't. Instead, they just sit here and gripe about it. But, you know, you find out who's around you. And that's because otherwise it's kind of like wanting to get off of drugs. So you're actually going to go figure out how they manufactured it in the first place before you decide to get clean. It's like, well, I need to learn this first. And it's like, well, then that doesn't sound like you're benefiting yourself very much. So, you know, you can, and that's where, for me, I see us, because you can, and plus there's so much going on, you know, just because of the global scale of things. So there's so many chess pieces in play that there's, you know, because like here's an just tidbit of information shit I remember hearing over a conversation yesterday evening was there's 50 countries that have now retracted from the whole UN Human Rights Council thing. So when we brought that thing against Russia, there's actually 50 other countries that have now sided with Russia. You don't hear that. You won't ever hear that probably anymore.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, I can even pull up the list, and it's some pretty interesting names.
Well, pull up the list. Let's see. I mean,
okay,
you know, as much as you can. I'd love to see that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and there's just, you know, there's stuff coming with the election stuff that's coming about. So there's stuff that's happening. Mm-hmm. There's the January 6th thing. You know, mm-hmm. People didn't realize that the acquittals had happened. That's a big standing because that's a precedent for other cases.
Oh, Grumpy, I'm doing things. And I hope you don't think we're complaining. I think trying to throw a solution here and there.
Well, first off, sir, I take pride in the fact that we have solved the world's problems at times, night after night, and they're just nobody's listening to it. That's all. So I'm just saying, if they would only listen, Grumpy, if they would only listen, we had this shit down. We know what's up. They just refuse to listen to us. So we just got to keep plugging away.
Much love, Grumpy. Dude.
All right, where did you stick it, Robert? Yep, Robert Barnes, an attorney. He was so active yesterday. But, you know, I've heard that before, Grumpy, but I it's kind of like, you know, I didn't know there was another option. I gotta say, sometimes and I've actually had said that for years. I wish I had maybe been a little different growing up. Kind of been, I guess, what I used to laugh and call normal. Let stuff just roll off. I kind of. Good night. He was just driving me crazy. Too much conversation. See, it's like the election stuff, dude. I used to follow that shit and stayed on it, you know, and then you just realize that what's going to happen, it's going to happen. People are going to see what they see. It is what it is. And you just, so I stopped just kind of retaining most of the information. You just kind of, I know it, I see it. It's like, check up on this case. Yep. Okay, cool. Hey, Canadian Patriot. Yes, ma'am. I did. And actually, I was rested, and then Hutch yesterday got me motivated, and I went out and actually weeded a little bit because he got up there talking about all that riding and stuff, and I got to thinking, man, that would be the shit right now, dude. Get some wind and sun in my face. That was like, that's straight up natural healing right there.
The wind through your imaginary mullet.
Man, you just pop them thing back and kick it back.
Yep.
That's one thing I loved about my heritage was because shit, get on these back farm market roads and just lean back and put my hands on my stomach and just enjoy the ride. About 60, sun shining.
Right.
Just don't get no better than that. Okay, Dickman. I'm still looking, so I'll get there eventually.
That's all good.
Plus, I keep having these squirrel moments. No, I don't want there. So one drawback about locals.
Now, Scat Pack has an interesting thing here. Remember, you are your own universe, one verse. So when you take care of your verse and show others how easy it is, then they do their verse, then we can all sing together. A frequency of love which conquers all things.
Right on.
I know that was a lot of words, but Scat Pack, word.
Hey, that is cool too, because, okay, so I'll look this up in a minute, because I gotta say it's cool you say it like that, because I was actually sitting yesterday and I was thinking, I wish I could draw like some of these people just know how to take their little pen thing and get to drawing stuff out, because I actually was thinking of having islands. You have islands and you have people sitting on these islands, and it's kind of like we have this mentality where everybody's holding up a sign saying help needed. And then you look over at the next aisle and it's help needed, and you keep doing that in a circle. But if somebody were to start planting some, food, building a little house, and then the person on the next aisle saw that, and then they started to do that, then you have a whole colony of people that are living better. And it was just kind of a weird connection. I don't even know if that just made sense to anybody else here, but it just somehow, when you just said that, I just thought of my little drawing idea. It was like, wow. So anyway, I'll go back to looking for the document now. I don't know where that came from.
Okay. What are you working on, Hondo? Oh, Sherry. Thunderstorms. All right, so hold on now.
Where are you at, Sherry? Where's this thunderstorms?
Yeah, and not snow. Thunderstorms and not snow. Black Watch, I agree, age has rewards. I also agree with Hurricane that some level of experience is required for wisdom. I think age and wisdom are different. Reading about something and living through something are two different things, even if you find an emotional connection, you know, but oh, I got you, Hondo. Gotcha. Sorry, I'm a midnight toker.
Hey, Wizard. Sorry if I didn't say morning.
Okay, so Ontario. Dang. It's so crazy because we may get snow in the Northwest, Oregon, Washington, and that is pretty unusual. So you not getting snow, I would think you would be more likely than me, but at the same time, now I'm trying to picture the tilt of the country, and maybe we're about lateral, but about 10 years ago, it snowed probably 8 or more inches at the end of April. And in the 20 years I've been in this town, that's the only time I've seen it, like in the end of April, that much snow. So it's cyclical, you know? I still go with that. It's like a pulse. You know, if you picture a pulse in music or a wave, or Plato talks about the music of the spheres. Anyone Google it, music of the spheres, Plato. Like every planet, everything around us puts off some kind of frequency and vibration and affects the other in some sense, you know. Rescue, I don't think you... Rescue, I've been messing with the universe, and I don't think you even heard what I said, but people are thinking it's a weird show at this point.
Oh. Waiting on Ray Bradbury to come knock on my door any moment. Tell me what episode I'm in. Nope, there's your list.
Oh, can you enlarge that? I can't even see it back here.
Yeehaw.
There you go. That's looking better.
How's that? So you got Afghanistan, Bahrain, Barbados. I'm not even going to bother with some of them names. Cambodia, Egypt.
Now, this list, remind us, this is 50 countries that did what?
In the UN, through both votes, though both votes were mostly symbolic and watered down, the number of nations voting with the U.S. fell from a strong 2/3 majority of 141 to less than a majority of 93 in just a matter of weeks, revealing how the West propaganda falters outside of its own media markets. A look at the nearly 50 nations that flipped sides with some big names in terms of population size, resource and ability, etc. So in other words, these 50 nations fell for the Western bullshit, but then now have kind of come to see the light, kind of going, hey, what's up? And so now are not seeing what same smoke and mirrors. And there's elections that are happening in other countries that things are, there's people, there are positive things happening. And I'll scroll through this little list. That way you can just kind of see, look, Mexico's on there too. Lebanon, Malaysia, Nigeria,
Interesting.
Singapore, Saudi Arabia, Thailand, the UAE.
All right, I'm going to speak for at least 25% of people in chat. Will you start at the top and do it again?
Yep, going back up.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll start right there with the first one, Afghanistan. Then I figure I'll leave it there a minute.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Give people a second to. Interesting.
And this is Milkmaid. I think I saw Milkmaid say something about a link. And yeah.
Wizard, and I bet other people coming in or whatever, would you please remind us what this is? Like the top paragraph again? Like put it there for a second so people can maybe read if their volume is down or whatever, as far as what this list is.
That's the link where the thing is.
Oh, there you go. Boom. Thank you.
And then there's the top part back. I can try going full screen, see if that helps a little bit more.
Yes.
Chrissy Cat, mainly the way I take it and what my little food for thought thing is I just see that and that lets me know that this administration, this little corrupt little, however you want to, whatever name you want to attach to the bad people, I view this as people waking up is the way I view it. So, I mean, I take it as in the narrative's changing. So doesn't mean things are going to be all glit and glimmer, but things are still going to be some rough times, but there is hope. So, okay. And I'll scroll down just a little bit and then I can. So there's the countries.
Excellent. Yeah. Oh, wow. Interesting.
And I only, whenever I read them, that's it, Ron. That's the way I view it. I see that and it's the world's waking up. So you're not being told any of this, which then makes it kind of, I guess you could say, more exciting in a way, because it's like there is things happening. And if they're not telling you about any of it, then it must be because it's a good thing for us. That's the way I view it, because this is in a matter of a couple weeks that 50 countries just didn't fall for the narrative anymore. That's, you can take that and kind of go, yeah, but I don't know. To me, it's just how they say that it's half full or half empty. I just assume look at things as half full.
Well, I kind of see it as money shaking out. The small rocks are falling through the sieve. The big rocks are staying above. Like, okay, so what do you think the best case scenario short term is?
Ooh, wow. So the best case scenario is that well, I don't really, I mean, just in my little dreamland, I guess, my own little head, I would love to see basically a whole legal procession take care of all these crooks and thieves that just took place over here. And then it'd be nice to think that we could just go through this as a sweeping thing and clean up the whole country, but it's just, that's not. Then I have to realize that I don't get drunk anymore, so I can't go there. It's going to take little spots. It's, it's just to be, I mean, if I had to be just, I don't mean to sound so dark, but to be honest, my biggest fear is just when I look around and I just hope we can come to terms and back to America and the foundation and the freedoms of what we actually established, because that's just, it's all in that sentence of, inalienable rights. I just, that means something, and it's getting back to the practicality of, that's why this country's important. That's our freedoms. Everything our we need to wake up and get out of this spoiled little, I don't know, crazy world we're in. Hey, Blackwatch. Okay, got you, buddy.
How are you this morning here, right?
Yeah,
Brenda?
yeah.
Is that Brenda? Brenda's up there?
It's 4:50 in the morning.
It's a little bit later here, 6 o'clock almost.
Blackwatch, you're breaking out on my end. I don't know about Rescue or anyone else. I can hear Rescue fine, but you're kind of cutting out.
How does it sound now?
Better, actually.
It's my voice. The first thing that went with this disease is the voice.
Holy shit! What disease?
I know what it is, but they love to use acronyms. COPD.
Okay, gotcha. Huh.
So this whole smoking thing's having a soft part with me. I quit for a year and more, that started when I was 27, when I stood face to face with what it can do. But,
Ron, see if that link there will work for you. I don't know, because that's on locals. Some of them is in a member section, like on just the subscription side. And then some stuff, like the Hush Hush stuff he does, those episodes are on the subscription side. And I don't know. I don't watch TV or anything. I just get my little, he's one. And then there's Patrick Byrne.
You've got the problem I do, that the ISP count was like stopped now continuously. Do you want TV? I said, I haven't watched TV in almost 20 years,
I just don't. It started, actually, it's most of my watching limited on just to the content that it went after, and I wasn't a fan of it. Then, of course, 6 years ago, it was just really became like, I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. Boob tube. Hey, Dana. It's coffee time.
It was kind of comical the way mine started. After my dad passed, towards the end of my mom's life, I moved in with her, and we had the 4.3 RCA TV. We got to cut out the back of the entertainment center,
right?
And she had a spider plant there. It's coming. I'm watching TV, and she gets on the step stool, waters the plant. I said, Mom, okay, pulled it out, went downstairs, got mine. Exact same thing. You want to know what happened next? She watered that one. So I only got her a flat screen for upstairs. I never bothered with TV again. Bless her heart, she found out what happens when you water a TV when it's on.
Yeah, they don't grow another one.
Right.
But we went through 4 of them. So, no television. It's.
I almost burned my house down one time with a television and a candle. So I had a candle on the top of the TV. It was like a kind of the tube. It wasn't the flat screen yet. It still had a bit of a tube, but maybe an LED, and I had a candle burning on the top of it. And I went on vacation for like a week, and I came back and I found the candle melted through the top corner of the TV.
Oh,
It
wow.
dripped the plastic and the television, the candle itself. Like if that had gotten a nice wind, it would have totally burned the house down. But it put itself out one way or another. And never use tea lights on the lip rim of a television, y'all, ever.
I agree with what you said about old age. I mean, some people have said to me, you must have lived 100 years. But then again, some women, men like rescue. But what he went through kind of humbles you to your life experience.
Yeah.
But in information technology, I get in trouble because somebody comes out and says, I've got a degree in computer science. And I just smile at him. He says, what? You have no experience. Sorry, I came up the hard way, or the long way.
Well, what have you done with your computer science degree?
Well, I didn't have one. I went to grade 12, 4-year business and commerce. And I went to, Simpson's, the department store in downtown Toronto. And my dad, school or a job, I wanted to drive 10-ton truck. I was doing that since I was 14 in my godfather's gas station. And we haven't got that, but if you want to go on straight midnights, reading cash register tapes through an NCR optical reader, that started IT. And at the end of it, the external auditors came along, said to the president of de Havilland that you need security put on, more increased security on the mainframe. So that was offered to me outside the union. So I did it solely, only on my own. The security system within mainframes, MBS, FDM mainframes.
Mate. I don't know if I said morning. I just.
But anyway, life experience. I don't want to bore anybody with the technical thing of it, but you got a graduate of that and puts blame me on security, an interface to security. Well, if anybody knows assembler, the last thing you put was load address 7 to load address 7 to get the security record. You got to load it to a register or it won't work. So anyway, life experience, you're exactly right.
Well, I can agree. You don't need a degree. It's curious to think how far you can get to make money and a living and make it in this world without one, because any way to get paid, people want those receipts for education.
Well, you couldn't do what I did now. That was in the late 60s. They will not talk to you without a degree.
Morning, Rocksteady.
Is Rocksteady in there? Oh. But anyway, yeah.
I was scrolling up through chat and just saw that. Try to keep people, everybody comes to hang out, and try not to leave them off to the side, although they get in all kinds of discussions themselves. Wizards on the roll.
Always.
But it's a very sensitive subject about smoking. I've often thought, like I quit one time and I went to visit my parents. I was divorced. I was married 22 years. I've been divorced over 28. And the screen door to the outside, then, the house, kitchen, family room, and then the screen door to the back. It was summertime. And, Rescue, I stood there. I quit. I could smell my dad light a cigarette in the backyard. I could see him. But it's a wonderful feeling to have stopped, just to not have that.
Oh, that's my two epiphany moments was when I quit smoking and whenever I stopped with sugar.
Right.
Man.
Sugar, you are 100% right, Rescue.
Major
Sugar.
weight. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You have no idea. It's like you want to talk about drugs. There you go. There's one that's just eating away at the whole world slowly at a little bit at a time. I have no idea. God, that I'd start to sound like some kind of corner preacher or something to get on that sugar bandwidth because I had no idea. It was a major epiphany moment. Get that sugar all out of your system, literally purge all that shit out, and all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, okay, I see what's up now. Changes everything, man. Health wise, you're just like, wow, you feel so much better.
Have you ever thought to yourself why tobacco is still legal? Just that thought.
Oh no, hell no, dude. That's just, to me, that's no different than alcohol. That's just big ass money. That's billions of dollars right there. That's a continuous income.
I looked into that, and I'm not going to get into the network that did it because in this climate, networks are polarized a great deal. But a very large one did it. And they found, after a great length of time, they said if you took, there's one company down there in the States, a very, very big PMI. You put them out of business Monday morning. Tuesday morning, the National Reserve collapses. It all goes. That's the financial effect today.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I know it's just that's as big as alcohol. They won't. That's why they dogpiled on vaping the minute the e-cigarettes came out. That should have been make somebody eyebrow raise on that one. Just like, damn,
Yeah.
all these decades and decades of the smoking and all the pollutants you spray on all that tobacco and all the lobbyists that kind of go, and then you get the protesters, but then it just kind of stays at this bubble. But buddy, this little invention come out and all of a sudden it's like a dog pile. Boom. That should have been a clue. But
You tax these goods. It's all about sin taxes.
that's it.
The sin tax, right? So people's weaknesses, they're slowly bleeding in the legalization of them and promotion in some sense, but tobacco costs the health industry. Alcohol costs the health industry. All of these things tax the system in other ways. So it's a metaphorical and a literal taxing. They're just swashbuckling the same dollars from here to there to try and accommodate the human condition.
Well, and it's control, because it's like with this vaping, you take the 3 ingredients are already out on the market, just used in different things already. So there's no new bright invention on any of the ingredients in this vape. But it's kind of like the weed. They can't control it, and that's what they don't like. That's why the feds are so they're using this as a selling pitch right now. But that's why they've never let go of that and legalized it, because they have no way to then control it, because you can just put the shit in a flower pot, put it in the corner of your little room, and put a grow light on it, and bam, you have your own shit. And it's like,
Right.
wait a minute, they don't like that. That's and it's just, and see, we do. I just don't. The government, it's businesses and everything nowadays. That's what's wrong with most all your businesses. Everybody's just chasing that money. Everybody wants more money, more, more. I need more, and it's like you really don't need more. But it's like taxes. See, I'm okay with taxes when it was under the right principle, because that's how you're supposed to be putting it on the roads. But then maybe we don't need to send $15 billion over to Palestine or something and build schools over in Iraq. How about we build some over here? Yeah, there we go. So that's why my local tax I don't mind paying, but then that's because I pick up the phone and say, hey, my road needs grading out here because it's acted up after that last rain, and bam, all of a sudden there's a grader out there and my roads are smooth. My ditches are dug out. But then that's that rural shit. I try to make a point to reference that so I don't piss nobody off that lives in the city.
Well, there's a difference in federal and state and sales and sin, right? Well, so I'm proverbially rubbing my chin, okay? Washington State has no income tax.
Yeah.
Right? Well, we're also fucked in the ass with all of the commie policies.
I gotta say, man, that whole 10 square mile Virginia, I just do not. Sometimes I go to reading into that, and it's like, so who, you know, I'd like to brag about the smart guys that did these other documents, but exactly which group of intelligent beings thought this was going to be good? They make that a whole separate, independent. They get to do whatever they want. Shit.
It's all in the semantics. They'll break apart different policies and rules to get people to vote enough in a certain direction that it swings the way that it's intended to be manipulated toward.
Does it not make you wonder why he didn't leave the White House in Philadelphia? I'm in Canada, so but still.
What was could you repeat your question?
When you talk about 10 square miles, I know what you're talking about. Do Americans ever wonder why they didn't leave the White House in Philadelphia, where it started?
Well, I mean, I was always told it had to do with the neutrality of it, kind of, and so it didn't want it to reside inside of one state and give one state more power than others, so then the land was just donated. Now, I might have that totally butchered up, but then I'm just a country dude that learned that a long time ago.
I understand what you're saying, of course, but still the theory and the practice are quite miles apart, isn't it? I'm trying to correct that possibility of a state having too much authority. But you know, here I'm in Ontario, pack of cigarettes are $20, 75% tax. I see that as the government giving up on the health thing. You know, they've given up. Will beat it into you. They're going to drive it underground. They're going to make it a drug trade, you know. But I understand the court cases that occurred up here. You know what PMI is down there, the company?
BMI?
PMI, Paul, Mary, Ida. I don't know if I should say it, who it is.
Huh.
Philip Morris International.
Oh, Philip Morris, the cigarette company?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, word.
Yeah, we had, there's no Canadian companies now. It's all owned.
No, Karen.
Very,
get you some rest.
It's all foreign owned. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'll let you get with it. There was a thing in Quebec, you know, where they're taken to court. And it came to almost $16 billion. So they transferred it somehow to Ontario court. And of course, the defense was, if we pay this, we go broke. It's gone. The company's gone. The employees are gone. They didn't look at Philip Morris International owns it. They could pay that out at petty cash. It's infuriating to me, especially when they moved it here to Ontario. And the Supreme Court let it go, or the higher court. But it's still a small. Philip Morris International, the CEO, you talk about vaping, he's been on that for years. He said if we continue with combustible cigarettes, it'll be the end of the company. I don't know if you know, I've looked into this very deeply. And there's so many, what I call horror stories. I mean, the idea that you think that having a little booth in front of a grade school, giving out cigarettes is wrong. It's happening under their control. It's.
Oh, whenever I was a kid, hell, I used to jack them out of the glove box of my parents' car. You could find them all over, and but it was different though. See, it was like pitched to you like it was cool. So it's kind of like, you know, nobody really addressed it well. We ought to address that. It's like, that's why it gets me about when we start hollering about people, and it's like, well, when do we teach our kids and our grandkids, and when do we help our neighbors not do all these things? Because it's like the cigarettes, dude. It's just it's we fall for it. They only make money because we buy it.
You know,
like the Twitterverse and all that shit and the social media stuff. That's why this right here, I can tell you, I'd never monetize this channel. Why would I want to make money for YouTube when I'm not happy with the way that they do their backhanded policy shit?
Mm-hmm.
So I damn well don't want to contribute going, oh, by the way, I hate your policy. Here's $10.
Yeah, fuck them.
Oh, I'm glad you censored me on that. Here's $20.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad you shut down my buddy's channel. Here's $20. It's just, I don't, it just, you know, that's the way it connects to me. I'm not trying to insult nobody, but at some point you step away from it. You gotta.
It's the funny, I don't know if I should say it or not, but you know how the CEO got her job, CEO of YouTube. It's comical, but you know, it's reality.
Oh, there's no telling what crooked ass shit.
She is not qualified on paper to do that.
Oh, that's not surprising.
Last count, she was worth, her husband's worth money too. $815 million. But anyway, it's corporate things. I dealt with that. But you know, on that, I have photographic memory.
But see, we say corporate. You know where the corporate comes from? It comes from people. Without people, there is no corporate. So all this, it comes down to the way our society is and what we are putting out as acceptable behavior. That's where it's just like when you don't like a position, well, it's still people. So it's people. We need to get people back on track. We need to wake people up. You see what I'm saying? I'm not griping around. I'm just talking shit.
Hey, talk away. That's why we're all here, right? Pressure valve, under pressure.
Well, you know, because to me, it just, I guess, and that's why I get flustered sometimes with if we do the government talk. Sometimes when the government gets so heavy, it reminds me of listening to somebody trying to get sober, but they're blaming it on their ex-wife still. So it's like, I know I drink too much, if only she would. And it's like, see, we keep making that loop back around to where it's somebody else's fault. At some point you just got to go, I drink too much, stop, full stop, you know?
Yeah.
And so it's like this, it's like we say bad behavior at this upper level. Well, a lot of them act like turds. Don't get me wrong. I'm with you 100% on that. They act like turds, but they weren't shit out yesterday. So they started out as little people, and somewhere along the way, they just ended up where they are. I'll just leave it with that. So how some of them got there, I'm not sure.
I found that corporations are a safe haven for idiots, self-inflated egos, and they can get away with it. And
we all do the same thing in different levels and what we can afford to do. Some people are like, it's because I used to think about that. It's like the people that do Wall Street and just stand there and crunch numbers all day. And that's what but they find that entertaining for some reason. They find that entertaining and find that a viable means to make big money. And so they do the craziest shit. I worked long ass hours, but I took pride in the fact that I was able to keep people's services going, and so people were able to enjoy a comfortable way of life. So it's like you do things for different reasons, but it's chasing the dollar. To me is where the narrative changes. When you're doing things trying to have more than what you really need, then what are you needing it for? Because see, when you really say you're actually making a decision right then, like if all I need is $500 a month to really sustain everyday life, and yet I get $1,500 a month, well, what do I do with the other $1,000? Do I invest that smartly? Do I help my neighbors? Do I help my community? Do I help my kids? Do I help my grandkids? What do I do with that? Or do I just go piss through it, buying the next shiny thing, and to where I can kind of say that, oh, well, yeah, I've got a 75 inch. Oh, I've got 85. Oh, I've got a new car. Oh, I got this year. When does this personality change? You know, when do you decide that the dollars are more important than your character?
That's a vicious circle that usually starts with some relatively innocent action, like you said. There's one step up, and it can be a never-ending circle.
Yeah, because you really don't need a lot to survive, and it's all really here. All the others extras. It's all accessories.
Yeah.
And we've grown accustomed to this little accessories, and now we get pissed off that somebody might come in and take our toys away.
Yeah.
And it's like, are we fixing to act like kids in a kindergarten when it's time to pick up all the toys? Are we going to throw a fit? Or are we going to be the good little crowd of kids that are all going to go, oh, okay, yeah, it's time to clean house. Okay, here we go. That's what worries me.
Yeah.
You don't see very many kindergartens or daycares getting cleaned up by calm kids. Most of it gets picked up by the teacher when they're in nap time or something. So it's like,
you'll never figure. To me, none of this would end. I went into emergency one time with this, and I got a real cool nurse. I mean, she's in her 40s and she sat there, but all I got was this young doctor that basically said, we told you, the consequences of this. What are we supposed to do? And I said, before you walk away, you say, just quit. Everybody just quit. I said, do you really think Philip Morris International, seeing that on the horizon, 60% drop in sales, is just going to sit there and say, oh, well, we'll take it on the chin. They're not going to do anything. But that's another story.
But wait a minute. So hold on. So did you just say, so you had an emergency? So you basically were at the hospital.
Yeah.
And they told you that you need to quit. But
yeah.
But then you went to the Philip Morris thing. But so, I mean, I hope you know that I do not mean this disrespectful, but why don't you quit? I mean, it's a choice you're making.
Oh, absolutely. The inference was I hadn't tried. And like I told you, Rescue, I went, there was a doctor that passed. We got another Karen. And I went for my physical. And my ex says, you never quit. And I could remember to this day. And, you're going through whatever. And up here, they were spending millions on advertising for men at 50.
No, but I'm asking you, why don't you just quit? Like, if you know this is bad, it's like, do you stick your finger in an electric socket? Do you need to be reminded that it'll shock you?
Oh, so no.
If you've reached a medical level to where you're having medical issues because of something that you're doing behavior-wise is causing you harm, then at some point, I don't mean this disrespectful, but it's just 2 + 2 = 4. It is what it is. But you're actually just doing it to yourself. So at some point, don't you start to feel a little silly that you're actually harming yourself? Because now you know better. See, before you can play off, well, I didn't know how bad it was. Okay, well, now you know how bad it is. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I was...
It has nothing to do with Philip Morris, brother.
Oh, no. I'm just saying when somebody puts a global reference, if all you people just did this, do you know what I mean? It was not me individually.
Oh, well, no, I think that if enough people stop buying their product, then they would definitely go belly up. Just
yeah. I mean, his reference rescue was to me on a mass scale. Like it wasn't just me there. It was the whole billions of people, which I thought unfair. If you want to help me, deal with me. That's my reference.
Oh shit, brother! Ain't nobody gonna help you but yourself.
Oh no, but I agree 100%. I mean, when I was given the CAT scan, I knew it before he gave it to me. I knew it, and I've been constantly trying, constantly. I'm not going to defend it. There's no defense. But it was not like how can I put it? I had one EMS come in, you know, and of course you get the, what are you doing, you know, to yourself? And I said, do you think every Saturday night I got a case of beer and a carton of cigarettes and said it will never happen to me? Is that what you're saying? You know, if that was my attitude, that you're wrong. You know, I continually tried to, you know, and that's no defense, but it's not like I didn't try.
What do you mean? That's exactly what it is, though. Black Watch. If you had a carton of cigarettes with the case of beer, then when you got the carton of cigarettes, you pretty much said, "I'm not going to try."
Oh no, wait, let me explain that. What I said to him was to smack him with silliness. I was saying, do you think that's what I did every Saturday night? You're wrong. You know, I made it lopsided. You know, somebody that brings in 48 beers and a couple of cartons of cigarettes, you know, you're asking for it. That was not what I did. That was not what I did.
But didn't you buy cigarettes?
As I said, I quit for over a year.
Okay.
You know,
Now, have you quit now?
No, I tried. In some respects, I suppose I've given up. You know,
You've given up on trying to quit?
When I was married, her father went at 27. I saw it point blank. They brought him back 7 times, and that's when I, at the ICU, I said, "Excuse me, I'm going to the washroom," which I didn't. I sat on the stairs. You could smoke in there, which I did not do. And I said, "I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop now. I'm going to keep trying for as long as I can keep trying." You know, which I did. I mean, I'm not going to shift the blame, but I
Well, if I'm just going to be honest, but it kind of sounds like you are. I mean, it just because at some point, I'm only speaking after smoking for 35, 40 years. You either put it down and you say, okay, I can either go cold turkey or I can try these alternatives. But at the end of the day, it's all in your brain. It's your memory muscle that's saying, oh, I need this. So you're making the decision on what you need or what you want. So, but that's the hardest part right there, is to be that honest with yourself. So that's the hurdle. But I personally took it as a challenge, and I personally love bragging that I quit it and kicked it down the road. And I don't knock anybody that does it. But I got to say now, if you want to smoke, then you go, hey, I want to, and that it is what it is, and I get that. But
well, I'm not sure.
We don't want to send the wrong message and kind of blame a company for something that we're deciding to do to ourselves.
Oh no, I'm not chirping. This is on me.
What's up, Rex?
No, but anyway, I just kind of thought, what if we all did? That's what I'm coming from. What if 60% did? You know, what would be the impact? That's why I looked into it. It's just,
oh, that would be awesome. A nice, massive wave to at least, or have, you know, a cleaner alternative if natural tobacco. Make that a requirement over here. So that's another thing is we need to go back to. Y'all have.
Well, I kind of get where Black Watch is coming from. Like, you phase out of it. I'm still smoking, but I went to rolling my own. Combination of money and, in my mind, health factor, you know, which is ridiculous, but still in my mind, it seems cleaner to roll my own.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can see how, look, of all the things that all of us do to escape, right? Smoking, unfortunately, because rescue, you're getting the same chemical, right? Well, similar enough.
Medical grade nicotine.
Is that tobacco or cannabis?
Oh, well, yeah, no, okay. Well, that flower, then. In Minecraft, these flowers, there's combustibles in Minecraft. I live in Texas, so.
Well, we're all orally fixated on the stress relief as it is. And So as far as which ones are going to go first, you know, we're all going to give up the worst. If you're a crackhead, give that up. If you know, etc. Right? So I can see the phase out kind of. Black Watch is sort of heading there. That cold turkey is a hard way to go. And even if you gave up every chemical out there, right? Take away all of that. There are still addictions like YouTube, love,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
thought processes, fucking Kool-Aid, religion. Those are all addictions.
Yeah.
We all need a distraction. So, rescue, I think you alluded earlier to, like, you have to fix it in yourself.
I guess why I just like I struggled with why in my parents' day was tobacco not phased out, knowing what they knew.
Uh-huh.
I guess I kind of looked at it like
You justified.
I kind of looked at a broader outlook than myself. Just exactly what we as using tobacco smokers are up against. And I found the size of the industry astonishing.
Uh-huh.
Do you know, picture this. This is a fact. They bought craft foods. They also heavily into battered women's shelters with children. What message are they sending to those shelters?
Okay, is the industry astonishing or is it the need for it?
No, the size. Well, of course, the need for it, but the size of it.
Right, but it wouldn't get so big if it wasn't tantalized. You know what I mean? That's the underlying problem.
You said
all of these companies getting big, doing all this unscrupulous shit, honestly, they wouldn't be able to if they weren't fed by people buying it.
Oh, great.
The fish in the pond don't get no bigger unless it gets fed.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, like what Rescue just said, you know Patrick Swayze, his story.
Oh, dude.
And
no one puts baby in a corner, especially him.
Yeah. But you know what he quoted? The Marlboro Man. The image of him. And growing, of course, you knew he was a dancer and he danced with his mom. But
Well, it was socially acceptable. I mean, for the longest time. Hell, matter of fact, watch this. I'll tell you what. I'll be right back just to show you how this helps. You go ahead and keep talking.
You know, his mom was a dance teacher.
Oh, yeah, that's where he learned to dance. And he was, I believe she was a single mom.
Yeah.
But no,
he grew up in dance studios, so Dirty Dancing was no stretch. You know what I mean? Swayze did not have to stretch.
What he said about Jennifer, what's her last name?
Jennifer Grey. That nose, though. You know what I mean? Why did she cut that off? It just to spite herself. You know, what I just said there is actually kind of deep. Jennifer Grey cut her nose off to spite her fucking self. Let that sink in.
You know what Patrick said about her? Let's just say she was difficult on set for Dirty Dancing. And you know when he's standing in the river and they're practicing the lift?
On the log?
He's in the river or the creek practicing the lift.
Oh, doing the lift. Gotcha. Yep.
He said she was difficult to get along with. It was freezing. And he said she felt like 500 pounds. And
well, I mean, it was fucking in water. You ever try to pick someone up out of water? They're
well,
like
it's cold. It was
500
freezing.
pounds.
It looks like summer, but it's not. It was freezing cold, he said. And she was difficult to get along with. So you can imagine trying to do that in that cold water and dealing with somebody who was difficult to get along with on set. That's what he quoted. But as Rescue said, what he said was the image of the Marlboro Man, the cowboy with the tobacco pack in the teeth and pulling it. You know, this is what it takes to be a man. You know.
Check this out. This is my great grandmother's. So this is a little portable ashtray.
Can you make it big? Can you big yourself? Oh, wow.
So this is a little portable ashtray. So this is what it looks like when it's out.
Yeah.
And so now you fold this in and you close this. And that was the big shit. This was like, and see, when I saw this, it got me thinking, and what it does is this was one of these royalty kind of like, ooh,
Wow.
look how good we got it.
Right.
We can smoke, because you know, you would take, they would have to like bum little pinches of like the stalks and the, you know, the branched parts of the leaves. They didn't get the good stuff. So that was kind of like a status quo, and then it slowly became like, if you smoke, and if you go watch some of the old commercials, because I was thinking back when I found this, my great grandmother's stuff. It was like down here in Texas. Well, the Marlboro Man, that was cool, man. You get on the horse and you got your cigarette, or you go to work, and hell, I don't know how many times I was up a pole with a cigarette dangling out of my mouth.
Yeah.
It became because it's memory muscle, but it's the memory that it got attached to. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yep.
What's up, Gary? Just show me real quick when you feel like it, sir. There we go.
Hey, Yorga. Good to see
Hey,
you.
I wanted to show you something real quick. I'm about half asleep, but you just showed that little ashtray thing. Give me 1 second. I want to show you something cool.
Roger.
Cool.
Mr. Gary got some cool stories. He's
Yeah, he
has
does.
seen and done a lot of stuff.
He has some excellent costumes as well. As far as cosplay, Gary Yorga, he's our
I'm not a-
man, dude.
I'm not a
He will
cosplay
dress
kind
up.
of guy.
He will walk a catwalk. It's hot.
Oh, yeah. But check this out. Can you imagine having cigarettes in this tin can? Philip Morris. The top somehow slides. I actually don't know how old this is. I think it's about 100 years old. But anyway, I don't want to bend it up because the top actually slides off. But that's Philip Morris. I'm not even sure what it says.
Hell yeah. That is awesome, Gary.
Yeah, it's
Philip
some old.
Morris
Oh, there it goes. It looked like it slid
Company.
to your left.
Philip Morris and Company Limited, or LTD.
LTD Incorporated after that. Philip Morris and Company Limited Incorporated.
Wow.
I know.
Cool.
We got all the bases covered.
That was a
Special
day and
brand.
age they wanted to sound big as they could.
Yeah. Made in USA.
Can you show it
Really?
again?
Yeah, sure. I think
and hold it still. Oh, made in USA. Wow.
Special blend.
That's cool, Yorga. Yes, turn it around.
I'm thinking about maybe 100 years old, something like that.
Hell yeah.
What does the bottom look like?
Philip Morris is.
Oh, look at that.
4-leaf clover.
Yeah, I wasn't
They're in this-
expecting that.
This
Oh yeah.
5 miles from here is Philip
Wait,
Morris.
hold that up on the top again, Gary. Okay, you can see it. Then it pushes to your left.
Right?
Does that
Yeah,
look
I
like-
used to be able to do it. I'm afraid I'm going to crunch it.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
don't
here we
try
go.
it.
Wait a minute. I got it.
Okay, if it opens, show us the inside. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
nice. Dude,
Yeah,
that's
inside's
cool as
like
fuck,
brick.
man.
Like brand new on the inside.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. Some of those things you get from your grandparents.
Hell
Once
yeah.
everybody starts dying, you end up with stuff like this.
When we thought that was a good idea.
And I keep it on a 100-year-old, 110-year-old grandmother clock. I keep all my
Right.
old stuff on there. Yeah, that thing's crazy. Anyway, I did because you did a little ashtray thing. I was like, man, I got something to go right with that, man. Hold
I
on.
know, right?
Dude,
Wasn't
that's
that cool
really
how they
awesome.
did that back in the day? I mean, that was just something else. It's like, oh, I'll be all fancy foo-ha-ha. Don't want to flick that ashes on the floor. Don't want to pollute the dirt on the floor. Yeah, because back then, especially down here, it was funny because down here, hell, we got dirt floors in a lot of places.
Well, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. I'm sorry, I don't know who's on panel. I can't see it.
Oh, it's Count Yorga. His name's Gary, but that's Count
Oh,
Yorga.
Kelly? Okay, you hit the nail on the head. Oral fixation for addiction. Food. taste tobacco. It's amazing just how many as adults. That's how you get some sort of satisfaction. It becomes an addiction that causes health problems.
Oh, that was Virginia that was saying that.
Oh, Virginia.
On the panel it says, "What are we going to do today?" But it's Virginia.
Oh, Virginia. Sorry about that.
Oh no, it's all good.
It's okay. We like to keep everybody guessing because it's like, see, Count Yorga on the panel. Well, I actually call him Gary, and in chat, he's actually Stingray 1975. So, see, we just
It's the man of 1,000 names. I'm the man of 1,000 names.
And Guardian, morning.
Yeah, they take. It's weird because I used to love smoking cigarettes. I haven't had one in 6 years, I think. But it's not just chopped up tobacco leaves. They take the tobacco leaves and chop them up, and then they make it into a pulp. They actually mix chocolate in with it and some other things, and they make it into a paper, and then they chop that paper up, and that's what's in your cigarettes. No kidding.
I think we should go out of our way to say, well done. 6 years, way to go.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I've still got the stupid vape thing around here somewhere. But,
that's okay.
Oh, I love to smoke, man.
Well, I think there's something to add on to Black Watch was adding on to. I do think that, let's just say, nervous types or high anxiety or a little bit of OCD or,
all of the above.
Yeah, all of the above, the fidgeters. I think that smoking or some of those like repeat behaviors are very much the relief for the pressure of needing to fidget and twitch and think. Like the overthinkers will sit and chain smoke, Don't ask me how I know. Just like our desks are totally disorganized.
I'd smoke 2 packs a day, and I'm the type of guy that if I cross my legs, my foot's always going like this, like flipping.
Right. Yeah.
What's up with that shit? My mother used to drive her crazy. She always in church, she'd be grabbing my foot, cut it out, and as soon as she let go,
I figured that was anxiety.
I don't know what it was. I still do
that. I got, which actually mine got enhanced because of the drug of choice that I did back in the day. That didn't help with it.
Oh, okay, yeah, I get you. Yes, Gary did get a haircut, Milkmaid.
Yeah, he did it himself with a Flowbee, Milkmaid. I just want to give a shout out to the Flowbee. You attach that shit to your vacuum and you're fucking slob.
Yeah, man.
That's when you put the vacuum over your head and then use garden shears to do a cut job on your hair. There you go.
Oh, yes.
You connect it to the Roomba. You connect it to the Roomba, so it just automatically does it. I mean, you can go to sleep and do that shit.
Damn straight.
Instead of having one of them dome things that come down in the chair, it would just have like a buffer thing. It would just...
I should invent that. We'll all be rich.
Yeah. Until the first dumbass sits in it and puts it up, sticks the head too far, and it gets like.
Have you ever come up with an invention and tried to get it going? I have.
Just don't use the Flowbee in the nether regions, y'all. If that snuffleupagus gets into I'm talking about, Yorga.
No comment. No comment, lady.
He said no comment. Have you ever tried to Flowbee the Lobie?
Yeah. It made everything look bigger, but there were some battle scars too.
Dude, I can't right now.
I had to go to the doctor about.
So you totally.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
So you've totally used a vacuum attachment down there?
What?
Well, that's what he just said. A Flowbee is a hair cutter vacuum attachment.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking. No, hell no, I've never done. I don't even have.
You didn't try to mow the lawn with a Flowbee.
I don't think that's a good idea, lady.
All right, I was just making sure you knew.
I'm gonna have to ask you to leave the store.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't have a flow bee. I'm just gotta. When the coof hit, I had to cut my hair, so I went and got a hair cutter thing at Walgreens, and I just keep going until it looks like it's almost okay. And I don't know what the back looks like. I probably I look like fucking what's that guy did Achy Breaky Heart? I got a mullet back there. So
Billy Ray Cyrus.
Yeah, I probably got one of them going. Oh no, you want to look?
Are you really fixing to quit smoking? Is that, or are you just like quitting because you like run out for right now?
Who we talking?
Bug
out Bushido said he was going to quit smoking soon. Y'all are going to love that. And I was just asking if that was for really going to quit smoking.
We'll see, right?
It took me about 8 or 9 times. You know, so if you fail, don't get bummed out. Quitting smoking, that is. It took me 8 or 9 times.
Right.
I quit one time. I quit one time for like 8 months, and my brother came over with some oysters and some cigars. It was like November. It's cold outside. We were going to do oysters. Here, have a cigar. Yeah, sure. You know, that ain't gonna. Next thing I know, I'm smoking cigarettes, man.
Yep. Box, have a good day.
See you later. Hugs and kisses.
Smile or be the reason somebody smiles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Biox was getting ready for work.
Oh, Baxo. Cool. All right. Well, yeah, I just want to drop in and show you that can of cigarettes thing.
Right on, brother. Well, I'm glad you did.
Well, where are you going, Gary? Shit.
I'm sitting here for a minute. Wow, you want me to hang around?
Yeah, absolutely.
What are you doing so late?
Well, I am a vampire, just like you.
Yeah. Cool. Okay.
Hey, Tony Lee.
Sun's coming up here.
Right? Well, it's only 3:30 in the morning for me, so.
It's 6:41 here.
Yeah. You're ahead of the game.
Right?
That's
You're
5:41 for me.
Man. I'm in your future.
It's just
or in
getting
your
started.
past or something. I don't know.
I don't mean to. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead. Black Watch. What were you saying?
I don't know why it mattered that I looked into this thing. I guess when I started, the concept of the internet was science fiction, even though the roots were there. But why would a company back battered women's and children's, shelters? Think about it. The concept is, if he smoked our brand, he would not have done this. It's baffling. But that's the message. I'll leave it at that. It's
right.
It's something that.
Hurricane, I think you said Ontario, aren't you, Black Watch, from Ontario?
I can see the Ambassador Bridge from the sliding door in the building, right beside the Detroit River, just east.
Windsor, Ontario, yeah.
I didn't want to come here. I spent most of my adult life in Durham region, east of Toronto. This is everything. Just you hit the point about the mind. The job I did, and I quit, and it was great, but the pressure of the job, I was the only one, and I'm not using a cop out, because at the same time, when I did quit, I felt much better with what I did. But the pressure you come under, it was only me, and you're singled out every time there was a problem. You're singled out, and it's not an excuse, but you can't quit. You not quit smoking. You can't quit the job. It's just as you say. You talk about your foot moving. My dad could not sit still, and neither could I. To sit there and watch, TV or something. You go and do something. And OCD, I got it. You ask smokers if they got it. I'll go to my mom's door. I used to lock it. You turn the thing at 3 steps up. And I go to bed. And I'm thinking, no. I go there and I look at the thing, play around with that, and put something in the fridge, sit down. Did I shut the freezer? Did I shut,
Right. It's a anxiety. Yeah, OCD and anxiety are hand in hand. And I think in preparedness communities, we tend to lean hypervigilant, and that is a fine line towards straight up anxious OCD about what we do and have and try to prepare for, even though we don't know what's coming from where.
No.
So there is a draw, and then we find that relief. And like you say, the smoking, you can't quit. Well, there are worse things. If you have to stick with that, because it's better than crack. There are bumper stickers and buttons that say that. Smoke a cigarette, it's better than crack.
That's cool.
Do what you got to do, just don't give up.
But that's just doing one for another. I mean, you can use them as hurdles, is the way I would say. It's just, if you really want to do something, then you need to look, because we all have flaws. I mean, nobody's perfect. So you just got to pick your flaws and start. And I would definitely start with kind of healthier ones, especially with the rougher times that are ahead. Regardless of the outcome, there's still some rough times coming just because of the wave of shit that's already been put in play. But so, health is definitely a priority. So anything health related, if it's smoking, if it's drinking too much, whatever, but then make that a hurdle. That's your goal, is to get over that hurdle. So you have to learn to talk to yourself. You have to be honest with yourself, and you have to tell you if it's tapping your foot more. I think OCD is people that are wanting more organization in their life, but they don't find it. So OCD becomes a perspective that we can do. And I say we because I just have OCD moments on certain things, and some things I can have learned to let go. But I think it's because if I start feeling like I'm in a chaotic situation, I want that control, and OCD gives me that.
Yes.
The nail on the head, control.
Yes, control.
That's
one of the primary causes of depression is a lack of control over one's own life and your own circumstances. That is a deep, deep thing. The control, and we all like to say that we are not control freaks, or that we don't want to control this aspect or that. But the fact is, yes, we do. And all of us to some degree or another. But
I'm putting that off till tomorrow, Milkmaid.
But in a way, Virginia, it worked. I came from the 60s. Drugs were everywhere. So many, I was never drunk in my life. I drank beer. I haven't for God knows how long, because it was control. I was into high performance cars. I can't lose my license.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the thought process was. The drugs, it was easy. It was easy. I never did. Okay, I smoked a bit of grass until I got to whatever with the driving, which was not dangerous. And it's the same thing, God. Control.
Norma rubbing a black pussy, that is so sweet.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
It's a big pussy too, guys.
Hey, girl. Yes, bitch.
That's Claude. 18 pounds.
18? Like,
yeah, he's big as hell. He's like a baby
pounds?
buffalo.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a big cat. He's my best friend in the whole wide world.
What's up, Jay. Hey, Nikki.
Could I ask a quick question to the community?
You just did, right?
Well, it's a
I'm just thinking. Go ahead.
I could ask where I left that whole tech thing. Firefox, the latest one, the people using it, it's starting to hang. I'm just wondering if anybody experienced that. It's freezing.
Oh, Firefox, the browser.
Yeah.
Anybody experiencing that freezing?
I've never used it, so I don't know.
Just wondered, there's a technical way of turning it back, but it's difficult. I don't want to do it. It's just, that's all I use, and it's frustrating, as you can imagine. It's your banking, everything, and it just freezes. But
I haven't done the update. I think they wanted to do an update for a little while, and I just keep dismissing it. So I don't know. It must be an update that's triggered.
Well, at one time you were able to go to the x86 program and remove the updater, but now it's all parceled into the program file. You can't remove it. You can dismiss it, yeah. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. Firefox, they update too much. But anyway, I just, it's your life online, and it's becoming frustrating. But I just thought I'd ask that quick.
See you later, Born Eraser.
Yeah, Night Born Racer.
Good morning.
Get you some rest.
Hey, the sun's coming up here. Do you want me to show you what it looks like through my dirty window? Whoops. I don't have enough cord.
Oh, there you go. That looks beautiful, Gary. Here, I'll put you
full screen. Going through a crepe myrtle tree, so I don't know, but yeah, it's coming up here. Woo!
Hell yeah.
Hey, Mrs. J.
Oh, is Blackwatch is yours a desktop version or mobile?
Yeah, I built this desktop
version.
Yeah. I've used it.
Hey, Sister Marie. Good morning. How are you, ma'am?
Sister Marie, yes, and Skinbird. What's up?
Morning, Skinbird. Welcome. It's a new name. Thank you for joining. Kick back. I have squirrel moments, so there's no telling what we talk about.
Right.
You ever try to trace that expression back? It goes back years and years. Squirrels.
What?
Squirrel. It's old. That expression, squirrel moments.
Oh.
We Sharon.
Oh, morning, Sharon.
What does that mean? When you hide your nut, but you can't remember where you buried it?
Gary, that's exactly what it means. So where do you hide your nut?
Out in my yard, but I forgot where I buried it.
Word.
I'd love to have a squirrel. I've always wanted to have one of those squirrel entertainment yards because they are so cool to watch.
A theme park for squirrels. It's got all the little rides on and stuff. Yeah, obstacle course and shit.
They are cool because squirrels are awesome to watch.
I love them, man. When I was a kid, I think I said this before. Well, I know I said it before. We had one of those albino white squirrels.
Yes, ma'am, Sister Marie. You can put your link up or any of the mods if you put Sister Marie's channel up.
A lot of people will feed the birds and they get pissed off because the squirrels get up. I'm like, man, the squirrels are cool too, man. Feed them all, Yeah, we had an albino squirrel though. When I was a kid, solid white. The other squirrels would kind of shun it. And in that same neighborhood, right around when we were doing hospice for my dad in 2011, I saw a solid black squirrel out there. We get the gray ones, gray, kind of a little bit of red on them, white, But I saw, we had a solid white one and we had the black one was beautiful, man. He looked just like my damn cat, Solid black squirrel.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Hurricane, and I'm sorry because I saw that earlier. You said something about the baby squirrel, and I meant to come back to it, but I'm sorry, man. That's all I can say. But I'm here now.
Well, I'm glad you got one. So she's taking care of a baby squirrel. That's cool as shit.
The baby squirrel, Marley, does have an injured foot from the dog attack. He's so sweet. Cool.
Can I throw Gary a life preserver on squirrels and Peanut? As I understand it, you ever watch a dog going around sniffing? It's going around, and then sees a squirrel. It freezes. That's where I thought it came from. A squirrel moment just freezes you.
Ah, okay. It could be.
That's my understanding of it. It just stops everything. You know, in this case, your train of thought.
A lot of times around here you can watch them because the hawks get to flying around and they crack me up because they just freeze in mid-stride, just literally will go into statue mode. And it will literally be the classic paw up and everything, and you go, what? And then you start looking and you'll see the shadow on the thing, look up in the sky and you'll see there's a hawk or something.
Normally I always see two of them. Normally it's always two kind of doing that thing, you know, like one of them found a prey and the other one's like, hey, what's he got over there?
Yeah. Oh, did you see something? What'd you see?
One of those deals.
It's kind of like the damn fisher when you're standing there at the bank and you're kind of getting some hits, and all of a sudden here comes the dude that was 100 yards down, but he's done come walk close because like, oh, or did you get something? Or you? It's like, really?
We used to have a name for that, but I can't repeat it here. I bet you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, quite a few of them.
And that happened a lot too. That happened a lot. We used to fish all the time when we were kids. We had a creek, you know.
Don't want to give up your fish.
Oh, you're getting a hit over here, huh? Let's see. Yeah. Thanks.
You know how I got taught about squirrels? I must have been 5 or 6, and small backyards, you know, and right naturally now it's Metro Toronto, and they used to put one on top of my head like the peanuts you get in the shell, and they'd run up and get it. My dad didn't smack me, but he kind of pushed me in the head and said, wake up. Do you know what their teeth will do? If it bites you, you know,
yeah.
They'll take a finger off.
My dad used to say, anything that can break open a walnut with his teeth, don't mess with it. Because
Right.
can you imagine getting bit by a squirrel? Ooh, that would be bad.
Oh, dude, I hate them little shits when they do that. Now then, that's just we have to.
The bite
Okay,
is the
come to
problem. It's
Jesus
the
meeting.
bacteria.
I do want to take a quick second.
Oh God, if they can break, and
one
again,
sec,
if
Gary.
they can break open a
Gary,
walnut.
shut up. Gary,
One sec, Gary. So I do want to tell everybody that's in chat and stuff, Sister Marie, if you are interested into doing any canning and that's you want to start looking at prepping to kind of getting you some food stashed up, that woman has a wealth of knowledge. So she is definitely a lady to subscribe to and pay attention to. So anybody interested in that, if you want to maybe tweak the way you already know how to do it, she's a good library of that. So anyway, just wanted to I saw that about the sub part and thought, more people need to know about her. She is a wealth of knowledge when it comes to that. So, all right, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, we're talking about cats and fish, and I used to go down to the creek and fish all the time when I was a kid. I've always been kind of a loner. And one day I was down there, I was about 11 years old maybe, and I'm just catching some little shell crackers, some little brim and stuff, And this cat, I don't know whose cat it was hanging around with me, and just petting on him and stuff. He's cool. And I caught this little brim, and I pulled the hook out and just threw it over to the cat, and it's flopping around. The cat's having a good old time with it, and I put another worm on my hook, and I get to fishing some more, and I heard him over there lipping his chops and shit. But I swear, it wasn't that long, I don't know, half hour or so, I looked over there, and he's all, cleaning up and stuff, and it was just like in the cartoons. It was a fish head and a skeleton. Have you ever seen that? Like in the cartoon when it shows a cat got it? It's for real, man. That cat ate, I don't know what he did with the scales, unless he ate them. I don't know, but it was a head and a perfect clean skeleton all the way down to the
They
tail.
lick all up in the cracks and everything.
I mean, every bit of that shit, man. All the guts, everything. And I was like, damn, he was all happy looking. I was like, damn, man. Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that was a real thing till I saw it with my own eyes, man. Yeah.
Oh, well, Hurricane says hers loves walnuts and almonds so far.
The squirrel?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Peanuts. Anything, man.
They love it all. I have an Italian plum tree in my backyard, and the squirrels get to the plums before I do, ever. They're beautiful little green plums. But those damn squirrels, they climb the evergreens and pines and tear it up. They hop over and tear it up, you know? It's rude.
I don't really get any here. For one thing, I don't have any nut trees here. I'm on 2 acres, but I also have a cat and then a stray cat that lives outside. So every now and then I see a squirrel and I'm like, man, dude, you need to get out of here, man. This is
this is hostile territory. You are behind enemy lines.
Right. You're in the danger zone, my friend.
It's better than a coon.
Oh, I get right. You know what though? All right. I've got my cat. Now I've got a stray cat that lives on my porch. She doesn't come in. I feed her though. Then I've got this possum that comes up and they hang around together. I named him Earl. He looks really, for a possum, you know, some possums look really gross, man. He looks like groomed, man. Freaking Earl. And I'll go out there and just the cats are hanging around with Earl like, yeah, he's just an ugly cat, man. Just don't, you know. And of course, he eats their food and stuff. But then I've got these raccoons. I call them the James Gang. It's like 4 or 5 of them that come up on my porch. I'll run around trying to grab food and shit. And the cats are just, they all know each other or something, man. They don't really get hostile.
Hey, Rocksteady, have a good day at work, brother. Smile or be the reason somebody smiles. Keep it moving.
Yeah. Coons just about ruined my life. They get into my garden everywhere. They dig shit up. They get into the mulch pile. They
have hands.
They climb under little outbuildings and nest. It's a mess.
Yeah, I just get the roving marauders that come through here. And then about 3 or 4 years ago, I had 4 chickens that just showed up in my yard that were hanging around. And I liked them, man. The cats didn't mess with them either. You know, they'd come around and just eat. I guess they were eating worms or something out of my yard or whatever. And they were the neighbors' chickens, and they just started coming over here. I was like, damn, man, they're cool.
We've got armadillos around here. They're kind of annoying.
Ooh, that's like an armor-plated possum.
Right. Kind of.
Well,
Yeah,
and it's like an armor-plated hog because they root. And so wherever they go, they just destroy the earth. So they root up a lot. So they're like hogs that coming in that just...
I know they stink like hell when you hit one on the road.
Right.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, they got some nails, dude. They can, yeah, I wouldn't want to be grabbed by one.
We don't have them up here. I've seen them in Florida.
Which if you snag them just right, you can grab them by the tail, but then you got to keep that weight down. It's kind of like when they grab snakes by the tail, you know, a lot of times that goes good and the snake stays, but sometimes the snake says, oh yeah, and it comes right back at you. Well,
yeah, sometimes
you can grab that armadillo by the tail and well, it can fold back up on you. And dude, they got nails that are like, because they're digging, they dig, they forage.
Yeah, kind of like cats.
I wouldn't want them up for one.
Yep.
I knew a guy that grabbed a possum one time. People just hanging around partying in the backyard, and big possum came running through, and he grabbed it by the tail and went round and round and round and round like this, and went woo, and went right over the fence, and he was gone. I was like, that was amazing, man.
Would you rather have a possum or a coon?
I'd rather have a coon, I think.
It depends. Does the possum have babies?
Well, the possum also eats pests like ticks and what have you.
Well, that's
right?
Yeah. They're just uglier.
Babies, I'd say possum. But if the possum had babies, well, then I'd rather have the raccoon.
I didn't know anything about possums in one of my older houses.
Possum babies have attitudes.
I had a bunch of firewood on a wooden pallet, and I wanted it to move the firewood from here to here. That's basically it. I'm just taking logs from here to here to making a different stack. And little did I know, underneath the very bottom was a giant possum. I don't know if she had babies or what. It was a big ass, and I didn't know it. I went to grab the last log and lifted it, and something went like this to me, and I went, "Wow!" I freaked out, man. I didn't know anything about possum. Yeah, I freaked out, man. So, and then I had a dog, a medium-sized dog then too, who was very protective. And once he got wind of this shit, he was going crazy, man. So I'm like, I got to eradicate this damn possum. And as bad as I feel bad about it now, but I beat him to death with a freaking shovel.
What?
And
Start over.
He came at me. He went, ha! And I'm like, all right, you got to go. You know what I mean? So the dog got it.
So let me ask you this. Hold on.
I had a shovel and I beat him to death with a shovel. My mom gave me a load of shit for doing that.
At that moment, Gary, at that moment, whenever it hissed at you, did you have the shovel in your hand right then?
No.
Okay, so then what you did was an intentional aggravated assault on the
possum. It was first degree.
Intentional. Oh,
okay, and which end of the shovel? In which fashion did you utilize the shovel?
The flat thing. I didn't chop him with it.
So how many sticks of wood did you?
So it wasn't a stabbing motion.
No, it was a pow. Yeah, a couple of 2-3 pows. Where his eyeball was hanging out when I was done. It was horrible. I don't like killing animals. I don't hunt. I don't anything. And I did feel bad about it afterwards. But I mean, he came at me. You know. My mom gave me a load of shit for doing
eyes? Did he look you right in the eye and wink?
No, it was battle. We were in battle mode between me and him. It was
all right. I'm just asking.
Battle mode. Yeah, it was to the death.
I think it became battle mode the minute you showed up with the shovel.
Right? And what did he say?
No, it became battle mode when I picked up that log and he went. We were in battle mode.
What was the message when he went?
Yeah, he was just saying, "Yo, homie, I'm here. What's up? Back off."
I didn't know it was there at all, though. That's the thing, man. It was like
he was letting you know he was.
Oh, it scared the shit out of me, man.
Gary, that by name, Gary. Stop digging, man. You're going in deeper.
I don't know what you just said, but I mean, I do feel bad about it. I would never do it again. I've got one that comes up on my porch now. I welcome him. I feed him, you know, all that kind of shit. But
so, what was the latest aggression in your life? Right before you beat that animal to death, what were you stressed about?
Run for the woods, Larry. Run for the woods.
Nothing. I mean, it was a long time ago. That was like early 90s when that happened.
Did you need need a cigarette?
Maybe he needed one.
No, apparently not anymore.
Right? All right, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, my client pleads the fifth.
It was horrible.
Huckleberry possum murderer.
Battle to the death.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
So you only got possum over there?
I didn't know what to do. He was a threat to my family.
Oh, by the way, are you for sure that was a male and wasn't a female? And
no, I don't know. It could have been.
So you could have just orphaned a whole family of possums.
I could have. It was very big. I mean, I'll tell you. You want to hear another one? Well, that's okay.
Yeah, hell yeah, bring it on.
I mean, you were even worse than this. You're just like some kind of Texas Chainsaw Massacre dude, weren't you?
Yeah. Not really.
You got a chainsaw story?
I know. I got a BB gun story, but I did accidentally kill a dog when I was a kid, and he was my best friend.
Accidentally?
Oh, this is my best friend, too.
Oh, damn, Gary.
Damn, well,
y'all want to hear that one?
I'm concerned.
I'm still Facebook friends with his owner. When I was little, there was this dog named Baron. Everybody would go to school. This before I was even in kindergarten. And the girl across the street had this dog named Baron. He was a great big bulldog, probably mixed pit bull, something, I don't know. His name was Baron. He was just always, you know, and I was like, you know, so we hung around together. And I remember being like 5 years old. All I had was a pair of shorts on. I could ride Baron. I would get now. It wasn't like he'd go where I wanted to go. I just grab a hold to get up on him, and we'd go. He'd go down the creek and just go where the hell he was going. And eventually he'd get hungry and we'd come back. You know. So I love that.
To take a moment and point out for the only people that are listening in on the audio side of things, you have really missed out a lot whenever it comes to the visual description. So
okay. Anyways, so one day I remember, and I don't know how I got two of them, but I had two of these things. They called it a Big Buddy, and it was a foot long piece of bubble gum, and they were great, and they was like an inch wide and a foot long. Do you remember those things, Big Buddies? Anyway, I had two of them, and it wasn't like you're supposed to like chew off a little bit and then save the rest. Oh hell no! I'd get the whole thing in my mouth. It was like as big as a golf ball.
So it was an inch wide and a foot long, and
a foot long.
Keep it out of your mouth.
It's like a
taffy. You kind of did like a side snarl, like.
Oh God, man! You'd be drooling grape shit.
Oh, I love that all over your chin. Yeah.
But I had an extra one, so I gave it to Baron. You know, I didn't know a dog couldn't chew bubble gum. You know, but he liked it. And he, this is a true story. And so we're both like hanging out, you know. I wasn't riding him at the point. And then he just went, "Puh," and smiled at me. And there was a big thing of bubble gum with all these teeth in it. And I was like, oh, shit. And, yeah, he was kind of old. He was kind of old. I know, he was nothing but gums. He was smiling at me, you know. And I was like, oh, shit. I ran home. I didn't tell anybody about that for like 30 years, man, because he didn't live much longer after that. He lived like 2 weeks. He was gone. I was like, I don't know what happened to him. That's true. The Big Buddy.
Gary, you do realize something. You said it's an inch wide and 12 inches long, and that everybody in the chat got out their slide rules and said that's not physically possible.
Yeah, it is.
I would chew that amount of gum. I remember
when you're 4 years old, you can get that much gum in you. But I mean, it's just like you're almost choking on your one.
I know what you're talking about, even after you're Big Buddy, you know. But
I couldn't do that. Bite off a little bit and chew on it and put it away. Oh hell no, we're doing the whole thing, and I gave it to him too, man. But yeah, poor Baron.
Yorga, how much gum have you had in your mouth at one time?
That much.
And you got the dog to chew that up until all its teeth are out.
He loved that shit too, man.
I can't believe you blew that big a bubble.
No, I wasn't blowing.
Oh, that's right. It was all over your chin. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no blowing, no bubble, just a mouthful. Hey, what's up, Eric? Morning, sir.
The other one was the same place where where I killed the possum. I had my yard there was 2 doors down. Somebody had a dog that would not shut the fuck up 24/7. I was like, thank God, this fucking dog. So I went down. I took my Crossman pump. I was gonna poke him, man. You know, this is true too. I took my Crossman pump and I put one of them pointy pellets in it. I pumped it up like 11 times maybe. And I went down and it was dark. I couldn't even see him, but I was just aiming in the general direction because he would get up he would get up on top of his doghouse and just sit up there and boo. You know, I'm like, shut the fuck up.
I know you're over there somewhere.
You're right. That's exactly what it was. I know he was out here, and I went pow, and all of a sudden it was silence, and I heard something go boom, boom, boom.
Oh damn, Gary!
And it was silence, man. The only thing I can figure is I must have caught him right in the eyeball. It must have gone right to his fucking brain. I whacked that motherfucker, man. I didn't mean to. I just want to fucking. I was like, whoop, you know, go hide this gun now, you know. Yeah, it was silence, and then boom, 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 and nothing. I was like,
wow.
Oh shit! I didn't mean to kill him either. Right there.
Gary, are you
I can't even figure that one little pellet. I mean, he was a big old hound dog. And I just caught him right in the eyeball or something, man.
Gary, are you anywhere near a window?
Yes.
You might want to look out because the gathering of animal rights activists with banners and placards are gathering outside.
I don't want to come around here. I'm packing, baby.
Right.
Oh dear.
Those are true stories. I mean, yeah, I'm
So
not
now,
trying
how
to-
old were you whenever you became a damn dog killer? Sniper.
Like
from-
4. I was like
Damn.
4. He was my best friend. I used to ride him around everywhere. He was my
I wish-
steed. He was my steed, that dog, Baron. Yeah.
No, not Baron, not the one that you poisoned with the gum. and
Oh, the
took
other
off
one
the
where
teeth.
I
I'm
was
talking
in
Yeah,
about
not
when
the one you
sniped
shot in the
neighbor's
face.
dog.
The other one.
The one I shot in the face, I was like 30. But
Oh,
Baron,
Oh,
Baron-
oh,
Wait,
so
wait,
you
wait.
were
Whoa,
a
whoa,
grown
whoa,
up.
whoa, whoa, whoa. That's different.
So you went from 4 to 30, and
yeah. I didn't kill any dogs in between that whole time, so there should be some sort of statute of limitations or something.
How many dogs have you killed, Yorga?
Just those that I know of. I've hit a
Just
couple
those
with my
you know
car.
of. Well, we get
Oh.
that.
Gary, when you were
Oh,
young,
wait a minute. I did kill another one. I know a real bad one with my car one time. That was
Right,
terrible.
another one.
Oh, it was horrible.
Right.
well, my wife likes to take out deer with hers. I
have
tried to
not-
convince her to use a rifle that's a whole lot better, and we can salvage the meat, but she just seems to keep using vehicles to do it. I don't know.
I've never hit a deer, thank God.
Gary, when you were young, did any of your toys survive your childhood?
Oh my gosh, what are you? Some kind of fucking psychoanalyst?
No,
Did I what?
seriously,
Did I do
you-
what when I was
Did you
young?
kill any of your dolls?
Yeah. So did
Yeah,
you
how many
like
dogs?
chop the heads off of your?
Yeah.
No, I didn't have any of that shit. We were too poor to even have the GI Joes. I had to loan. I had to borrow the GI Joe from the guy across the street.
Say it one more
Then
time.
I cut his head off.
Say it one more time.
No, I'm only kidding.
Say
Say
it one
what?
more time.
What?
What kind of toy?
GI Joe?
Okay.
That doll.
I'm putting it to I'm putting the theory to test right now.
I never had one. I never
said
had
it
a
3
GI Joe.
times. I'm waiting to see if Carl shows up. It's kind of like the Candyman.
Right.
Oh, okay. We don't want that.
Oh no, it's just funny because you said, "Oh, he knows everything about GI Joes." He actually, you wouldn't. I don't know how many people would know that, but Camo Carl is actually somebody that is actually, what do they call it? Like a reference point. You know, damn.
I know what you mean. Somebody who knows about.
Yeah, an expert in the field type.
Yeah,
thing.
he knows stuff.
And
Love Camo Carl.
when it comes to that stuff, yeah, they actually contact him to ask about certain things, about certain
Right.
years and
I got
certain.
you. You want to hear something really screwed up that me and my brother did?
I'm sorry,
Yes.
you mean worse than the fact that you sniped the neighbor's dog?
No, not that. It's not that bad,
Bring it.
but
Okay.
it's funny. I had 2 older sisters, and then it was my brother and then me. I was the youngest. Okay, so me and my brother, it was always like me and my brother against my sisters. You know, and yeah, that shit goes. But they didn't have to go to bed till 10 o'clock. And me and my brother had to go to bed at 9 o'clock. So we were constantly, we'd have to go up to bed, boys. We'd go up to bed, but we'd sabotage something in their room, and then we'd go back and lay in bed until they came up at 10 o'clock and hear them scream, you know, because something goofy was going on. Or what?
Later, Matrix. You have a great day.
Have a good one, Matrix.
Find a smile, brother.
So they had my sisters had the Barbie dream house. It was like this big cardboard thing, kind of like a
Oh, it
doll
wasn't
house.
cardboard. That was high quality Chinese plastic.
Is that what it was? I don't know. It was something like, you know what I'm talking about, the Barbie dream
Oh, yeah.
house. And they had Barbie and
I remember that
Ridge, you know. And like I said, we didn't have any GI Joes, but the guy across the street had every GI Joe. He had the fuzzy haired one. He had the black one. He had he had every GI Joe you could get. And we borrowed. I know. Please
So
don't
he had
think I'm
probably been
racist.
collecting the GI Joes, and then Gary
Yeah, he had them all.
Jackson them.
But don't
Yeah.
please don't think I'm
You
racist.
can imagine this dude's story nowadays is like, there was a time I used to have this whole collection, and these damn kids.
Yeah. We borrowed the black one
Oh,
from my
Risky.
friend across the street, and we put him naked in the bed with frickin' Barbie in the Barbie dream house. So when my sisters came up to go to bed, that was the first thing they saw. I know, and it was screams. "Ah!" Oh man, those screams were like the best thing in the world, man. Oh my gosh.
Those screams?
Of my sisters, yeah.
Yeah, your sister's screams. So what other animals did you kill?
I don't know. I'm probably a couple, but I'm not a hunter. I don't like killing animals. I whacked that squirrel that one time, but he had it coming.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm curious, Gary, down in your area where you live, are there signs on the post that says neighborhood watch?
Neighborhood crotch.
Neighborhood watch?
Yeah, we have those.
Neighborhood crotch is more interesting to me, actually.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm working on it. I'm just wondering if your brother in your picture was up there. Keep a watch for you guys. You sound like the devils of the neighborhood.
We were, and the thing that sucked about my brother is he was 4 years older than me, and he pissed off every teacher in school. And then 4 years later, I'd come along and they'd see my name. They're like, "You got a brother named Tim?" At first, I go, "Yeah," and then they treat me like shit, and I'm like, so then I just started.
He was laying the groundwork for you.
Never heard of him. I don't know. Maybe he's a cousin or something.
He was prepping the rooms for you.
But here it gets better. The place that I worked at for 35 years, he worked there before me, and he still was blazing this trail of pissing people off, supervisors and stuff. And I would get a certain supervisor, "You got a brother named Tim?" I'm like, no. And they'd find out I was his brother, and then they'd treat me like shit. So thanks a lot.
Talk about the sins of the father, right?
Yeah, Eddie, that'd be okay.
Yeah.
Use your best judgment, please. That's all.
He had, when we were little kids, he had that blow up bozo doll, not doll, but the punching bag, and he'd wear that bitch out all day for like a week, and then it popped. And then I became bozo after that. He'd tie me up to the freaking, to the
teeter-totter, but they won't fall down.
Yeah, he'd tie me up to the bunk beds and then wear my ass out.
What?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That brotherly love.
Yeah. You don't want to, and that was a bad thing they did at where we worked at too, is you do not put me and my brother together. Don't, because it's gonna be bad. Dumb shit will happen. And they put me and him right together, working together side by side down there for a while. And
so it was an exponential problem.
It was an exponential problem. And can I say something about that real quick?
Please do.
All right. So there was this guy that me and my brother used to mess with, right? Well, one of many. But this, we only did it with guys who really had it coming. Guys who talked too much dumb shit and everything. Anyway, this one guy we were messing with. And he had it. He had it with me and my brother, right? So he went to the air supervisor, right? And our supervisor came down, and me and my brother worked in this cubicle down in the basement, right? And he came down in there and said, "Look, so-and-so's getting really pissed off at you boys, and blah, 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 blah. And if y'all keep going with it, he's going to do something." And this is where my brother was brilliant for once. He went, "He's going to do something, huh?" He said, "Yeah, he's going to do something." My brother said, "Well, I'll take that as a threat. You're going to have to get him out of here." And talking to her supervisor, and her supervisor was like, "Oh shit, I do." You can't threaten people at work, man. And that's what he did. So then they didn't get him, they didn't send him home or anything, but then they send us to the superintendent's office of, and I'm just going to tell you, it's Kevlar, that bulletproof shit. We were making that shit, right? So it's a big deal. And he told us, he was trying to be nice. He told us a story about another plant he worked at. And these guys set up this other guy, and they sent him an official letter saying, "Come on into the offices, wear a suit. We're talking about maybe making you a supervisor on this certain day." It was like a Tuesday or something. He was off. So he comes in a suit and everything. It was all fake. And he goes into his supervisor's office and says, "Well, here I am." He's like, "What the hell are you doing here for?" He said, "Well, you were going to make me a supervisor." He was like, "Get the hell out of here." And all right.
Be careful, Eric. Go ahead, Gary.
And anyway, and that guy asked me and my brother, they said, "That's kind of messed up. Do you think that's funny?" And me and him started cracking up. And my brother goes, "I think it's funny as shit." And he just went, "Come out of here. Get them both, those boys out of here.
Out of here.
Get the fuck out of here." Yeah, they couldn't do anything with it. It was a big mistake putting me and him together.
chin pop. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, shut up, wizard.
You're going to tell you what
You're gonna have a joke. At least have a good one.
Okay, make a better joke, Yorka. So Wizard's joke sucked. Give us a better joke.
All right, this guy walks into a bar,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a monkey in a cage up on the bar, and he's the only one in the bar besides the bartender. Y'all know this joke already, don't you?
No, keep going.
All right. So, guy comes in for a drink. He's the only one in the bar. There's a monkey in a cage on the bar, and there's the bartender. So he gets a drink from the bartender, and he goes, "Man, what's up with this monkey in this cage over here?" And the bartender says, "I don't want to know about it." So he's like, "All right." So he has a couple more drinks, and nobody else is in there. And he says, "Come on, man, tell me about this monkey in this cage." And the bartender says, "No, you don't want to know about it." So he has a couple more drinks, and finally, still nobody else is in there. And he said, "Come on, man, you got to tell me about this monkey in a cage." So the bartender says, "All right, I'll show you." He lets the monkey out of the cage, picks up a baseball bat and hits the monkey on the head, and the monkey starts giving the bartender oral sex. So the guy at the bar is just looking at him, and the bartender goes, "That's pretty cool, isn't it?" He goes, "Yeah." He said, "You want to try it?" And the guy at the bar says, "Yeah, just don't hit me so hard."
Mm-hmm.
Dun-dun-dun. You didn't get it.
Is that anything like a horse going into a bar and the guy refuses to see him because he says you look so depressed with that long face?
Why the long face?
Yeah.
Why the long face? That's one you always use on a guy with a receding forehead like me. Why the long face?
I'm still trying to visualize, Gary, this bozo thing. And, my kids kind of had that. Did your brother make you wear lead diving boots, so you come back? Or did you just put
No, he just tied me. He tied me to the freaking bunk bed, so I wasn't bouncing around or anything. And then he would stick me in like a cardboard box and throw me down the stairs and stuff. We did all kind of fun shit.
Okay.
Jumped off my mom's roof with a garbage bag as a parachute. That don't work. It looks good on paper. It don't work. I landed like a bag of meat on the sidewalk.
Kind of like what's his name with the wings and wax and flying up to the sun. Not a good idea.
Icarus,
Icarus, whatever it was.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, chat. Come up with a joke.
I know. Normally I get laughs out of that last one.
It is an old one about the monkey. I got to tell you that, Gary. I've heard it a lot.
All right, so this guy's in trouble with his wife because he's drinking too much, right? She's always on his butt about it. So she's yelling at him and stuff, and he calls up his buddy and says, "Man, my wife's really on my butt. Meet me at the bar." And he goes, "Okay." So he goes to the bar, and this guy gets hammered. I mean, super hammered while he's talking to his friend. He gets so hammered, he gets sick and he throws up all over the front of his shirt, right? And he's like, "Oh, what am I going to do now, man? My wife's already mad as crap at me." The guy says, "Don't worry about it." And he takes a $10 bill and sticks it in his top pocket. He said, "Just tell her that the guy next to you got super hammered. You only had 2 beers, and he threw up all over you, and you felt so bad about it, he put this $10 bill in your top pocket." And he says, "That's brilliant." So he goes home, and he's got puke all over him and everything. His wife starts giving him a ration. And he said, no, honey, you don't understand. It was the guy next to me. I only had a couple of beers. The guy next to me, he got hammered and threw up all over me, and he put a $10 bill in my top pocket. She said, "Oh, really?" She reaches up in his top pocket. She pulls out 2 $10 bills. She said, "This is $20. He said, "Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you. He crapped my pants, too."
He crapped my pants?
Come on, Virginia.
I'm sorry, York. I'm trying.
She tries so hard, though. It's like, I think if you can assemble 3 letters, somehow those letters, when it comes out, it's going to translate somehow. Oh, here it comes.
I guess so.
Come on.
Somebody else tell a good one. I'm
What's
bombing.
up, Bug Out? There, I brought mine up on the panel. What's up, Bug Out?
Okay.
What's going on, man?
How
Tough
are you this
room.
morning?
Bushy is here. Let's see.
Virginia, don't be so hard on Gary. You got him checking his show notes.
Yeah, right.
Are you on your way home from work, Bug Out?
Ooh, pardon me.
Cool.
Yeah.
I take it no word on your buddy.
He's still at that building. I still haven't figured out how to get in there. So.
Damn.
Yeah, it's all good, I guess.
Yeah, hopefully. Poor little dude in solitary.
I think I just got to wait it out now. Yeah. They'll send him out eventually.
Poor George.
Yeah.
Yeah, meanwhile, all these little ones are doing this Lord of the Flies thing, making little gangs and shit.
Yeah, but do you remember the cartoon of the Yeti? I don't know if it was Looney Tunes or whatever. The big Yeti, the white snowman.
Yeah.
And he was holding the little baby and he's like, I will love him and I will squeeze him and I will call him George.
Yeah, and didn't Bugs Bunny always call him the abdominal snowman?
Right?
Oh, dear.
Dakota, it would be a cotton ball with alcohol on it.
Oh man, what's the difference between an oral and an anal thermometer? First of all, Dakota, why do you ask?
They taste different.
Right?
The amount of mercury in it.
Huh.
Oh boy.
The depth of insertion. How much you shake it, whether or not you lick it after.
Is this an over and under joke?
Going south fast.
Have you seen a Bigfoot barefoot? That sounded weird. She said something about Bigfoot.
She said, y'all know how many times Bigfoot or Yeti has come up for me in the last week. Okay, so Dana.
Is that her name, Dana?
Yeah, barefoot in Alaska.
Okay.
Yeah, tell us more, girl. Like, legit, what do you mean? If you can actually come up, that'd be cool. But if you can't, like, what do you mean by Bigfoot or Yeti has come up for me in the last week? What do you mean?
Yeah, you can't just drop that without coming up and explaining it later.
Yeah, that was a mic drop.
Is the Yeti in Asia, or is the Yeti up in Manitoba and stuff?
The
The Yeti can be anywhere a Yeti wants to be at, baby.
Yeah, that's
kind of
true.
what it sounded like to me.
I don't know. Supposedly the Yeti was the ones they called from the Himalayas, and Bigfoot is over here. But I think it's all the same thing.
Yeah,
that's what I think they're all the same thing, but just like a panther, mountain lion, they're all the same thing with different names,
Yes, exactly.
I swear to God, I saw a fully grown black panther at Virginia Beach one time. And I had a witness, my girlfriend at the time saw it.
Was
too.
she the Black Panther, and was her name ending in Wah?
No, but she was a bitch. She was a crazy bitch, I'll tell you that. But she saw it with me. Yeah, fully grown black panther in a campground of this place called First Landing, where the English first landed in America, is where we were camping. No shit. And yeah, fully grown.
Oh, Dana said same thing, different clans when it comes to the Yeti thing.
Right.
I find it weird, just like the Great Flood story, that so many different isolated and separate cultures have documented the same creature, though.
Right.
What
And
is so
just the
damn
fact,
funny? No, I agree with you, Bushido. Yeah. Yeah. It's like dragons. Dragons are in every culture,
yeah,
and the flood story is in every culture. The Great
Dragons
Flood.
were simply pterodactyls.
well,
Oh,
they could have been any dinosaur. Take your pick, you know.
Yeah, they were all birds. When you pare it down,
but they have to breathe fire like Godzilla, baby.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I think because especially if like you look at descriptions, like the basilisk, for example, was clearly all the mace-tailed dinosaurs. In fact, they just found a almost completely intact fossil of one not that long ago. And if you haven't seen it, you
Yeah,
need
I
to look
saw
it up.
that. Yeah, with the skin and everything on it. Yeah.
Yeah. That and a basilisk description are almost identical. So I just really think that we don't really realize how recently, i.e. Loch Ness Monster, dinosaurs have been on this earth, you know?
I agree. Do you know that the reason they thought there were cyclops was because in ancient Greece they would find the skull of a mastodon or a big elephant or something, and they had that big hole right here for the snout or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But they'd find they look like an eyeball hole, so they were thinking that's a cyclops. You know, that makes nothing but sense.
They got a phrase "third eye blind" from that with people. You ever hear that third eye blind?
Third eye blind, yeah.
I've heard of the third eye. Yeah, third eye blind is a man, I think, but the third eye is like this thing that supposedly we all have. But
that's like all that chakra stuff, man. I don't know. I wish I knew more about that, but it's painful for me to learn it, you know.
Yeah, it's like reading the Book of Mormon after you've already read the Bible. It's like,
oh my, this is exponentially fun. Dana, hello.
Hey, Miss Dana.
Hi, guys.
How are you, ma'am?
Okay, let me put my ears in.
Tell us a Bigfoot story, baby.
Right?
The hurricane says your third eye is the pineal gland.
Yeah.
Pineal gland. I've heard of that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know fluoride
it doesn't involve
calcifies?
the penis, Yorga. The pineal gland has nothing to do with the penis.
So if
never said it
that
did,
means
baby.
instead of the third eye, if you wore sunglasses, that'd be the fifth eye. So then he'd be a five-eyed.
I almost think that's why the Hindus put that red thing right here. I think.
Well, I thought that wasn't their part of the
Okay, this is real talk here. But now you know that fluoride treated toothpaste came out right after the Second World War, right?
Okay.
And you also know that fluoride was originally used to pacify prisoners of war during World War II. The Germans used it for that, and concentration camps for that matter. And they realized as a secondary, they realized as they were using this fluoride that they were like, man, this is strengthening their teeth. And they learned that as a consequence of using it to keep people dumbed down and like not wanting to rise up, you know? But the thing that they don't know if it was intentional or not was, and this could have been on the US end when they decided to employ it on a large scale, but fluoride immediately attacks and calcifies the pineal gland, which is considered your third eye, which is your connection to the sky and like, you know, all your cosmic knowledge and all that stuff. Everybody that's used fluoride in their toothpaste and mouthwashes and all that stuff for any period of time, you basically have shut down your pineal gland, myself included, and we are orphans to our cosmic connection. And that's what they're doing to keep us under their thumb.
That is the veil.
Completely agree.
That proverbial veil that keeps us from the ultimate ethereal scape. The veil is not just mental, but it is those things like fluoride, all the chemicals in our food, all of the processing and plastics and bullshit. Like, I'm not trying to go full on Indian hair tampon, but I'm saying like,
Well, you're saying you don't want to go full like native witch doctor, but they did it and they're doing it, you know? So like there must be something to it. How much money do you think it is to get 89 bajillion vats of fluoride and jam it in toothpaste and mouthwash and stick it in everything that people put in their mouths, you know? I mean, it's not cheap, I'm sure. You know what I mean?
okay, so what are the benefits?
Well, they're obviously operating at a higher level than we are. So when we say, what's the deal with this adrenochrome? Why are they doing all this pedophile stuff? They have taken this knowledge that was being sought after. For example, let's go back to those same Germans in World War II. They were rampantly going in and bisecting and dissecting the occult to try to find things to help them get where they were going. And it's like what they tell you to never do. Don't ever study a martial art and say, I just want to learn how to kick someone in the balls. And then you stop studying because you don't know the whole wisdom of what you're doing. You know what I mean? And they're applying these techniques that were meant for one thing and using it to do something else. You know, they're using the tools for the wrong stuff. Well, I think they're still doing that. And I think not only are they trying to tap into this stuff, they're trying to make sure that you can't, you know?
Yes. The veil, like I said, it's layered in. It's like a phyllo dough.
There's all kinds of stories about Hitler looking for the lost circle. They're coming in as well. All kinds of
yeah.
things.
Yeah, he was really into all the druidic stuff and all of it, man. You know, I mean, actually, like the stuff that they knew about at that time was actually pretty impressive because it wasn't until the 60s or 70s that the rest of the world caught on to that stuff.
Well, I have well water, so I don't have to worry about that. But Barefoot, I think she was going to say something about Bigfoot, where you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize.
No, you did. That was very interesting.
Well, first off, I drive 15 miles just to get well water to drink because I don't want to drink the crappy water here in town. So I understand that. And there is definitely a veil that they're wanting to block from all of us from seeing what is really out there. The Bigfoot story, honestly, because of the seizures that I've had in the last couple of weeks, I can't even tell you exactly how it came up again in the last couple of weeks. But I found myself, I think what it was is because of the last seizure, my kids asked me not to watch these type of channels, the political channels, right? So I was looking for something different to watch. And something popped up with Bigfoot in Alaska. So I was like, okay, I got to watch this. And it was literally, it was so funny watching it. I laughed my ass off, right? These three guys on this Discovery Channel thing, it was hilarious, knocking on trees with wood and branches and shit. But there was a live feed, and so I was like, okay, we'll see. But somebody said in the live feed to check out this channel. So I did. And what it is it's this guy that he's a hunter and a guide, and he had an experience with Bigfoot. And it tripped him out so much that he wanted to talk to somebody about it, but everybody thought he was crazy. So he mentioned it on his channel, and one of his subscribers said, hey, had the same thing happen, you know? So he's basically started a new channel with nothing but emails from people that have had experiences. And there was a few that were from out in the area that I used to live in here in Alaska. Because once I started listening, I mean, for basically the last week, I've done nothing but binge watch his channel. But there was some from out in the area that I used to live in. And so I asked my daughter, and she's like, Mom, you don't remember? And I was like, remember what? She's like, when we used to go out Liberty Road, but then all of a sudden we stopped. Do you remember why? And I was like, no. She was like, we were walking out McCarthy Road, walking the dogs, and all of a sudden we heard this scream as if somebody was being killed. and we just turned around and left. And we knew what it had to have been, because the elders have told us, you know, that area has their stories of the hairy man, and that he'll take your children, you know. And so the kids were always warned, and we kind of thought it was just, you know, something to keep your kids from running off, you know.
Boogeyman.
But right. But the different stories that I've heard, and Katie's reminded me, we've sat here and talked about it over the last week, you know, because my memory's gone to shit. Some things I remember and some things I don't, you know. But yeah, apparently there's quite a few stories here in Canada, in many of the northern states. And then I guess the southern states have a dog man.
Yeah, Michigan has that. Yeah.
Right. It's trippy, but you know, honestly, I don't see why it couldn't be true.
It wasn't just Michigan that had the dog man, by the way.
No.
Those were
Idaho.
widely reported all over the world. In fact, St. Christopher was supposedly one of those.
You're right. I have read about that. St. Christopher supposedly had a dog head, as crazy as that sounds.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's all sorts of theories and whatnot that people have come out with it. But Yorga, I put in a link earlier for you to check out. Did you check it out?
Ooh, let me scroll back. But I want to
I don't know
ask
if you can get back to it through chat, but
probably. Have you heard of Portlock, Alaska?
yeah. In fact, Katie and I are going to go there this summer.
Really? So you know the story with that? The whole town. Whole town.
The whole town up and
Bigfoot or
fucking
something.
left. They were like, no, we're out, we're done.
We're out of here. Yeah.
Yep. But apparently, from what the natives say, it's out of respect. One, that this is the one in Portlock is oddly, I mean, not oddly, but that's definitely a bad one. But they say that for the most part, the Bigfoot or the Save, from what they call them, are just like people. They have good people and bad people.
Yeah.
And so
I found the link, by the way. So thank you.
Yeah, at the end of that video is footprints that these railroad guys found and took pictures of their footprints next to the footprints that they found.
They say they're everywhere. They say they're in Florida. I mean, Florida. Really? Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, the ones in Florida
place.
They're a little weird down here, though. They're supposed to be smaller and stinkier.
Skunk yeah.
Okay, well, Dana, we've talked about this before. Do you think they are interdimensional?
Yes. Yes, I think they go through a portal.
Yeah.
Yep. I think they go through a portal, and I think that they make their portal. And not only that, but I think that is one of the, and I'm supposed to go check out this David Pilates guy. And from what my daughter reminded me that my son, Kyle, tried turning me on to this David Pilates guy years ago, tried getting me into this topic. But the 411 missing, the people that go for a hike and then never seen again.
I actually know a lot about that. And the only bad thing about David Pilates is that he's very dry. And
Yorga, you hit the nail on the head. Go ahead and finish, and I'll back you up.
I was just going to say, someone who does his actual stories, but a lot better, this guy named Mr. Ballin.
There you go. I was going to say the same thing.
You know, exactly. And I mean, the stories just are better. It's the same story, but it's just better told because David himself, God bless him for all the research he's done. He's just really dry.
Okay, who's this, Mr. Ballin?
Mr. Ballin, Ballen. He's a former Navy SEAL, young guy. He looks like he's early 30s, but he's just a really good storyteller, and he doesn't exaggerate or anything. Yeah, anything Mr. Ballin, He's one of those channels that, like, every time he posts something, I watch the whole thing.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
And
subscribed to
I
him.
was sad the day that I got done marathoning his entire channel and I realized I hit the bottom. I was like,
I've
oh
done that
no.
too. I did
Yeah.
that
Okay.
too.
I was like,
You
now
guys
what?
go check out this How to Hunt. Let me find a link. He's funny.
Yeah, Mr.
He'll
Brown is
go off
great.
on his rants, and you'll think, God, what an ornery dude. And then he'll turn around and pet his goats, his tiny pet goats. It's funny as all get out. And he's a patriot. For being a Canadian, he's a patriot. I've been binge watching his channel.
Man, a lot of these Canadians are turning out to be a little more American than we are these days, you know?
Right?
I'm with
Oh
you.
my gosh. Oh
I'm
my
with you,
gosh.
man. You're right.
It's amazing the other countries still relish the freedom. It's taking us a little bit longer.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot closer to the Canadian people. No kidding, man. I mean, we're
think
all
about this,
kind of the
man.
same breed.
If we could take Trudeau over there and we can be like, all right, you guys want to be a leftist paradise? Ship all our left-wing lunatics over there and we'll fill up this half of the country with Canadians and Taiwanese people that want to get the hell out of where they're at. And
South Koreans, well, they don't want to get the hell out. But
No,
you know,
Ron.
the right people. I don't care what color you are. The right freaking people, man.
Later, brother.
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm
let's
with you.
get that done. Let's zip that up. And then we'll never have to worry about this stuff again for another 100 years until, gender bending comes back in style or whatever.
Right. Things get goofy again because it will. Look at Rome.
But here's my thing, man. And yes, Rome is a perfect. We're hung on exactly the same hook. But could you imagine if you were a honest, came by, born that way person that just felt as if they were born in the wrong gender, but this whole craze, just like the gluten allergy craze, where 50% of the people talking about this don't really have one,
Right.
Thank you.
But now they're doing it with this whole like the whole LGBTQ thing, and the honest to God legitimate people that exist in that parameter, it's damaging them more than anybody,
Yep.
And I don't
It's
care
like
what
finally
percentage
they
say
did all
they
this
want.
work to get legitimacy.
Yeah. But I didn't mean to interrupt you, but even if they say they're 1%, they're not even 1% of the population. They've got to be like a 0.05 or something maybe. When it really comes down to, and some people think that shit is fashionable now. Well, I'm a girl now.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Normalizing.
It's, for example, when I was growing up, a couple of the guys that I knew at an early age, you could tell that they were gay,
Oh yeah.
And then there was one or two guys I knew that suddenly became gay in college. Those guys that suddenly became gay in college, and don't ask me how you could do that, but they're all married with kids now to women today.
Okay, so
and
you don't
the
believe
guy,
in
the
bisexuality.
people that were playing with Barbies in the second grade. No,
I
what I'm
have
saying is the kids that I knew that were playing with Barbies in the second grade, they stayed the course. They were the real ones, and these other people, it was fashionable or stylish to be
Gotcha.
that way.
Yep.
I
Okay,
have
guys.
what?
Attention seekers.
My ex-husband, when we met, the man was a fisherman. He was a hunter. We went hunting for our honeymoon.
Manly man.
Manly man. I caught him in bed with my best friend.
Oh,
My best friend's name is Adam.
All righty then.
Oh wow!
Oh God, I still get pissed when I think about it.
Getting back to what Bushido was saying,
See, if
I
I
have a nephew. Hold on a second.
you, I would have
Real
been
quick.
like, I just would have been like, so now you're saying I can just go shopping for whatever I want for the rest of time?
Yeah. I have a nephew.
I don't know, trying to find the silver lining there,
I had small kids.
She walked away.
My brother-in-law had small kids, and we would go to go like watch football game. You know, Sunday go for dinner over your mother-in-law's house, blah blah blah. And there's a bunch of little kids, and they would all go back to a room. There was all this Legos and shit back there, so it was great. We could watch football, and the kids go back. But this nephew of mine, who I love to death, at a very early age, would just come walking out of that room in high heels and a dress and pearls on and stuff. And we were like, well, he wasn't my kid, so his dad was like, "Wait, get back in there! What are you doing? What are you doing?" I mean, he was like that from the get-go. Always. I mean, it was no doubt in anybody's mind, Justin is, jolly, or whatever you want to call it. And to this day, he still is. He didn't just choose it or whatever, but he was, I remember he was over at our house one day with my son, and they were both little, and Halloween was coming up, and I wasn't eavesdropping, but I was in another room, and I could hear them talking. And they were all saying, what are you going to be on Halloween? What are you going to be on Halloween? And my son was like, I'm going to be Superman. And Justin goes, I'm going to be Dolly Parton. And my son jumped on his ass. He said, for God's sakes, Justin, don't embarrass me. You get to be an alien or Frankenstein or something, man. Don't be Dolly Parton. That's a true story. And I love him to death. But he's, he came out and all that stuff, but he was always that way. It wasn't like one day you just went, oh, I think I'm gay. It doesn't happen.
Don't you love when your gay friend or family member comes out to you and tells you that they're gay and you're like, no way.
Yeah, he didn't do it personally to me, but
I just thought it was funny. This kid that I knew.
He didn't do it personally to me, but his brother told me. He said, Justin's gay, right? And I went, no. Yeah, I had to do the whole that whole like you don't say. You're kidding. Yeah, Jesus Christ, it's been gay since he was 3 years old.
Shock and awe.
You know what
Shock and awe. Yeah, really.
You know what I find disturbing? Of course, I'm older, and it's from a boy's standpoint. And I'm not talking about what side, coin you're on. You're just curious, you know what I mean? You're trying to figure it out, where you're going, and the kids, they're on Google. They're on the internet to find the answers. I find that disturbing. I'm not talking about whether you're gay or not. You're just you're going through that point in life, to find out where you know what I'm talking about? Am I off?
I can see what you're saying because people go through that. But now they're being indoctrinated from the get-go in school to be told, you know what, you're gay, you're transgender. It's okay if you want to be a little boy and dress in a dress. And you know what? We're going to help you, and we're not going to tell your mommy and daddy.
Yeah.
But see, kids can use that though. Oh, am I roboting right now? You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah. That's okay.
Okay. So here, if any kids that are listening, tune in and write this down. What you do is you go to the really pretty girl in school and you say, hey, I think I might be bisexual or gay, but I want to know for sure. And then that girl will have sex with you so you can find out if you're gay or not.
Huh?
Damn.
That never worked for me in high school.
Right, but now with this all this liberation and exploration, you can be like, well, I think I'm gay, but I might want to try a girl just to make sure, And then they're like,
that is utterly ridiculous.
Okay, can we
Let me
get back
try
to
it once,
Bigfoot?
and then we'll see. You know, or you don't know. And plus, she's been under the bleachers.
But then
for years.
But the trick is you're lying to her, which is exactly what a girl wants to hear.
Duly noted.
Lord have mercy.
Ran that by me again?
So back to Bigfoot.
The secret ingredient is dishonesty.
Yeah, they do love that though, don't they?
Okay, so the one other thing about Bigfoot that they were talking about that comes up a lot in those emails is that the synchronicity. Once you either have some sort of a interaction, whether it be a sighting or a possible sighting, or hearing something moved odd things. Once you have an altercation, things seem to happen, right? the last week, probably 4 or 5 different times, Sasquatch or Bigfoot or Yeti has come up in conversation that I've been in, or I've seen multiple times. I mean, even you, Yorga, the other night, I popped in here on a live. Maybe it was over at Zach's or Jeremy's, but you were talking about Sasquatch on Netflix or Hulu or something.
Oh, yeah, on Hulu. That's a good one.
I was just totally tripping shit because I had just heard on one of those email videos about how synchronicities, how once you start talking or thinking about Bigfoot, be careful because it's going to be all over the place, right? So, I mean, and then like 3 or 4 different times within the next 2 days, Bigfoot come up in conversation. And not that I brought it up, but that I had heard in a chat or something, or my daughter even brought it up to me, and I was like, oh God, have you seen what I've been watching lately? And she's like, no, what have you been watching? So I showed her, and now she's stuck on watching his videos. So then today I'm up at the laundromat where I travel to go get my water because they have good water. I figure if I'm going that far, I might as well do my laundry too. So I'm doing my laundry, and this old lady comes in and she's on her phone and she's talking about Bigfoot. Okay. So I turn on my video, and I'm listening to these emails while I'm folding laundry, and she's like, who's that guy? You got to tell me about that guy. And have you heard of Scott Carpenter? And so she tells me about Scott Carpenter's YouTube channel who talks about Bigfoot. And I tell her about this how-to channel who talks about Bigfoot, and come to find out they're both good friends, these 2 channels. So then I'm on my way home from this laundromat, which I go to at least once a week. And I see this semi-truck pulling into a coffee shop. And I look over at this coffee shop, one of those little, on the roadside stand coffee shops. And there's this great big Bigfoot on the side of this coffee shop. And a smaller one behind it, and a smaller one behind it, like a Bigfoot family, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which a lot of the emails that I've been listening to the last couple of days have been about the families. So I thought, okay, that's kind of weird. Because I've never, ever, ever seen that. I've never seen those there before. And I drive by there every week. And I've never seen those Bigfoots there before.
That's weird.
I think I've even stopped in there for coffee and never seen those there before.
I don't know about the United States, but Ontario in particular, the Laurentian Shield around Hudson's Bay, the tree line. Not only Bigfoot, Sasquatch, what you're going to call it, there's all kinds of things about the North. UFOs, and people got this thing about, like the northern way up, it's starting to melt. Russia and Canada are fighting about the land being uncovered. But at one time it was just the barrens, all these stories came out, the whole history of that. You might not know if there's something written by Farley Bullitt, the Legend of Sam McGee. There's all kinds of things about the North here.
Y'all heard of, I think it's called Nahanni Valley, the Valley of the Headless Men?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's way up there in, I think, British Columbia, way the hell up in Canada somewhere.
It's probably BC.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know anything about Canada, but Canadian. I'm proud to be a Canadian. Anyway, yeah, Valley of the Headless Men. That's pretty intriguing. It's called the Nahanni Valley, I think is what it's called.
Gotta look into that.
Oh my God, it's so remote that really nobody's there, but guys were going up in there trying to get gold and then not coming back out. Very much like Portlock. There's a whole bunch of stuff about that. Yeah.
Nahani Trap, Nahani Valley. Okay.
I think so. And I think the river, there's a river that goes through, it might be the Nahani River too, or some other river. I can't remember.
Well, yeah. And I know the story that you were talking about. There's the way that was written down, and then there's a couple deviations. It's this river cuts kind of into a shallow canyon. And if you follow that river, if you take some of these little fingers that shoot off, they were uncharted at the time, and maybe even still today. I don't know. But maybe at the time that the story took place, they were uncharted, and the guy went in there and like just, you know, he was right there with everybody else. They go onto this this finger, like little, I guess you'd call it river offshoot or whatever. And then suddenly the guy's gone, and then they can't find him, and they have to go deeper and deeper and deeper down this river to try to find him. And there's just no trace of him. And then finally they'll find like something on the side of the river bank, like a bucket or something. And they'll go, well, he definitely was here, but there's nothing else. There's no other trace of this guy, you know? And then those people disappear when they come back later, you know?
Yeah,
like
they found him with no head.
In the middle of a snowy thing, and nothing leading up, nothing leading out.
That happened in Chittenden this last winter. There was a young man that went missing. He was there at bedtime and then gone in the morning. And they found his car on the 1 mile road heading up to the village, which is basically, I mean, it's a 1 mile road, and there's nothing really there on each side, you know. You can see down to the other road from that road, you know. They just basically made a shortcut, and a shit ton of snow. There was no footprints, no nothing. He's just gone.
It's crazy.
Man's gone.
Yeah, I talked to somebody who graduated in physics. You ever heard of the string theory?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it goes to the 11th dimension. So I says to him, in a mathematical extension, he says mathematics are limited to the 3rd dimension. They don't apply. It's a weird human state of mind, I'll call it.
It's all we can do to rationalize the numbers.
Yeah.
My wife's cousin, his name is J.P. Corderick. He's one of the people that writes the papers that people writing their thesis papers for doctorates and stuff base their quantum stuff off of. They test his theories. It's pretty crazy. I got to meet him one time, and his English is pretty good too. Guy probably has autism, you know. He was kind of really weird, like he wouldn't look at me and stuff. But
brilliant.
But man, that like this dude, he would try to explain it to me, and I if you ever want to feel dumb, get around a guy who writes about that kind of stuff. You know, get a shot caller on like string theory, quantum physics, any of that stuff, and you will feel so stupid. It's just, I can't wrap my head around half of it, you know.
But some of those things can be actually explained fairly simply. And let me try to explain this real quick, because I can never get my head around the 4th dimension. 3-dimensional, we are all height, width, length, 3 dimensions, right? So if you were to back it up a little bit and just say that there is a little man who lives in 2 dimensions, and let's say this piece of paper is his world. Even though this paper has thickness, let's just say it doesn't. And he can only go this way, this way, this way, this way, but there's no up or no down. That would be 2-dimensional. And you take, I don't know, an apple or something and pass it through this 2-dimensional world. It's a 3-dimensional object. To this little guy here, it would look like it's appearing and then disappearing. See what I mean? So if you take that to the 4th dimension, I mean, it would, I imagine to us, it would just like something is here and then it, you know, but it's still, does that make sense?
Well, how I always was explained and later explained to other people how dimensions work is you have one television screen, but you have 250 channels, you know? and you tell
Yes.
the television which dimension you want to view at that time, you know?
Yes, you're just plugging into that channel. Exactly. They're all happening at the same time. It's just a different notch on the dial.
Well, you talk about quantum this, quantum that. Can a time machine be created, invented?
Can it? It already has been.
No.
I think it's already
Probably
been in, I
has
think
to be.
we're all in a time machine.
No, they've already proven through quantum it can exist, because at the point it does exist, it's already in the future. You can't go back. You can't do it.
Oh, well,
So they say.
right. You can, like, for example, Newton made a time machine, but it was in theory, but he physically made it. It was a series of mirrors and a wagon. And the light that you saw when you looked into it was light that entered, you know, a second ago, because he was trapping light inside of this wagon with a series of mirrors. And with that idea, the concept of time travel was the resolve that it is possible happened, because they're like, man, we trapped this light inside of this box.
What
And,
that was the concept of light traveling different speeds, reaching different places, different times. That's the idea that was time didn't come for a while.
Morning, Wingnut. Morning, Moonshot.
Right.
Morning, Mama
Yeah.
Red.
But he's credited with being the first person to make such an experiment, you know?
Right, sure.
Yeah, but think of
Right.
it. Light's moving at 186,000 feet per second.
Miles per second.
Miles per second, sorry.
Yeah.
But mass degrades as you approach the speed of light. Nothing can exist in there of mass.
That's that light speed is pure energy. Right.
100 miles per hour, sorry, I misspoke. But mass degrades.
186,000 miles per hour. But what is the speed of dark?
Zero. Because darkness is nothing.
Okay.
It's the same as the color.
Darkness is everything. There is more dark than light, particle-wise.
Well, it's kind of like the cut. There is no such color. Black is the absence of light. White is the presence of all color. You know.
Right.
Is it a color? Not really. You know.
The shade.
No, they're hues, I think, right?
I mean, there's just hues.
Morning, Hudo.
I always heard white
There's
and
a
black
term
was
for
shades
black and
of
white.
celestial colors. Roy G. Biv.
Yeah.
Is darkness the opposite of light or the absence of light?
It would be the absence.
The absence of light. Because
Oh, go ahead.
It's like
I would say infrared would be the opposite of light, if I had to take a guess.
Okay.
I don't know. An X-ray is just really a bright freaking light. You get X-rayed? That's the way I understand it. It's just you can't see it, but it's a super bright light on a different spectrum or whatever. But what about this though? This is what's always screwed me up with time travel. And bear with me for a second. So the Earth is spinning, and we're doing about 1,000 miles an hour. But we're also going around the sun, and I don't know how fast that is, but it's pretty damn fast. But then the sun is rotating around our actual center of our galaxy. So there's all these different movements. At the end of the day, we're doing right this second about 700,000 miles per hour with the rotation of the Earth going around the sun, and the sun moving around the galaxy. Now, if I were to make up a time machine, let's say I want to go back to 1965 or something, how would the time machine know exactly where the Earth was in that spiral it's doing in 19? Wouldn't I end up in outer space somewhere? Let's say I could just do it back to
you
where.
know about time fabric, right? The fabric of space-time. You know that theory, right?
I mean, a little bit about it, yeah.
Well, that's where if linear time was that piece of paper that you were talking about before, and 0 AD is the left side of the paper, and 2022 is the right side of the paper on the edge, right? You can't go from 2022 to 0, but you can fold the paper And if you make a ribbon or a snake shape with it and push it together, you could go from 2022 to 1000 AD just by jumping from one side of a paper to another,
folding space. That's in Dune, folding space, and it's Einstein theory as well. You could fold it, if you know how to do it.
Yeah, that the whole coin of fabric, I think, was Einstein. Yeah.
You probably need the power of a black hole to do it or some shit, but.
And then he was pushing unified field and trying to remember the other one, but yeah, that
E equals
got him all
MC
fired up on that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, man.
Sorry.
No, I'm done. I just didn't want to get too nerdy. We're going to run all the people away.
Well, we've clearly ran into something that you seem to know about, and I'm like, I'm listening at this point.
I think Bugout's actually shocked.
I'm listening.
It's like dumb stuff that I just think about, It's like, but wait a minute. If I went back in time to 1965, the Earth would have been here, and so would I go back there? And all of a sudden I'm in outer space. I'd be in that same spot where 1965 was, but we're not there anymore.
Well, again, it's only if you see time and space as linear. Even if there's 0.00001% of arc, it's going to eventually create a circle. So at the very least, we're running an Ouroboros with an accordion setup.
Like they say, time and space is relative.
Well, then you could actually. I would just you could mathematically. I would think you could figure that out actually, because it would be just the same.
I think history answers the question. Oh, I just cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I think what Blackwatch just said, he said one sentence, and it probably takes you 5 minutes to think it all the way through. If time and space is relative, but that's a huge statement, first of all. But second of all, if you go historically and you listen to the original people, they all, just like the Bigfoot, just like dinosaurs and dragons, just like all this other stuff, they all seem to agree that there's these power lines that go across the country, and that's where all the weird stuff happens. And that's where all the pyramids are built. That's where all the holy places are. They all tapped into this stuff. And
we have a triangle here in Alaska.
Yeah, there's one down in.
I've seen something about that. Yeah, the Alaskan Triangle.
There's one in California as well.
There's one in Michigan, over one of the Lake Michigan, I think, part of Michigan. Man, anyway.
This one's on you Americans, Stephen, and I don't want to lose track. What about the Philadelphia experiment? Did that really happen? Did the sailors really appear between bulkheads? I don't know.
I'm on the fence on that one. I think it could have, and I think maybe it didn't, but I'm leaning towards it did. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, Yorga, it's funny that you would say that, but there's no evidence of us manipulating that stuff since.
Maybe
but if it ended up being a disaster, and the USS Eldridge was the ship.
Maybe they just hit it better since then. Lesson learned.
Yeah, or like that ended up really fucked up. Let's don't do that again.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then yeah. But I just can't see us having a technology. Yeah, I can't see us leaving that alone. There would have been 2 or 3 or 5.
Okay, we've already established if this is going to happen in the future, then it's already here now.
I don't know. I can only imagine what that would have seemed like. Or maybe they're using it all the time. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe where
there is no start.
I'd have to agree. They probably, if that did happen, they probably did not leave it alone. That ship, though, has been traced to Greece. Somebody in Greece bought that boat, the Eldridge, and I think it's still out there floating.
There's even
and it wouldn't surprise me that we didn't do like a very crazy.
Think about all the crap. Think about all the crap the Nazis were experimenting.
Oh yeah,
Is it me or is somebody playing?
Not me. Not me. Hello.
Oh, it's Dana. Dana's jamming.
Not here. It's not me.
I'm sorry.
No, it was Dana. She was jamming.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was
You know who
me.
the culprit is.
For some reason, I didn't think you guys would be able to hear me because I have my headphones
Dana,
in.
that was badass, whatever you were just rocking to. Word.
Sounded like gargling to me.
She was
It was
That's why.
Soap's cover of You Spin Me Round. The link is in chat.
Oh yeah. Eddie put it.
It's good.
Dope. You spin me around. Moonchild put it in.
Yeah, it's good.
Hey, Bushido, I don't know if I want to go there now, but I like talking to you because you're a nerd like I am. But we were talking about string theory. Now, I know a little bit about that, and you know how something like the equation pi,
Hey, Russ.
3.14 is
Right.
universal throughout the entire universe. The circumference of a circle is 3.14.
Yeah, but acknowledge one thing. They rounded that off. It's 3.13 infinitum.
Okay, there you go. But you see what I'm saying? We're talking about strings, and I get it because they talk about we're in this one string and it's vibrating this way, but there's another one here that's vibrating in this way, and we're not like a guitar very much. Something that's like 3.14, and I don't want to get too nerdy here, but if you take a distance, let's say from here to here, I can't do it on this little screen. And that's, you're setting up a musical instrument, and from the bridge to the nut, that's where the string vibrates from one end to the other. Okay, you got me? That's your string. But to get to the first fret, you take that measurement, whatever it is, and divide it by 17.817, and it'll give you a number, and that'll show you where the first fret is. Okay, you stop there. And then you take that measurement from the first fret to the bridge again and divide that by 17.817, and you get another number, and that shows you your second fret. So that's why the frets are wider up at the end, and then they get closer and closer together. That's the magical number 17.817, and that's throughout the entire universe. No matter what string you're on, that 17.817 comes in every single time. I know I might be sounding goofy now, but this is the truth. They used to call it the rule of 18, but it wasn't 18. It's 17.817. So I think that has something to do with the universe and vibrations and what realm we're in and what realm we might be in at some other time. Or
and like which one we tune in on. I'm feeling it, Yorga.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Here's what I wondered though.
Kind of like a radio dial.
It's a universal constant, 17.817. It is.
This was a serious question that I've had for years and never really bothered to ask because ain't nobody got time for that. But that number applies to every stringed instrument goes by the same law.
Yes.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter if you have a string that's this long or one that's 18 miles long.
But I'm saying like a viola string and a harpsichord string and a violin string, it's the same numbers, right?
17.817. Yes.
I've got a question for that. Why didn't you put the same string inside a vacuum? Would it be the same?
Inside of a vacuum, like in outer space,
no noise.
It would make no noise.
No, but would it not vibrate at the same point?
You have to have air. I don't know what it would do. I'm not an astronaut, baby. You need air for the vibration, and the vibration makes a sine wave, and then it all gets just scientific, you know.
You could drive.
I think you might have the vibration, but not the
It all
sound.
gets scientific and everything.
Right.
He's not an
David?
astronaut. He's an astro. Yes.
I'm an asphalt astronaut, baby.
Look, man, just be impressed. I just went through this little string theory part. Let's just stop right there. Full disclosure.
Okay, I'll stop. I know.
Okay.
I don't know if I've said too
String
much
theory.
or not enough, but I'll shut up.
The simplified version, and I'm going back to ancients here because I know more about history than I do the future. You know what I mean? But have any of you heard of molecule chains?
Yeah.
Molecule chains, I think, but I don't know what it is.
As it applies to string theory, and the Egyptians were one of many cultures that believe this, but the Egyptians believed in a version of magic, but they really believed in molecule chains. So, like, there are hieroglyphics that illustrate it's like you don't, like, either move that object or impact that object with a ray of light or a lightning bolt or something. What you do is you point your finger and you affect one single molecule off the tip of your finger, and you let that molecule affect the next molecule and the next one. So you're only affecting one molecule, and it's making a chain reaction that's going to the target, you know?
So butterfly effect.
Yeah. And for them to have that concept, the Egyptians had diagrams of atoms and all kinds of other stuff that they just simply should not have had, you know? And there are other cultures that did the same thing. So it's,
How did they draw Eve?
Did they draw Eve?
No, I said, how did they draw Eve? I was going way out there, but what if atoms is an atom?
Oh, I see what you did there.
Right.
But how come a solar system looks like a flipping atom? Think about that.
Now, you're getting to what I'm getting at. Like, what if the atom is a microcosm of the macrocosm, which is the universe? What if there's organisms inside of organisms inside of organisms inside of... What if we're just like white blood cells floating around in a freaking rabid flea, you know, that's biting a mouse right now? You know what I mean?
You ever put two mirrors? If you put two mirrors in front of each other equally, right, it looks like eternity. In fact, the Mormon temples back in the day, when they did some of their non-cultish rituals, had mirrors. It was the eternity mirror. And when you did your initiation, it appeared eternal because of those two mirrors facing each other.
My sister, when I was a kid, my sisters had a walk-in bathroom. They had a giant mirror in front and then two mirrors in the back. And it used to freak me out because every time I walked in there, you get that infinity thing going.
Yep.
Oh, man. I used to, I was like, I didn't even want to go in there, man.
You know, you're talking about that. A friend of mine, it was an all-you-can-eat kind of Chinese everything. And it's like almost the center of it, the kitchen was like Paris with the wheels going on. And each room that you ate in had mirrors. And a mirror went to a mirror. I went out to get another plate. I had to look. I'm looking at the guy through a mirror. I couldn't find my way back.
Yeah, like a fun house kind of thing.
Right. It's not promoted as that, but it was so weird. Talk about I'm walking around with this plate and the food's getting cold. Where are you?
At the end of Enter the Dragon, Bruce Lee was a mirror scene like that. He's fighting a guy. He's like, he's trying to stab him and he's hitting the mirror, you know. Oh, he's behind me. Yeah. It's great.
Oh, wow. You know, one last thing you can think of when you talk about molecules, you're moving molecules to one another. And of course, you get to every reaction, got to be an equal and opposite to stop it. But look at the nuclear bomb. They thought for sure it's going to global flash fire through the air. It didn't happen.
They thought it would continue to split atoms and destroy the entire world, which
exactly
it ran out of gas somehow. But that's what it was doing: is atoms splitting, and everything just turns to nothing.
They thought the Hadron Collider was going to make a black hole, but let me tell you something. One of these times they're going to be right.
Mm-hmm.
And here's another thing.
I am scared at it. It's in Switzerland or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know the mega versions of these nuclear weapons have never been tested, right?
No.
Nope.
Like we've tested the small ones, but we've never tested the really big ones because you can't. There's nowhere to test them
And
without
CERN is
destroying
only the
something.
one we know about. Think about the fact they've got to throw one to the public. Hey, here's a card. Yep, we've got this. We don't know about the actual real business. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you do about like the certain particle generator, what he's talking about. It's established what a black hole will do in the universe. We know it. And they want to create one on Earth. Oh, it's only going to be a small one. You're out of your mind. You already know what it does.
That is what all those Cloverfield movies are about. You don't find out about it until the end. At the end of it, you find out it's a particle collider that made all kinds of monsters and shit. Just everything just went to shit.
Yeah, but they already know what a star does when it implodes. Everything's sucked into it. It's gone. The matter, antimatter, it ceases to exist. You want to open that on the Earth? Oh, God.
No, hell no, but they're going to do it. I guarantee they'll do it at some point just to see, hey, watch this, you know?
But what we don't know is how to create the star. And that's where if we could figure out how to jumpstart a star, we could go to a dead galaxy, just nuke one of the planets that are there, turn it into a star, and then we could just start Gaionizing planets that are around it in the Goldilocks zone. And we don't even need to do that because did you know that in our immediate solar system, maybe not solar system, but in our galaxy, maybe the solar system, I'm saying, I'm getting mixing the words up, but
galaxy.
There are 4 planets that they have picked out that are more habitable for humans than Earth is. And there's like 45 planets that are habitable already without us having to do anything to it like we would with Mars, you know? We can just land and start planting green beans, you know?
There's billions of them. The problem is getting there because it would take 5, I don't know, probably 20 generations of us to actually make that trip. You know, I mean, if we had a spaceship that would sustain us, then your kids are going to be on the spaceship the whole time, and then their kids, and then blah, 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 blah.
But when I'm saying 45, Yorga, the 45 is if we get our spaceship technology together, these are in our neighborhood. So it won't be as grueling as it is for what we're talking about. You know, it might be 1 or 2 generations instead of like 12, you know?
Generations only 25 years, though. What do you think about going to Mars? Should we? I'm starting to lean against it. I'm like, there ain't nothing there, man. What the hell?
Well, dude, it's our next new world. We should make prison colonies and religious organizations to go there, just like America.
The new Australia.
Yeah, but look at they have a theory about the moon. Look at nobody's gone back to the moon. Why? Because Kennedy decided, there, Russians, you got a Sputnik. Look what we got.
Yeah.
What was the point? What was the point? Nothing.
Well, I think it would be smart to either have the moon or Mars as if we're going to do some serious deep space shit, have that as a place to stage everything and then leave from there as opposed to leaving from Earth. You know, you see what I mean? Leave from there. You don't have to escape the giant atmosphere of Earth and all that kind of horseshit.
Are you sure we've even been to the moon?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
As a kid, I watched out of black and white TV, and it dawned on me even then, they can do this inside of a giant warehouse.
No, we went there. My old man was a colonel. He was a fucking fighter pilot. I'm telling you, we went there.
And so he was trained to do what I say and say what I tell you.
No, you didn't know my dad. He didn't do that shit. Here's the problem.
Okay, no, you guys. I'm saying this strictly as some. I wanted to be an astronaut growing up.
Mm-hmm.
I did. I mean, I was the
I was
teacher that was going up to space, and it was a big deal. I wanted to be just like her, and then the Challenger exploded.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I was like,
I was in the 3rd grade.
Did you see
I was
that?
at work. It was in January of 1986. I was at work. I remember. You know, it's one of those things you remember.
But
The
then
thing
I've
about
seen pictures of different things that have made me question. Okay,
yeah,
pictures from up in space that I'm like, okay, wait a minute, how did they get that picture?
yeah.
Who took that picture?
We went to the freaking moon. My old man for a while
But who took
actually
those
worked.
pictures?
All right, hold on.
Did
My
you
old
see?
man for a while worked for Martin Marietta. Okay, space program. They were working on the heat shield, the tiles. You know, this is back in the 60s. The thing is, he used to laugh like shit whenever anybody ever said he was a mechanical engineer and a pilot. So anytime somebody would joke about we didn't go to the moon, he's like, his thing was it would have been easier to go to the moon than to fake going to the moon.
Yeah.
If you're with me. The paperwork is all still there on how this thruster does this and bop boop and a re-entry and yeah. Stacks and stacks and stacks of that paper. It would have been easier to go there than to fake it. Okay. We went to the moon. I'm telling you, we went to the moon. We did.
Did you see the recent?
Okay, so you guys truly believe that we've been there, that we
Yeah.
have that capability.
And look, this I'm
My
not
mom
going
worked
to
with
get crap
TRW
about it.
at the time,
No, this is a
and
great. This is
she
a
stood
great.
there and watched it, so I would like to believe her. So.
This is a great topic, and I'm not trying to be crappy or anything. I'm not at all. Go ahead. I'm
But
sorry.
Next question. So, Bugout was just talking about these different planets that are more inhabitable than Earth.
Right.
Right? Okay, so apparently scientists have figured this out, and astronomers and whatnot, right?
Yes.
How?
Yeah.
How did they know this?
How do they know this? You know what they did is they used telescopes. All right. You asked me. I'm going to answer. And this is the craziest science in the world, but it works somehow, and they've gotten way better at it. They'll look at a star, and they'll home in on a star. And what we found is, even with our sun, and we have these big rocks or planets that are going around the sun. Stay with me for a minute. If I had a big rock in my arm and I start spinning around, it's going to pull on me. It's going to pull on me, and it's probably going to make me wobble. And especially if there's several rocks hanging off of me and I'm spinning around, I'm gonna be, and I'm the sun. Okay, does this make sense? I'm gonna wobble a little bit. They would look at stars and look at their wobble, the wobble of the star. They might not ever see the planet that's out there, and then they would just kind of put it all together with the information they had from the wobble of the star. Okay.
Let me throw an asterisk in there too, because when we use the word see, a radio telescope doesn't see how we see. So they can detect things like signatures of atmospheres and stuff like that also.
Yeah. And just certain colors will tell you it's that chemical. It's hydrogen, or it's,
Right.
oxygen.
Wait, now,
whatever.
what is Rescue showing here? Pop yourself big, boy.
Auntie Jack said something about there's no wind, so I had the flag thing, and it's just like, well, just so there's the real picture of it, and there's actually
Large
a bar
screen.
at the top of the
Big screen.
And who took that picture?
The people at MTV.
It was developed by
Another
TRW
astronaut did.
Systems. So TRW, same car parts and all that. And hold on, let me go full screen. There we go.
Your audio is low. Your audio is low, just so you know.
Yeah, that's 'cause I was leaving.
TRW was more than auto parts, my friend.
That's it. This is space defense.
They were, yes, thank you.
And this is back. See, this is everybody does the NASA thing, and it's like everybody forgets that back in that day, it was a conglomerate of companies that did that whole project.
So
these are legitimate photos. These are, you can actually hear, I'll show you this side. You can actually, where's my damn shit? See that little pinhole? That's a thumbtack hole, because ever since I was a kid in the damn 60s, I had these things pinned on my wall.
So,
I mean, and it just, I guess, and I'm not trying to piss nobody off, but
no,
it's just that all of a sudden you get told that all of a sudden here you are 60 years later, and somebody, because now we have this digital age, and all of a sudden it's like, yeah, that really didn't happen. It's like, You know, I'm just not seeing my mom as like the conspiracy, liar, secret type woman. She was very open about everything, the best friend I ever had, and she was the office manager of that place.
Oh, and I just want to get this straight. So, obviously, everybody knows, I know we went to the moon, but rescue, do you think, and I'm not, I love going back and forth on this stuff. Do you think that do you think that we didn't?
No, I know we didn't.
Okay. No.
It's like, I know all the Apollo missions that were real as we learned and launched stuff. It's kind of like going out in there and getting out there in your Escalade right now and then thinking that that's how the first car was created. It's like that didn't happen. It's kind of like the Wright brothers. We have Lear jets, but the Wright brothers probably didn't see that at that time.
So on the other hand, stating that, so this is real and this did happen and we have had this technology, who's to say that we didn't have better technology and that we don't have better technology than we think we do, or that we believe we do, we the masses? Who's to say that wind flow on that flag isn't from some sort of isn't from the setup that they had and the thrusters or some sort of
it was just one of those L-shaped bracket.
Well, that was a bar that was holding that flag out there. So that's
right. But the flag is
wind thing on the flag is kind of moot. But I don't think we've been there either, because if we had, we would already have hotels.
No. Okay, so let me just bring up one thing, and this is not me talking. I'm invoking the ghost of William Cooper here, okay? Mm-hmm. But the way it was thrown down and the way I read it was, when they got there, they realized, one, we had already been there. There was already a base there when they showed up.
Yes.
Two, let's go to the Lion King here. Where the sun hit, we were allowed to go, and where the sun wasn't, we were not allowed to go, because the people that really were in charge of that place are still there, and they tolerated visitors, but they definitely made sure that they knew. And if you listen to the radio traffic of those astronauts, they're talking about that as they're getting there. And listen to it again.
It's an all or nothing situation to me, because yes, I'm aware.
Yeah, and then they're saying, "Hey, what's that?" Yeah, they're going, "What is that?"
Means they went there. If they're going, "Hey, what's that?" They went there.
Yeah. Well,
they decided not to go back.
Said a few minutes ago, what if they came here to escape there, and now we're going back there to escape here? Like, let's say Mars. That's the most realistic.
Well, I think what happened was
rescue. Can you show those and make yourself big?
Imagine you're at the gym. Imagine you're at the gym and you just got done working out, and you're like, I'm going to take a shower.
I got you, Black Watch.
And when you go into the shower, you walk in there, and there's this big 7-foot tall, muscle-bound guy touching his privates, and you just turn around and go back to your locker, and you're like, I'm never going to go in there again. That's what we did at the moon. We did that because whatever we saw was bigger than us, and we were like, Like,
is that what we did in Antarctica?
It was a big black guy on the moon with his schmeckle hanging out.
Yeah,
I didn't mention color, by the way. You added that detail.
That actually
I'm sorry, I thought that's what you said.
You remember how they used to, there was like going to be the little green, that's when the Martians and the little green men, and there was the big iron robots and all that. We were back when we first went to the moon. People just had a hard time connecting, but I mean, it was
rescue. That was the age of, if you don't understand it, kill it. Because if a spaceship landed in my yard in 1965, we would have had all the guns out. We're going to shoot anything that comes out of that fucking thing before they even have a chance to go. My friend.
Anything possible.
Yorga, I think you just stumbled on what the space race was. The space race was a race to reverse engineer the remnants of UFO crashes and implementing this technology that we didn't fully understand at the time. Mm-hmm. And who had a head start on that but Mr. von Braun.
Werner von Braun. Yeah, I know about that stuff and the UFO crashes, and I've read all that.
You know what's on his tombstone? is Psalms 19:1, and the firmament showeth its handiwork.
That's pretty anticlimactic. I thought that was going to be a lot cooler than it was.
Well, I do my best.
I'm not sure where you're going with that, Wizard, but for me, it is about my mom, just because, like I've said it before, that was my mother. So for me to say that, well, this dude that I don't know, because he has a digital video that says this from this guy that I don't know, when this woman I did. So I'll kind of go with her.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it did make a difference.
Werner, he went
screen.
from being a Nazi to a Disney. He was best friends with Disney, to propaganda for us about space race shit. So yeah, the fact that he's talking about that, one of his last interviews, he said the greatest deception, the last one of all time, is going to be out there regarding planets and that travel. So I am going somewhere with it. It's a thing.
That guy invented the V2 rocket. Basically, I think the first rocket to really go into outer space and re-enter and land on anywhere in England. They really couldn't, dial it in to where they were going to go. But he's the father of the Apollo space program.
Oh yeah,
the original V2s had pilots, actually.
Really?
The guidance systems, they couldn't figure it out quite yet, so they actually had cockpits and pilots in them, and they would parachute out before they hit the target.
I bet they didn't. I bet they were Jews, and they didn't even have a parachute.
Yeah, that part I don't know, but if you look up prototypes. Look up the prototypes. You'll see them. They got like race car cockpits in the top of them. It's crazy looking.
But those things went so fast. I would think if you tried to eject, you'd be dead on. Boom! It's a rocket. It goes into outer space. It's not like bailing out of an airplane, man. I'm not saying you're saying the wrong thing, but I'm thinking that could be propaganda because I can't see that working.
No. Okay, so the V2 rocket deployed in the world, right?
Yeah.
Going into space is an overhand pitch. When they were launching them into England, it was an underhand pitch. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. Yes. I got you. I'm not a racist, Moonchild. Damn.
Giggles.
Don't even joke about that, man.
All right.
Rescue, I should point out personally, I believe, I know they sent a man to the moon.
We've been to the moon. We've been to the moon. We've been there.
I believe it.
Shoot the moon.
And I understand the people who think that we haven't, because that's a valid argument. I mean, it is, I actually like kind of going back and forth, because I'm not saying my mind couldn't be changed and go, well, shit, we didn't, but
I'm the same. I can entertain the theories that oppose it, and some of them are pretty convincing. I'm not going to lie. And with me, and my whole thing with data and knowledge is, one, I try not to make up my mind ever, but two, if I do make up my mind, I immediately try to disprove it. Like I'll do more research on the other side than I will on my side once I make my mind up, because I don't want to be wrong.
That's why I'm open to all of the ideas. There's a few viable options.
And this is the one thing about.
If you had a lot of experience, though, like say you had a certain, because that's why it is. My mom and my family at that time was kind of interwoven. It's kind of like Gary and his dad with the heat tile. So you kind of, I'm okay with anybody entertaining whatever idea, because shit, that's people. Hell, you do what you do, but it's like, I'm not okay. I'm not allowed to do that. It's like you're not allowed to say that, yeah, we went, because then you have to be disproven, and it's.
It's an open discussion.
That's about the best I got then, is going, well, here's all the best I got for you. I don't have YouTube. I don't have nothing other than my mom gave me these videos when she came home from the office that day after we did it, and the pictures got developed. When it came back, this is what I got to hang in my room for 40 years. It just...
No, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I'm a wide open book, man. I mean, if somebody can convince me, the key is listening to the other side. I mean, if I'm like convinced we went to the moon, but if there's people in here that are convinced that we did not, man, I want to hear what you got to say, man. It ain't gonna be an argument or any of that shit, man.
To me, it's acknowledge the possibility.
Yeah. I could be wrong. I've been wrong about a whole lot of shit, man.
Right.
Been married twice.
I'm just a little gun shy nowadays because of all the other... Look at where we're at because of all the misinformation and stuff.
Yeah. Right.
We just had kids locked up for 2 years. We just punished damn near like a whole generation over misinformation, and they pumped it out regularly every day. Still do to this day.
That makes me mad about this more than anything else.
What's the story of this in 40 years, 50 years? What's the story behind it?
Right.
Did you see the video? I think it was last year. Buzz Aldrin, that guy that trolled him, and he turned around and clocked him. Why would a man hit another man that hard if he didn't believe in what he had done? Buzz Aldrin.
Oh, well, there's some video that shows him sell some little kid that he didn't go. Of course, it's always the later in the years. I don't know. Like I said, I just see where we are right here, right now, and think, man, this is where information got us right here. And then, but people don't think misinformation could have been from back then too, like that. This could have, I don't know. Go ahead.
So where were you at on this? Rescue, did you think that we did it, or did you think we didn't do it? That's the one part I missed.
No, I firmly believe we did. We have been, and that's my mother was an office manager for.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were saying, and then it kind of started sounding the other way, and I was going like, wait, maybe I heard you wrong.
No, I'm okay with other people having their things. It's whenever if you say, well, no, I believe we went, and then it's like, no, let me tell you how you're wrong. Well, then okay, well then here's a picture because this is why I feel like I'm right. That's as simple as that's all I got is I can bring the picture.
And I'm from military, and I'm going to say those sons of bitches went to the freaking moon on that. What were we driving back then? Like freaking GTO Judges and Corvettes and Mustangs and shit. That same technology. They went all the way to the moon and back. I'll tell you, one of my favorite ones was Apollo 8. That was the one where they went all the way to the moon. They weren't going to land, but they orbited the moon. They pulled out their lunar module. They hooked it all up like they were going to land, but they're not going to land. It was everything. It was a what do you call it? Stage rehearsal, and then came all the way back home. I was like, man, Apollo 8 rocked, man, because they set all that shit up for Apollo 11. We went there, man. We did that shit. But it was crazy on the technology. It was absolutely crazy because, like I said, we're driving Mustangs and GTOs and Camaros and shit. That was the technology we had. We didn't have computers or anything. We didn't have.
You were fluffing your mullet.
Huh?
Dude, you couldn't even imagine 100 miles an hour on a motorcycle.
We had computers. Our government had computers. The military
they took up a whole building to make one computer. It looked like Star Trek.
Oh, I know, man. Punch card stuff.
And a bunch of freaking
tape magnetic tape.
My grandpa worked in communications for the military, and he had some computers down in the basement before I even knew what the heck computers were.
Wow.
Actually, did you know before in World War II we had computers, but they were human beings? That was a job title originally.
Yeah.
Really?
For cracking code, right?
Well, not just that, just for anything. A mathematician, that the job was called a computer. And then the artificial computer was first created to crack the Enigma. I think that was the first one. And There's actually a movie. I haven't seen it, but what's his name? Turing, the guy who cracked the Enigma code.
Yeah, I
And
saw that movie. It was good.
I want to watch the movie because this dude was so weird. I don't know if the movie does it justice or not, but this was like the weirdest dude on earth, you know? Does it capture that?
Oh, it does. It's mesmerizing.
Do you know how that Enigma machine got out of the German U-boat commander refused to sink the U-boat? And they got a hold of the machine, the Enigma.
Right.
And they took it to England, and that's where it was cracked.
There's a really good book called Cryptonomicon, if anybody's into that, and it's pretty cool, and it does have the Enigma machine in parts of it.
But you know, to add credence to what Rescue's saying, the Aberwero was commissioned by the RCAF. That was secret. Yet the people, because I worked with some of the older ones, were allowed to take everything home to work on the weekend. So you don't think his mom got home with those photos? It happened all the time.
Right, Eddie.
Well, I know I have stumbled upon classified stuff before, and sometimes it wasn't until months later that I was briefed on it. So I saw or had in my possession material that later they said, by the way, you need to never talk about that again, pretty much, you know?
Ever.
And it's like, now you tell me, you know, and then what are you going to do? Go, well, yeah, it's kind of funny because I already took this to the bar like 3 times, you know? But
Yeah. That's like, I don't know, George, the one before Edward VII, they smoked. And the royal physician, he was in bad shape, COPD. And he went to Edward. In order to euthanize him, he had to have his permission. But his son hated his father. And in the end, it came out only after he was dead that the physician in his life had actually euthanized the king on his own. He killed the king.
wow.
And he called his wife at home, and I think the London, the main paper, phoned them and tell them to hold the press because they'd find out the king's dead. And, yeah, that's what happened. That was the one I think Edward VII advocated for the Hollywood actors. Abdicated the throne. That's in here. But yeah, there's a man that killed the king. So,
You know, talking about stuff like that, the Canadians did a lot of work in World War II in Holland, you know?
yeah.
And where my wife is from was where the Canadians did a lot of fighting, and right around where she lived, and then going pushing off into Arnhem. I've been to those places a couple times, but I always go to the Canadian cemetery there, you know, and there were so many Canadians that died there. Like, it's really kind of staggering, but they take care of that cemetery so well, and they still respect it and stuff. And I'm like, my God, these people in Europe respect our veterans' graves better than we do. You know, it's like crazy, you know?
By the way, I'll take a moment and chat. Everybody, welcome. Good day. Good morning. Good evening, wherever that falls for you. Glad you're here.
My father should have died in Belgium if it wasn't for the underground that got him out. You talk about Holland, you're talking about the heavy water thing. Did you know about that?
You're talking about the radioactive material?
Yeah, I know about heavy water. There was a ship that was sunk in a lake or some shit out there somewhere that was full of 55 gallon barrels of heavy water that they have retrieved. You know what I'm talking about?
It was supposed to go back to Germany, and there was a guy that went on board knowing that his friend and his wife he was going to kill on that boat.
Thank you. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I do know that when my wife's parents, I don't want to get into too many details, but health wise, they're kind of like having complications. You know, they're in their late 70s now, and they're having, you know, they're getting older, right? And their mortality is kind of showing. But years ago, her mother said, "Hey, you know, if something were to ever happen to us, is there anything we have that you want?" Because they knew I was into history. And like, for example, I said, "Man, I really like old stuff. Can you give me something old?" And she said, "Let me look around." And she pulled out a pewter cup, and she said, "Here, take this." And I took it, and I was like, "Well, what's this?" And she was like, "Well, that's old." And I was like, okay. She's like, "That's probably the oldest thing we have." I looked at it. 1625 was the date on the bottom of the cup.
Yeah.
And I got it in the house here somewhere. I forget where I put it. But I was just like, oh my God. Because, you know, if you're from America, it's like if it says 1800, you're like, woo. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well,
yeah, I do know what you mean. Yeah.
Well, anyway, she's like, so if something ever happens to us, is there anything that you want? And I said, well, I want that crappy painting that you showed me. But here's the story behind the crappy painting. Blackwatch had mentioned the resistance. Well, some of my wife's mother's family was in Holland. She grew up in Indonesia. She was what they called a coconut. Until she was 18, she lived in Indonesia. But her cousins, or something like that, they still lived in Zwolle and trying to think of the other town. It doesn't matter, and nobody cares. But they were resistance, and they would have these meetings in this bar. Well, the Germans figured out that the resistance people were having the meetings in the bar, and somebody keyed them into when they were having the meeting, and they attacked them while they were in the bar, and they had a shootout from the bar into the street where the German soldiers were, and some of them got killed, some of them got away, blah, blah, blah. Well, the bar ended up getting bought by one of her cousins, and the bar stayed in the family for a while. But when they sold it the last time and got it kind of out of their hands, they took stuff out of the bar, and one of the paintings that she had, it had a bullet hole in it from that gunfight where MP40 bullet went through the painting. The painting is it's the shittiest painting ever. It was a painting that was sitting in a bar. It's like got a big old yellow layer of smoke film on it, and you know, just something you'd see in an old school bar that was 250 years old, you know. But the bullet hole, I was like, oh my God, that's a bullet hole from a fight with actual Germans. You know what I mean?
Like an MP40 hole.
Yeah, right. You
I
know,
want that
I was
painting. Like, I don't care how shitty that painting is. I want that fucking painting.
That's what I said. And she was like, all right, done, pretty much. So
what a great catch, man.
So one of these days I'm gonna have this crappy painting with lights going on it, and it's gonna be in a glass case and stuff, and people are gonna go, that's the ugliest painting I've ever seen, and I'm just gonna nod my head and go, you're absolutely right. You know,
you have to preserve it. You have to preserve it for the ages, man. You have to. Otherwise, nah.
That's what I'm gonna do.
You got to put it in glass or something, man. Hell yeah, from World War II, man. Shit.
You want to know something out of curiosity? I got to preempt this. I tried my name on YouTube, and they kept corrupting the YouTube, section I can go on. This meant something different to me, but a little point of interest. Kennedy watched the presentation, or whatever you want to call it, of the Black Watch exactly 2 weeks before they shot him. To the day. Just a little bit of, trivia. The Black Watch did on front of the White House, changing up the guards and everything for him exactly 2 weeks before he was shot.
See, whenever I hear Black Watch, I think of Scotland.
Yeah.
And the Scottish Black Watch.
It's George I when he took the three Scots. He took three, amalgamated them into the Black Watch, but that's not exactly why I created this. But I never knew that Kennedy was. I know the motto of the Black Watch, all of it, but exactly 2 weeks to the day. You wonder if he knew or they knew, or it's.
Well, Kennedy was pretty good at ringing bells. Let's put it that way. I think if he would have rang a couple less bells and we could have narrowed down who did the dirty work on that, maybe his death wouldn't have been such a mystery.
The word has it that Joe was told, keep your boys in line or else. Or ahead of that.
I mean, first of all, the 3-letter guys weren't happy with him because he was trying to dissolve their agency. And those were the guys that probably could have saved him, because what I heard, the most likely candidate that put the wheels in motion for his death were the bankers, because he was going after them too, that was in theory, and I'm not saying that there weren't good presidents after that, but the last good, as in moral fiber good, that was on our team 100%, the last good president we had was him,
And then there was Bobby, of course, Attorney General, with what he was doing too. So, But that's the word that Joe was told. Pull him back. But anyway, that's history now. Something, just out of curiosity, I watched it on TV and Walter Cronkite and all that. You go to YouTube, you cannot find an accurate video of that. It will not show you what I saw on TV. It's strange, they pulled it off.
Talking like the Zaraputer film or whatever?
Yeah, it was the one that came from, remember Cronkite announced it, and the film that came out afterwards, and it was filmed probably from the book depository area. Anyway, the actual impact and everything's been removed. Any video.
The Zapruder film.
Yeah. The guy with the 8mm or whatever or something.
You know what? Real quick, my sister went down there. I have not been there. It was what's called Daily Square or something like that, where all that shit happened. She said you would not believe how small it is. You see the movies, the of JFK getting whacked and everything. She said it's a tiny little place. The grassy knoll is right there and all that kind of shit. I haven't been myself. I'd like to go. I don't know. It's kind of
the man with the umbrella, and they showed why he had the umbrella.
And then what do they call it? The babushka woman, the babushka woman. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but I mean,
the lady that had the thing.
There's old Herbert Walker Bush out there in the field telling people it's not the droids you're looking for. But see, what I thought you were originally hitting on, Black Watch, was there was another film that was made from the crowd at the street level.
Yeah.
And every once in a blue moon, they'll show clips of that, but they never really show the whole thing. And they're always about the Zapruder film. And I always thought that was weird, because you'll never see the moment of impact from the other film. And I'm like, that's the film that shows what happened, because that's the one that nobody ever sees,
That's the one I saw. I saw it. You could see, but my point is this conspiracy going on today. But the thing was, the head of the Secret Service said, Mr. President, you're not going in a convertible. Yes, I am. All the things covered. And he says, I'm going to be there and all that. 3 weeks before he was transferred, he was the head of the Secret Service on it. He would have been there. And yet he was transferred 3 weeks before. All these theories, But yeah, the one I saw, I don't want to be too graphic. Yes, his head. It was before he was gone, all of it. And Jackie crawling over the back, all of it.
Hey, let me ask you this. I heard that Jackie coming out of the back seat, going onto the trunk, I've heard 2 stories. To me, she was trying to just get the hell away.
That's what
there was another story saying that she was trying to pick up part of his head and.
Well, she did. She did.
Okay.
And one agent said she was trying to get to him because he was trying to jump to her from the left rear tire, like the driver's side tire. I didn't see any agent, but it doesn't. Just conspiracy,
Have you seen the thing? And I don't know if it was on Netflix or what, but it was a serious documentary. And I think it was called The Smoking Gun. And it said that, I mean, this is a weird kind of thing, but it kind of adds up. First shot came from, what's his name? And Oswald hit him. But then in the car behind them was a bunch of Secret Service guys, and one guy stood up with like a AR, and it accidentally went off, and that was the one that hit him by accident. And they said because the first bullet was like a bullet, but the other one was a hollow point, which, you know, it was like definitely two different bullets that whacked him. I mean, they've got, you know, this guy accidentally stood up trying to be, you know.
Why do you say a hollow point, though?
Pow! No, I don't quote me on this. There's a whole
I'm asking. I'm just
documentary about it. But if one bullet hit one way, like a bullet just goes in you, and the other one hit and kabloosh. You know?
Oh, okay. No. I can help you out on that, though.
Okay.
Your skull is pressurized, and I've seen a couple heads pop in my day. You know, like I used to shoot people for money, so the skull is pressurized, and when you send a high velocity bullet into a skull, it sends more pressure in than it can withstand, and it flowers. The skin on the skull will literally peel off, and it looks like flower petals, and the skull will just rupture. And if you touch it, it feels like a wet bag of Doritos, man. Like, it's the weirdest feeling that you'll ever feel. And you really shouldn't be touching dead guys anyway. But if you ever did, that's what it would feel like. You know, it's the craziest thing. But it's because so much pressure goes into the head, it makes the head explode. And a regular bullet will do that.
You might want to post some of this back for the sake of chat with the graphics.
Oh, yeah. I was just trying to affirm that.
No, you're good. I mean, but I saw this whole documentary, and that, I mean, it's, you know, because there's so much stuff about JFK. But I was like, you know, that is quite compelling, what they were talking about. But I get you.
What I do think, Yorga, what I think you're onto is I think they put Harvey Oswald up there, and then they said, this guy is such a dumbass, he's gonna screw it up. And then they got another guy on it. So they said, well, we're gonna blame it on him. We'll have this guy. Now, who they is, I don't know. But I think there were two shooters. At least two shooters.
He was the ultimate patsy from hell that they set up. And I'm with you. Whoever really did do it, we'll never know. But that guy was like, that was like putting, I don't know, freaking I can't see him pulling that off, you know.
You know what? I got into an argument with American, real argument, when the two officers were pulling Oswald out and Ruby went by. And like I said to him, how did somebody just walk by with a 38? I mean, it looked like he was going for a Sunday walk. You know, two cops. I've been in courthouses. I've gone in where the elevator comes down. I go to walk in, and there's 6'4" cops in there, must weigh about 300 pounds, and they just say, not now, because they got somebody in there. You know, it was amazing. It almost looked set up.
It sure was convenient for such a high profile case, all that stuff, you know.
And then he gets whacked, what, the next week or something? Then he gets whacked.
Yeah.
I don't mean to laugh about it, but it's like, gee.
And we wonder, and everybody says no way, but when you start counting the you know, former Secretary of State handiwork numbers, you know, and people are like, that's a conspiracy theory. It's like, no, when you look back in history and you look at how much that was a commonly employed tactic, nothing's changed. You know, they're just doing it the old school way, and they have somebody do some dirty work for them, and then they smoke the guy or girl, you know, and I mean, that's how we've been doing business since the beginning of time. The best way to keep a secret is if that guy's sitting in a hole, you know. I mean,
you know what I imagine with that? Somebody on a pad of paper would stick people, and after these events, they erase them with an eraser. You know what I mean? Just disappears. You know,
like, And imagine if you and I were in power, right? If or we, this body of the chat right now, if we ran the country and we had a loose end and we said, man, we're going to have to get a guy to do something that's not going to look good if it hit the newspapers. We're probably going to go to jail. Well, we're going to throw this guy a lot of money. He's going to do something. And then we're going to tell another guy that he's got to kill that guy. And then we're going to tell another guy he has to kill that guy. So the smoke on the trail is so like muddied and murked out that by the time anybody figures it out, they might get one or two breadcrumbs, but they're not going to get the whole thing,
Like each individual only knows where he goes. Doesn't know why he's going there.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry about that. I didn't mean to bring that up. It's just all these conspiracy theories of today, and yet they haven't solved that, and they never will.
Well, they redacted everything that you want to see on that paper. They say they declassified it, but they didn't because it's still redacted, So the whole point of this is, and if I was an Elon Musk or hell, even any celebrity that had that kind of money, I would challenge this stuff, but I'm just some work-a-day shill that, whatever. But when you declass something and you say, okay, we're going to declassify this, then declassify it. Don't hit half the page with a magic marker and say, here, you can read all the adjectives. That's not declassifying something. And I really got a problem with this because there's a lot of dumb stuff that's classified that I can't talk about. And it's the dumbest stuff ever. And I'm like, why is this classified? Why is this not classified and this is? It makes no sense at all. It's like, it's ridiculous. But you get something where, one, why would the president getting shot be classified in the first place? Okay, riddle me this, because if just some crazy guy in a bookstore, bookbindery shot the president, what was there any national secret about that? Why is that a secret? Do you see what I'm getting at there? I don't understand the reason for classifying it. Did they classify the Reagan shooting when what's his name? I forget the guy's name, but
he was in the news today. That fucker was in Hinckley. He was in the news today. They let him loose down in Williamsburg, living with his mom. He should have been executed when he tried to assassinate a president. And he has some kind of concert he's going to do up in Washington. Hinckley. Today I heard that shit. Yeah.
So let's talk about Hinckley for a second. Why is that shooting not classified, but the JFK shooting is? And the whole nature of the fact that they made it a secret is what makes me think that there's a secret. I don't think, wow, this must be a secret. They told me it's a secret, so the least I could do is believe them. You know what I mean?
When you talk about Reagan, is that on the corner where you had the limousine and then the guy?
Yeah.
Throws him in the back of the car and jumps on him. That one.
Yeah, and then the guy pulls out the Uzi. That one. When I was a little kid, that was the first time I ever saw an Uzi, and I thought I was like, I don't know what that is, but I want one.
I gotta have that thing.
If you want to see a small, you talk about presidential, John Booth and all this stuff, but an assassination. I'm not going to, out of respect for the channel, I'm not going to get specific. There was, what swatting is?
You said squatting?
Swatting. SW. Swatting. Online swatting.
Swatting. Like calling a SWAT team on somebody.
A little bogus SWAT calls.
Okay. Yeah, I have heard of that. Yeah.
Well,
what's up on it?
This guy in a southern state, I'm not going to do it out of respect. I've been on there. We're watching the live, right? He's doing the live like everything else. And somebody says, I got a thing from Twitter or one of those things. And so he changed his password. And all these things going back and forth and back and forth. And he hears a noise outside. Somebody called in and said, shotgun and everything else. So the cops came in. They had about 10 squad cars, a helicopter, everything else. And anyway, it went on. We could hear the audio. You can hear the audio of it because he had the mic with him. I'm not going to say whether he did it right or wrong. But at the end of it, it's not going to happen again there because the police know about it, the way it works. He wanted the body cam footage. He never got the unedited version. They would not give it to him. So you go to a president, possibility of him, editing everything. You're never going to see it. That's just a citizen. He could not get the body cam footage. It was really strange when you look at it and they're going, and you could even see the police coming afterwards. And the whole camera, everything's running, the doors were open. I don't know if it's still there, but I'm not going to say who because, I belong there and I'm not there out of respect for him.
I'll tell you right now, I would have put a 10 grand freaking retainer on the best lawyer in this town who I know, and that shit would have been not canned up. No.
Oh, Yorga, I would have done you one better. I just would have sent like about 17 postage stamps to Devil Dog and just told him what happened. Really? And he would have FOIA'd the shit out of him.
Hello? Yeah. Same sort of thing, man. I mean, no. Oh, no. Hell no. We ain't doing that shit.
He has a lawyer on retainer, and it was one interview through the media down there, television.
It's one thing to get a lawyer on retainer. It's another thing to get that one lawyer that everybody in town is scared to death of and give her a $10,000 retainer. And oh my God. And yeah. Oh, it's like that O.J. Simpson shit, man. He did it, but he's going to get away.
Speaking of lawyers, I was wondering this because I was talking to my mom the other day and I was joking because my mom believes anything that's on the news, She literally believes anything that's on the news, But I was joking and I was like, God, this was such, and I am full of myself, but I was like, this is such a good joke. I can't believe I didn't use this in like a live stream or something. But do you think the pedophile cases have gone down since the Katani Brown has been put on the Supreme Court because now their judge, their pedophile judge isn't in business anymore? So now they're like, oh, we gotta lay off the kids for a minute till we get a replacement in. You know what I mean? Like, because like if you're doing the pedophile ring thing and you got your crooked pedophile protector judge, but now they got moved to the Supreme Court. Well, if you get caught doing pedophile stuff today, you're going to get an actual judge that's going to go, oh yeah, you're going to jail for the rest of your life. And you got to wait till you get your crooked judge back in,
But look at what you're asking. The political and legal system, do they have an agenda? I think it's a self-answering question.
Well, I believe that the class that's in power, we can't call them oligarchs because the people that are in power, they're not oligarch status, but they're the henchmen of the oligarchs. Those people are in power simply for the abuses and the privileges that power comes with. And look at like in Afghanistan, for example, people won't become a cop. And when you were trying to explain how law enforcement works in America, and you're like, well, the first thing about being in law enforcement is you don't take bribes, and they look at you and they're like, that's the only reason why I took this job. Do you know how much being a police officer pays here? Like, the bribes are the reason why you take the job. And it's like trying to smash that culture is impossible, but that culture exists here in the States. It's happening on a higher and a different level. Once it turns and gets into that white collar area, they're just as crooked as they are in Iraq or the Congo or Afghanistan. I mean, they're every bit as corrupt, but they wear a tie and they play golf and they have perfect diets, and they drink martinis.
All you have to do is look at surfer golf. Does it still exist?
Yeah.
Jesus, I tell you, I don't know.
Did Solyndra ever exist? How about that one? I mean, you could go the other way with that too.
But I don't know how that man could go through that and not go after those, not officers, detectives that were with him. Beyond me. But you talk about, I don't like using the word pedophile. Do you know there's an institution worldwide you might want to look at?
Are you talking about Which one?
I won't go there because
With an N?
RC
Oh, I don't know about that one.
cloistering. You know, I won't go there because you don't discuss these things in here. But you know,
yeah. Well, you know what's funny? I saw a meme, and this is perfectly applicable, so I'll bring this up. Where it was a meme, and a guy said, "Man, I've been banned from social media so many times that now I have to make a profile that seems like I'm pro what we're talking about, so that they'll let me post all the stuff that I want to, because I have to pretend like I'm an account that's for this to spread awareness that it's happening." You know?
I'll just say this institution deals with it internal, which doesn't happen anywhere else. I don't want to go there. I already got packed for this subject. You know?
Yeah. And well, this is a hot button topic right now too. And like, and you know, like we're not even talking like frazzle drip type stuff. I'm just talking like shipping containers full of kids. Where are they going? You know, where are they going? Because, you know, like they were finding them by the droves here a couple years ago, and now suddenly, like, we're not finding anything anymore. It's really weird.
I don't know, Rescue. What do you think about this topic on your channel? I don't know. I don't want to.
Go ahead. I mean, that's.
No, if we keep talking about it, you're going to get blasted, dude. We should probably.
Yeah.
We should probably move on. Let's talk about dinosaur vaginas or something.
I had a comment to my son-in-law. He almost hit me, but once I explained it to him, he understood. And I don't know if I should say it or not. About the idea it doesn't happen here. You know, you better keep your eyes open in case you see something. You never know. It's like my mom. I'm sorry, he was black. He was doing a jump in, and he tried to get in the house with a gun. And as it was reported to the media, it didn't happen there. It happened somewhere else. You know, it happened to me.
Did they have the milk cartons with the pictures of the missing kids in Canada?
Long ago.
The thing that I always bring up is, how did every milk carton have a different kid's face on it? You know, like, if you think about it, like, and that was back then. It's the magnitude has only been more since then, you know. But back then it was like happening on the daily, you know. And those kids, they were local. I mean, like, at least where I, like, you know, when I went to school and got my little milk carton and I looked, those kids were all from my area, you know. And it scared the crap out of me. In fact, when I was in kindergarten, and this is a stupid story, true story, but a stupid story. I had to walk to kindergarten and back, and there was a kidnapping scare at the time going on in my neighborhood, right? Well, I went into the closet and I stole my Halloween Spider-Man mask. Remember those crappy plastic ones with the rubber band strap on the back, you know, and you couldn't breathe when you had them on? Well, I stuck that into my little school bag, and when I would walk home from school, I'd put a Spider-Man mask on, because I'm like, nobody would kidnap Spider-Man, you know? Like, I thought that was the perfect solution to the problem.
I don't know if it's prevalent today, but since pre-kindergarten, I walked to school all three schools. I didn't get a ride. You know, the one time my dad in the morning, I had an ear problem or something. I think the guy took my tonsils and adenoids. He didn't want to kill an 11-year-old. And he got up in the morning and he's still there. And I thought, well, he's late. He missed the carpool. He says, I'm going to drive you to school. I thought, holy shit, what's coming? Yeah, I'm standing in front of sick kids, got to get operated on. It just was unheard of. You walked. Anyway.
No, well, before that, you had said that something had happened to you. Did I hear that right?
Oh, about the armed home invasion?
Yeah, because I'm trying to hear you. Like the way that your speaker works, it pegs out, so it's kind of hard to understand some of the stuff that you say sometimes.
It's my voice with this disease. It's the first that tells me I don't have the breath to No, it was a armed home invasion around 11:05 at night, and I shouldn't open the door. My mom confused me. She got up, and I had bare feet against the hardwood floor, and I started to open the door. In comes the gun, and then I jammed it, But
Yeah.
and then it goes. I couldn't get to him. I had to deal with her. She's beside me trying to hold the door. Everything was crazy, and I shut the door. And half an hour later, they're out there. I could see them through the transit, and who it is at Durham Regional Police. The door opened, and the sergeant, "Are you all right?" I said, "Where the hell you been? Are you all right?" I said, "Look at that woman, 92 years old, shaking." So he went to talk. They never got the guy, but the reports were it didn't happen in that subdivision. And I wondered why. They showed another street because it's safe. And I'll tell you what I told my son-in-law, rescue, I'm sorry. They needed money, so just like my dad, is that all you need? You're not coming back. At the end of it, anyway, I said, because of something happened in Winnipeg Street with a 14-year-old, my second marriage, she shouldn't have married the first, and their daughter, which is my last granddaughter, I said, "You want to know something, this money?" What? He almost hit me. And I says, "I could download the Tor browser and buy a girl her age." He almost hit me, and I said, "Wait a minute. My point is this. Never get complacent in the neighborhood. You don't know what you're going to see. Don't turn around and say it can't happen here." That's my point. You get used to a safe neighborhood and you close your eyes. It just doesn't happen. Then you hear, "Man, that was 3 blocks from where my mom lives." That's my point. Rescue. Keep your eyes open. That girl in Winnipeg, they heard her. Nobody called. So he almost hit me when I said that, but once he understood what I was saying, next thing you hear something and, think about it. Just don't walk away. I used to work on the car in the garage, and I was married. And there was a street down the way, and the house's backyard went to like a driveway. The men came to me in the mornings. They knew I worked on it. "Did you hear anything? Do you hear that?" "No." "Somebody dragged a woman up there." This is my point. You gotta be vigilant. That's all. End of my rant. People just get used to safe neighborhoods, and they don't exist.
Yeah. Like, well, at this house and now this doesn't occur, but my mom was of the ilk that she believed that if she spent enough money on the property, she didn't have to lock her doors. Locking your doors is what poor people do. That's her attitude, And I was trying to tell her, like, you can't. My whole life, I would get yelled at when I was a kid for locking doors because my mom was a hippie and she believed everybody was good and all this other stuff. And you gave her just incontrovertible evidence, like, no, most people are bad, and some people managed to stay good throughout their course in life, and she just doesn't believe it. She can only see the good in people, and it's detrimental to her because she does it too much, Well, out here where we live, her house over there, and I was telling her, like, she's like, "Well, I got you," and I'm like, "Well, one, I'm gone most of the time, but two, I'm like 100 yards away. Somebody could bust the glass and or open the door, walk in there with a chainsaw, and they're going to do whatever the hell they do by the time it wakes me up because I'm so far away that I'm going to go, what is that noise? And I'm going to do that for 5 minutes before I go, maybe I'll go check it out. Like, I was just trying to tell her, like, that. And she gets mad and irritated, but she's finally started locking her doors. And now my son moved down here and he's living over there in her house. So I was telling him, like, dude, you gotta stay on that crap, man, because, like, I don't know. It is what it is.
Innocent people innocent.
Yeah, I mean, there's, it's a Gorbachev quote, so I don't. God forbid I bring up something Russian right now, but trust but verify. That's probably the most sage advice of our lifetime.
No, I went out on the landing when that happened. I had to have a cigarette. I've tried to quit, like I told you, and that happened. And you could hear there was 5 officers at least at the door, a little overhang. Cruisers going up every court. The helicopter overhead. It was daylight, which it wasn't. It was at night. And officers called in, what was the color of the baseball cap? Well, red. I know what it was. I could see the guy. I knew he was jumping in. It was a jump into a game. But my mom, she got. Anyway, it's maroon, you know. Well, that's not him and not him. You can imagine this. I got so frustrated. I said, I'm going to get the son of a bitch. I reached for the guy's Glock, and I just pulled my hand back in time. I would have had 1,200 pounds of cop on me. That's how it works up here. You reach for an officer's gun. You know, I was so frustrated they weren't going to get him. But anyway.
That's a good thing you're still actually breathing, actually reaching for a cop's gun. But
yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, here's my opinion on psychopaths with guns. They're like Doritos, man. Just crunch all you want because they'll make more, you know?
But that was just shortly after the police, you know, they had 38s. And they're getting outgunned, and they got Glocks and, you know, for law enforcement up there. They were brutally outgunned. And anyway, yeah, I like to forget about that. Well, you couldn't do that. He could be on PCB. And I said, well, I'm not going to describe, you know what I do? It's my mother. You know, but anyway, you know, safe neighborhood.
I live in Texas where it's like, don't come on my property, otherwise I'd defend my property. That's the way that goes. We even have a nighttime law. We got the castle doctrine. We got the concealed carry. We got pretty much everyone we got. Now we have constitutional carry.
But I have a swamp.
Right. You got gators. You got the moat.
I'll tell you, from that day forward, that hall closet where you slide it in the shelf, you can imagine the weapons up there that I had. I would not be sitting there saying if I'd only had, you know, this. You know. But it's your mother.
Bug out has attack turtles.
Yeah, they're not very good at attacking. They're not really very good at anything, but they sure are fun to play with.
Oh, Lord, on you bring up Crinkle. That dude was funny as shit, dude. I've sat here and we talk about the people that go along with the jabs and the little diapers on their face, but it's kind of like dinosaurs, you know. We did talk, and then all of a sudden, if you walked up and went, holy shit, they really do exist. That's how it was. I went over to Jason's panel, and it's like that Crinkle dude was up there. Dude, this dude was talking like all excited over the.
You talking about the British guy? The British dude? The real weird guy that always wears the funny outfits and he has the mountain of clothes behind him?
Well, now that part I didn't know, but that.
Oh, dude, if you ever see him online, look, he literally he doesn't have a green screen. His whole background is dirty laundry. It's piled up beyond the camera what it can see. It's just all dirty clothes.
Is that him, Ron? Has he got it right? Because dude, this dude was like all excited about having all the 3 jabs and was going to get the 4th jab.
Oh, that's the dude, man.
You know, this definitely came from, you know, the Bat Cave thing. This is all this other stuff is just crazy. And I was just like, holy shit, they really do exist.
Yeah, that guy.
I finally got to hear one in person. And then I went, thanks, Jason, for having me up. Later, brother. And I left.
There's a guy in that crowd, in that British crowd. His name is Vincent Vega. That dude is really cool, man. If you ever catch him on something, just hang around and listen to him. Because that guy, 1, he has the radio voice. His voice is perfect for this stuff. And 2, he's got to have some kind of psychology in his background because he's really calculated when he speaks. He's good, man. I can listen to that guy talk for a long time, and I don't always agree with him, but I love hearing him talk. You know what I mean?
Oh, there you go. Oh, and yeah, Ron says, "Yep, that Crinkle is the clown."
And Crinkle and this Vincent Vega guy will go back and forth. They basically battle, and this Vincent Vega guy, he's polite. He doesn't swear. He has that proper British accent. He almost seems like he would be in MI6 or something, you know. And then Crinkle's just going at him like soccer hooligan style, you know. And it's just real hilarious, man. That like when those two go at it, it's so fun.
Dude,
anyway,
that dude would not shut up for nothing yesterday. I think it was
Oh,
yesterday,
he's-
the day before, and then turn around. And I actually got on the panel because Jason wanted me up there, so I went up. And then he's talking about property or something, and how basically, he's like, everybody should all have everything equal. And it was like, well, all I can tell you, buddy, is I live in Texas, and my property is my shit. So that's how that goes. I don't.
Well, he is a connoisseur and believer in better living through chemistry, you know, and so he's more on the receiving end of tax benefits than the paying end of tax benefits, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, he's a
So
mooch.
he wants free everything. He's a big advocate for that.
Put boots on the ground, put a little sweat into it, earn it, then it's yours. It's like, oh, well, that's how I think we came up. Because he goes, well, so, shouldn't everybody? I said, no, sir. I said, I don't think so at all. I said, I'm the one that pulled up out here on this road, and I'm the one that cut all these trees down and all this underbrush, and I'm the one that staked this house out. So this is my shit. So it shouldn't belong to nobody else.
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
He's definitely on the receiving end. He would do it. And who was it? He was talking. Matter of fact, it might have even been with Jason or Ron too, because him and Ron were going. But dude, you couldn't even hear like half of what Ron was saying, because you can just tell those little turds, because they have to overtalk you because they got no facts. So I got no backbone. All I can do is talk real loud and a lot, make noise, and that's what he was doing.
I learned, you mentioned that, Rescue. I learned my lesson. I dropped at a 4-year course. I was getting 40s. Anyway, long story short, Shakespeare. I learned about my comments. Somebody, a channel owner, and she took, and I couldn't figure it out. And oftentimes I lay down and I didn't dwell on it. It just came to me. What she read into it. I'll never do that again. Somebody told me down there that we both know or something. I didn't know how to take you, and you didn't mean harm, but Americans don't know how to read that. And I says to him, you know what? Up here, nobody understands me. It's a poetic way of speaking. And geez, I learned my lesson. You don't come up here on panel and do this and that. I have never been on the panel. It was, anyway, surreal. I don't get it. And people were standing up for me, and the guy you're talking about ends up on tech. I leave tech and he's over there pleading his case. It's hilarious. But I learned a lesson. I got to change how I talk, I guess.
Well, people tell me I have to change how I talk, and I just double down. That's my strategy. I can out retard anybody.
No, I'll say it, I don't care because I'm not going there. Somebody came in and somebody else's and said, "Can I ask you something?" So I thought people know. By now they know. The moderator on how many. And I said, "Sure, but I'm not going to guarantee you anything." Now the point is, if your question is too personal, I'm not going to answer it. Well, I'll talk to you later in another place or something. So I kind of, because a woman, I respect it, and I said something about, yes, later, your carriage and your speed as desired awaits, which was mean, wherever you go, I'll answer the question. She got the wrong connotation of what I was saying in the worst way. And I looked at that thing and I thought, how did you get that? And I thought the only thing is the speed, a horse. I'm going to quit doing that. Then I got called out in the thing, and You said this, you said that. Huh? But anyway, I learned that. The gentleman that told me that lives the state over, he was absolutely right. I put a comma, punctuated, everything made sense. I'm staring at the thing. How did you get a sexual connotation out of it? I'm at a loss. But I don't care. I'm not going there. And something, because I missed part of the live, and I backed it up to the beginning, and I thought, I know your personality now. I'm out of here. But you talk. It was a learning experience.
Yep, every day.
At my age, I mean, how do you get out of that? You must know a carriage and a horse for a lady. I mean, come on. And how you got that out of it, I don't know. But anyway, I won't be doing that again. I'm going to unsubscribe. It's kind of somebody said to me, and it's a wise word, time and patience. Well, first of all, I can acquire patience. I can't get any more time, but
Oh, I don't know, brother. I say it all myself right there. Patience, my ass. But no.
I mean, what I was trying, like Zoom, you can't do this. I was going to say, let's go backstage because you can hear and stream it, and at least let me give my side, to work it out. No. And you want to know something? I'm not going to use a name. There's a trucker, and he's online and coming in. The language and everything that was going on, and it's tolerated. And anyway, it's a weird. That's the only.
The chivalry of I could definitely say America for sure, but in America, that the romance and chivalry of language hasn't been valued for quite some time. It was cannibalized and scrapped and turned into politically correct speak. That was what they decided to value over, like, actually having reference to classical, and classical is wrong in the corporate world. It's the new way, the not offensive way, which is funny because all corporate language is designed to oppress people, but they do it with a smile and a collar shirt instead of like brutish or even like a sophisticated approach. There's these rules that they master, and if you go outside of that boundary, then you're wrong. And I just think it's funny because I don't know. I stopped participating in corporate America for that very reason. It's no fun.
I'll sum it up. Hypocrisy. All of that. That's her way of life. It just, you said this, and I got kids. And she goes around that kitchen talking like that, and a trucker comes in, and the words between them, and that's tolerated. But
that's their world. So I mean, it's if it was somebody's channel and that's their thing, that's
exactly it. I concluded, okay, that's a personality. I don't want anything to do with it.
Well, that's when you just leave.
I'm glad to leave. But what bothered me is other people in there, and your character could be smirched, right? I'm not going to stand for that.
Well, you shouldn't let that get to you, dude. It's just like I was telling you the other day. It's just wasted space if you let. Because there's all kinds of channels, dude. If you thought that was bad, you ain't seen bad on YouTube yet. There's a lot worse.
Oh, it's bad. I mean, I left it on, and I muted, and I left it on. Anyway, I concluded, that's it. I'm done. I can read you like a book, lady. I get it, Anyway, end of my rant. I think you're right. It's not only Americans. It's just they don't get it. It's just not in the English language anymore. Live and learn.
Yep.
That's what I say. And this is just me. And if I could give you advice on any of my advice, it would be never take it. But I would keep doing what you're doing, and they can F off and eat a big old D. And why should you change? You know, and think of it when you said at my age a couple of times, I don't know your age, but why not this attitude? Hey man, I got here first and this is how I did it. You don't have to bend for them. They can kiss your ass, you know?
Actually, some of the women stood up for it, you know, you're all right. You know, they got it. But
to be honest, Blackwatch, I don't understand, because then it's not just you. I don't understand other people. If you don't like a channel, all you do is you go, it's like 5 seconds and you go, and you just go out. But I don't understand when people sit there and then and I'm just asking you why. It sounds like you got so upset, but yet you stayed there. And it's like, I don't understand that connect, because I stumble across some and I go to some channels and I go, it's not for me. So I don't hang out there. But I don't remember that and then be like, yeah, they were doing this, they were doing that. Because then that's just like wasting my space and time.
What happened, Rescue, is I tasted it. I went in and everything was fine. Then you go into one, and granted, that day had a lot of trolls. I mean, the whole network was full of, you know, tens. And all of a sudden I got smacked right in the face, called out right on the thing. You know, you can hear him StreamYard. That was a little bit of shock. Like, what are you talking about, you know?
Called out for what?
Well, I think somebody's in there said about, you know, at behalf of Montana. Well, I'm not having just a rant of what I said. I didn't say a word. How could I say a word? I'm not on panel. Never had that. It's a shock value, Rescue. And I just kind of sat there and I thought, it took a while. And I thought,
man, I don't know.
But anyway, at the end of it, it's just the people that were in here that was hearing it is people that are close with it. And it bothered me that maybe they think it's true. You know? And I was...
Well, sir, all I can tell you is I carry myself by what I feel is right and the right thing to do. And then if somebody judges me without actually talking to me, then that's said enough about their character that I feel no love loss at all. So I don't skip a beat. If somebody actually wants to know something that they might have heard or think, then they would come and ask me. And if they just really... I hate to be so blunt about it, but if you ain't got the balls to do that, then it's really not worth my time anyway. So,
well, I must admit, I missed the first 15 minutes. So I sat here and I thought, back it up. What occurred in that time convinced me of the character of the person. And I just, hypocritical. I'm fine. I'm done with you. I don't deal with hypocrites, you know. But anyway, it's just something, you know, maybe a lot of people have already experienced that might want to be guarded, though. You know, if they want to find something, they'll invent it out of the words, you know, even if you don't say something. But anyway, enough of my rant.
I've heard that, Ridge Runner.
It's the only one, Rescue, out of the whole lot. It's the only one like that. So there's no loss, no problem.
Oh, well, then hell, if anything, you ought to be happy and feel real lucky, because there's a whole lot more out there than just that one.
Oh, I'm sure, because there was an issue. You're talking about someone, and I tried to say to that gentleman, when you're used to visiting Dairy Queen, you do not walk into a biker's bar the next day, if you know what I mean. Like, it's the whole
you also, if you're going to pull in the parking lot of the biker's bar, you know, don't get so pissed off at the biker bar when you continue to walk in the door and then be shocked at what you just heard. You kind of get clued in by the whole parking lot and the signage and everything. You just kind of already know.
But I've been in enough biker bars, so it doesn't bother me. But anyway, it's just...
There you go. But I wouldn't let it get to you that much.
Well, like I say, once I back...
Oh, it's getting to you. I mean, we just done talked about it for a few, so you can tell you're still holding on to it. You just don't get so upset about it, man. Just let people like that go.
No, as I say, I found, as soon as I backed up and heard her and her girlfriend going on, you know, right on, I thought, I'm done. If I heard that, if I got in on time, I would have just gone by. But anyway, you'll survive more than that. It's just kind of shock value. I got shot. When I backed it up, I would have saw it. If I was there from the beginning, yeah. But anyway, carry on.
So, well, you ain't said much since you came up.
No, I'm kind of a reflective state. I'm trying to reorder things, you know. So, but it's more or less. That gentleman that was talking, were you on another stream that lasted 12 hours, about 4 in the morning? Just curious.
Who?
The gentleman that was talking the most there about physics and everything.
Oh, you're talking about me?
Yeah.
I'm on here sometimes.
Oh, I didn't know. There was another guy that was in there, and he had theories, and it was a very enjoyable time. Really.
That was probably somebody else then.
It's but a similar voice. Anyway, I just nice to but
So, Ray, did you fall asleep?
Me?
No, Ray.
Oh, Ray.
Yeah, I think he might have fell asleep either. He went to get a cup of coffee and fell asleep. That's happened.
No, I was on here once before with you, actually, a little while ago.
Oh, I could say who with Camel. He went 12 hours, and 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, well, he was up on Camel Corals too.
Yeah, it was the 12-hour one about 4 in the morning. It was a lot of fun. Anyway, I don't mean
4 in the morning. Are you talking 4 in the morning your time, or 4 in the morning my time, or 4 in the morning?
Eastern time. Camel broadcasts from Eastern time. He's across the river from me. When he started a 1 hour thing and it went 12 hours.
Hey, 1A.
But anyway, it's just I'm sure there's worse than that rescue, which I can deal with. It was just a surprise, almost a shock.
I wouldn't be shocked right now, brother. This is 2022.
Oh, no, but
I think I've reached a level where, I will say this. I got to give it kudos to this generation, because up until then, I thought I had been there, done that, and had the T-shirt, but I have been racking up shirts left and right the last few years. It's like, holy shit.
I'm not surprised what somebody else would do, rather than they interpreted what I said that way. I thought, who could possibly do that? But I guess there's individual basis.
Dude, people, there's just, that just, but, and I don't, see, these moments put me in a spot, because you're my age, so what, you ought to know, it just, shit happens, so.
Oh, yeah.
You don't, you kick it to the curb, it is what it is, and move on, otherwise, because I've never understood that, but somebody does something so person A does something to person B gets pissed off. Now person A continues to go on down the business and walking on down the street, whistling in the wind, enjoying the sunshine, but person B now is pissed off. So person B stops whistling and enjoying the sunshine because person B just repetitively repeats what person A said. So then all of a sudden, a little while later, person A comes back by, person B now is really pissed off, lashes out, person A says something and continues to walk on, whistling, enjoying the sunshine, and person B still standing there pissed off. And I've just never understood person B.
I guess what happened is a number of people in there I know. And at the end of it, I kind of thought to myself, if they're going to believe that crap, they'll believe it. I don't care.
But you do.
Well, it's almost like getting accused and tried and convicted without hearing. But then I concluded.
But see, that only matters if what they think matters.
I concluded this court is rigged anyway, and I said, hell with it, unfinished. Bye. I agree with you, but it's anyway. It's
okay. Well, I'm gonna point out, Blackwatch, that you've ended this rant probably about a half a dozen times. I'm just saying.
It's more I see failure on my part. I won't bring it up again. I moved on.
Well, that's why I've just kind of remind you about your letting it occupy way too much space in your head, because you, like I said, you've done ended the rant 6 times, and so, but yet it's you're there, you're dwelling.
Yeah, it's gone. Sorry about that, but I shouldn't bring it up. It's all in my,
Hey man, the vent's one thing, but I will say once you kind of repetitive on the cycle, well, it's kind of a dwelling thing. It's not a venting anymore.
Yeah,
it's a dwelling.
yeah, I know.
And then you start to stew. After you dwell, you start stewing, and then that never amounts to anything.
I apologize. I won't be bringing it up again. I think it's settled in myself, and it just tripped off here one last time.
Cool deal. There you go. What's up, 1A? Did you get you some rest, by the way, brother? Did you check your email? And I guess Ray has just passed out on us. Yeah, I think Ray just... I thought he was here, too.
He was a second ago.
Did he? Okay, I was sitting here going, man, I could have sworn that just seemed like that just happened a minute ago.
He said one single word, and then I think we lost him.
What can you do as this younger generation? No stamina. Haha, just kidding.
Fat man prepper down. Fat man prepper down.
No, this time of day, if I talk a lot, but man, if I stop talking and I sit here, I start falling asleep because it's the end of the day for me,
Oh, yeah.
I've enjoyed this, all about the theories and everything. It's pretty hard to find an arena, an agenda. Not too many people want to talk about, those type of things. I enjoyed it.
I love that. Cashew says, I'm really enjoying Ray's insights, really causing me to think. I know. It's those moments that make you go, You can just hear how deep in thought Ray is right now. Listen to him. Yep. Sounds like deep in thought.
Well, I know I could reel it back to the more mundane here, but a friend of mine, right as I woke up today, I guess it was today, when you work nights, it's weird. I guess it was yesterday when I woke up. He found and sent me, he found a lead on some of the old cot mosquito nets, the rectangular ones,
Yeah.
And yeah, right. And I bought 2 of them because I have 2 cots. So I was like, swing, and I bought those. And I already have the little cargo racks that you latch onto the side, so that gives you the pouches that dangle down.
Oh,
so I got some deluxe cot action going on here. If I do it right, I'll have to make the poles. They don't come with poles. That's the only clincher. But I get some dowel rods. I can cut some poles for them, and I might be able to camp without a tent, and I might try that. I don't know. I don't know if I feel that brave though.
Ooh. So just throw the net over you and call it a night, huh?
Well, what I think I would be comfortable with is I'll throw the cover for the hammock that I have. I have one of those tarp covers for it, like a rain fly.
Okay.
I'll throw that over top, and then I'll just throw the cot on the bottom, and maybe I'll roll with that next time I go out, and I'll see how it works.
Hell yeah.
But
you need to do some videos.
I do, man, and like the 23rd, we're doing some stuff, and I'm hoping that I can get some video of that, because it's really tough, man. There's a bunch of guys that don't want to be filmed, and it makes filming stuff really difficult. So, and some of these guys, I'm like, what are you worried about? You don't have any security clearances. And they're like, well, I don't want to get pegged by feds. And I'm like, yeah, but yet I'm making videos and people are seeing my face. So that means if they know about me, they know about you, dude. Like, that's how that works,
Plus, dude,
There's someone in a fusion center right now going, there's this many phone numbers pegging off of that cell tower, you know, in this square mile, you know?
If you have a phone, they know.
Right. I try to explain that stuff to them. Like, I don't think you understand how these guys are keeping track of you, you know?
Yeah. As far as existence, everybody, their existence is known now. There might be certain scenarios where certain things need to be kept on a private level, but then that's different. But as far as just in existence and oh no, that shit, feel free to look at Google Map. They give you an annual history of where all you've been.
Yeah. That's
so it's just, yeah. Matter of fact, that's something. Have you have you ever heard of True the Vote?
I might have heard you talk about it or somebody else, but
dude, there's actually there's fixing to be a movie come out called 2000 Mules, I think is what it's called, 2000 Mules. And dude, it lays out the whole election thing, and that's actually what they use as GPS. They literally, and then they've zeroed in on GPS. I gotta say, dude, this was you've seen Matrix, you've seen damn, what's his name, little Jack Ryan, you see how but this is gonna be some real life shit. So this is, I gotta say, it's pretty impressive shit, dude. But they got the whole GPS layout of all the cell phones, the traffic, the time of day, and then they step it up, because then when these cars and these people come to those locations, then they've already gone in and they found the security camera footage from different camera angles around those points. And now, so you watch footage then, so it shows. Yeah, it's pretty badass. It's going to show. The facts are coming. Facts are coming. I'll say that when it comes to that shit, dude. That's
well, here's
they
my
say
thing,
that there's
man.
actually some back end tied to the Space Force on that end, but
I worked for the Space Force, believe it or not. I was one of the first contractors that worked for the Space Force.
Oh, cool.
I didn't do anything cool or anything, you know. I just played with foxes all day long. Instead of monkeys, I had foxes, you know.
There it is, Outlandish Patriot, 2000 Mules by Dennis D'Souza. And then I saw where Auntie put it up, a film by Dennis D'Souza.
Yeah, Dennis D'Souza doesn't put out garbage. I know that much. I really like that guy. In fact, I saw an interview with him. I guess he was talking about that, because he was saying how they were going to burn. And he used to work for, was it the State Department or something? He was like a State Department prosecutor or some shit. I don't know. Help me if I'm wrong there, whoever knows. But Attorney General, was he at one point or something?
Might have been Attorney General or something.
Yeah.
DA.
But anyway, when a guy that has a position like that is like, we're going to burn these guys, it lends a little more credibility to me, you know?
Right. That's why I say and that's why I kind of, I'm not like all hopium type stuff, but there is good shit coming. It's just that it's good shit, so you're not allowed to hear it.
But like, man, this is gonna turn into like, it was still in the 90s, and they're like, we caught the Nazi prison guard from Treblinka that set people on fire. And I'm like, the guy's 100 years old. Who cares anymore? Like, if they're going to wait 50 years to do this, then like, don't even bother, like, I want this shit done yesterday,
but see, some of it's a precedent thing. It's kind of like the J6 thing and the acquittal that just happened. You don't hear about it. Doesn't sound like a big deal. Okay, acquittal, but it's the precedent that just set for all the other ones to come. So, you got to kind of start to rock the domino before it can fall over. And there's a few forwards and backs when it comes to pushing the domino, but I think we'll crest a point. And that's, plus it's, I don't know, you pray for the best and prepare for the worst, but you just hope that something can come out of this deal. But because there's some other stuff coming that's Wisconsin.
But look, man, here's all I'm saying. I don't want to even use the canned terms that they say for this person who currently holds power, but what a joke. What a joke we've become, and how much time will it take to reverse the damage that's already been done? I mean, we can't wait another week, man. We're about to go into World War III because this guy isn't qualified, and his vice president isn't qualified, and anyone he's appointed isn't qualified. Like he filled the bus with the nerd clique that nobody talked to, and we just shoved them in lockers and took their milk money, and now they're in charge of the country, you know? And like, dude, they're driving us off the side like a bunch of lemmings because, I mean, they're a bunch of followers that have nobody to follow, you know?
Yeah.
So they're following the other team, you know? It's dangerous, man.
It is. So that's why I said, I mean, we're going to go through a dark time because just because we're all like seeing it happen right now doesn't mean that, and I don't know how to say this, man. It just sounds, but I wish I could say it more just like me, but this is what happens when you get lazy and complacent and shit. Then you end up and you start to, the rug is now being pulled out from under our feet. So we're either going to tip over and we're just going to fall flat on our face, or we're going to stumble a little bit and we're going to get our balance and reach down and grab the freaking rug and pull it back. And you know, you can kind of go whatever narrative to go to whichever outcome, but that's kind of, we're at that tipping point. And I think things are, but it's going to get bad just because it's kind of like a tsunami. It's just that pull away from the bank has been happening. So there's still a wave coming just because it's like, wait a minute, the water's just pulling away. It's not a big deal. Oh yeah, because it's what's coming next. And so but I think we can come out. Although I got to say, man, you got to wonder, because with the media and the way that the distractions go, and all that people don't know, you know, the 50 states with the whole little UN thing. Now you've heard about the UN thing and the whole human rights, you know, table and how supposedly they passed against her. So there's the narrative. But now here's where 50 other countries flipped them the finger and said, no, hell no, we don't want none of that. But you don't get told that. So you just kind of wonder then about the next thing.
Well, there was a charter that Obama did, and everyone was scratching their head going, why would he do that?
That dude sold us out. And she said it actually. She said she hated this country.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, when he first set up the Christmas tree, he put a Christmas ornament of Chairman Mao on the White House Christmas tree. I mean, like, that just, if that doesn't show you what side that dude's on, then nothing does, you know? But,
hey, sure.
He made some charter that apparently NATO and the UN, the way that the laws were written originally in the country, they would have had to have been granted permission to cross any major waterway to include rivers. So if NATO or the UN came to a shore of the United States, let's say, you know, they land in DC, right? To quote unquote help for quote unquote the problem that quote unquote no one knew how it started, you know, and for them to disperse through the country, they would have to get the state's permissions to cross all these bodies of water. Well, Obama made a charter, whatever you call it, but that they could cross these bodies of water without getting states' permission, which went against states' rights. So there were states challenging it, and the other states were like, well, who cares? You know, like they were going, it's whatever. That's like those laws where you can't put an elephant in a parking space downtown. Like it's an antiquated law and nobody cares anymore. But I was going like, well, wait a minute. Wouldn't it be kind of nice that if the UN showed up and they were here for maybe what the citizens would call less than genuine reasons, that they would have to get the permission of the state that they want to violate to go into their state across a river, you know? So it would be one like little legal bastion of defense, so that if it got kinetic, they could go, well, they violated this, so we defended ourselves or whatever. It would be an easier way to not be wrong, which is how Putin is not looking wrong right now. He's using the rules that they made against them, you know? But yeah, he undid that. And the second that all this UN stuff started percolating, and then, I mean, it came to a head right now, but like they were talking about stuff like this God, even 6 years ago, and it started making a little more sense to me, where I was like, okay, I see where this might be going. I said, that's when I started saying, if there's a problem and they declare martial law, it's going to be foreign contractors and not American police and military standing on street corners. They're not going to worry about whether an American will do it or not. They're going to import the workers for this if they do it that way,
Yeah.
And that one charter was what made me make my mind up on it, because I was like, why else would they want to do that,
Maybe it's me looking in at my age group or whatever, and I understand the motivation. I know what's going on down there, but it bothers me that each state's pulling within itself. You always thought the United States was going to be there, whether or not the District of Columbia exists or whatever. Maybe I'm wrong with the way I'm looking at it. It's just the unknown factor. Every state, and I understand it. It's different down there. You have state law and everything, but I would just think Texas divorces from Louisiana, from Florida, from North Carolina.
Well, actually, I think it would be those states joining together and saying no thanks. The very states you were mentioning, those are the type of states that would say, we're kind of tired of paying for infinite homeless shelters in Oregon and California. We're a little tired of paying for bad choices in state-run policies in companies, or in states who have companies that are making billions and billions of dollars, yet they come out in the red at the state every year because they don't know where to put money, and other states we're just tired of paying for this idiocy. We're tired of supporting it. And, it's like, would it be a better deal for us to take that tax money that we're losing to the other parts of the country that don't know how to run themselves? They're counting on getting bailed out, where other states have to produce more because they have to bail those other states out, Well, what if we cut the fat? We don't have to fire a shot. We just have to say, look, we're not interested anymore.
Whether you call it red, blue, purple, as long as you're united in it, that's good.
It's getting worse and worse every day, though, because it's
that would
almost
encourage the cities, and that would encourage states to then encourage their citizens to be productive part of society and actually earn your keep. Yeah, it's like, if you want something, you should earn it, and that was the blessing of America, is that you had the right to go out here and you could earn your way. You could put in the hard work. You could hit a lick, and now it's just a whole damn bunch of people who don't want it. They want shit handed to them. It's like, well, I'm here, and it's like, okay, well, cool. Get to clearing ground. Get busy. It's like,
and if you go to a job interview today, they'll say, well, you worked here for 2 years, you worked here for 3 years, and you worked there for a year and a half, and you worked there for 3 years. Why did you move around so much? And then I'll say to the person interviewing me, well, how many times have you posted for this position? And they'll go, oh, yeah, we post this position about every year or so. And I'm like, well, why do you post this job so much? How come people aren't staying here? And they don't like being questioned on their question, because it's like, just like I do, that people get vested usually within 5 years when they work for a company. So all the things that they've paid into mature, and that it's yours at 5 years. You're not going to make 5 years at a company anymore, because they're going to get rid of you or make you want to leave before you're vested.
You're going to robot out, and then you'll go ahead and then you can join the herd.
Yeah. And like when I worked for Sony, it was really weird because I got fired. Okay. It's the only time I got fired in my life. Do you know why I got fired? I got fired for not accepting a promotion. They wanted to promote me, and I said, hey, just let me help you out here. I'm really good at this. I'm happy with the money. I'm the most senior person. So I get my pick of when I want my vacation days and stuff, people had to ask me, like, hey, man, is it cool if I take Christmas? And I'll look at them and I'll go, you know what, man? You can have Christmas. I'll take Thanksgiving. How's that? You know? But if I wanted Christmas, I'd say, no, you don't get it. You know, and I liked having that power, you know? I was kind of like the Godfather at that place. Well, they wanted to promote me and I'd be at the bottom of the list. I'd never get any days that I wanted. And I'd be working a shift I didn't want. And it was an 8% pay increase. But I was like, man, I make that 8% up with the overtime I was getting in the other job because I was filling in for people that didn't show up, you know? So I was like, I'd be losing money and I'm losing my days off and I'm losing this and I'm losing that. And they were like, well, this is a really good opportunity. And I was like, well, I'm sure it is. And I was like, this guy's in network school. This guy's doing this. This guy's doing this. Let them have the job. They're the ones that they're aiming for the top. I'm happy where I'm at. Well, apparently you're not allowed to say that, you know? And it's really weird because they're like, well, you have to advance. And I'm like, why? You know, like it's really weird. It's like if you're a pilot for an airline, do they ever say, no, you have to fly a spaceship? You've been a pilot too long, you know? No, you got to get in those spaceships, man. That's you got to move up. Well, they're like, no, because guess what? When you're a pilot, you fly a freaking airplane and that's what you do. How come other jobs aren't like that? It's like, why do I have to get into management? I don't want to manage these idiots. I want to have some idiot managing me, you know? Like it's worth more to me to do it that way. Sometimes. But sometimes it isn't.
It's beneficial to them because then they can get you to, they force you to promote up. Then they can fire your ass and dump whatever prior mistakes that were happening on you, because then you will have that role title to go with it. Going, well, that was it. It was that supervisor right there.
But I sold my case though, because I had templates that I made, you know, and I was like, the efficiency that I did my job at that point, I was like, you would have to hire 2 people to replace me, you know, like 2 new people anyway, not 2 people that have been around for 4 or 5 years, you know. But I'm like, you would have to hire 2 new people to do what I do. I do the work of 2 employees that are in their first 2 years, you know. And I was like, I'm saving you money by saying no. I'm saving me money by saying no. Everybody wins if I say no to this. That was the thing I didn't understand. They declared war on me after that. And it was just the most bizarre thing. But what someone explained to me, they were like, dude, you were like 6-8 months away from getting vested. So they either had to promote you, which extended your timer again, or they had to shit can you, you know? And I was like, so there it is, you know?
How many times have you seen the contrary to that, where they have someone that's screwing up so bad they have no choice but to promote him and put him in some office somewhere?
So they can't do any damage? Yeah, I've seen that too.
Right, all the time, you know.
Hell, dude, that's the system actually I left out of, was because they brought a dude from out of state just to get him down here to then supposedly get some hours as that supposedly role, even though he did nothing. Then bumped him up to a 4, basically a tech 4, and then proceeded to promote him to a plant manager, ship him off. And then a guy that had discovered a lot of his screwing off, they actually created a whole job title just to silence him. And I thought, man, I was so glad I left that system when I did.
You're right, though. They seem to penalize the ones that do it. You're penalized.
It shifted. The greed has really taken over to the point, because it used to be pride in your product or what you did. And then if you were running a company, you had pride in, like as a supervisor, you were the work your crew did or your shift did. You took pride in that. And, you know, now nobody gives a shit. Everybody's there to just get a check, and everybody, you know, it's actually talk about free shit. And there's even people that show up that just, they want to get paid more than they're worth, don't want to put any work in, don't take care of the equipment, because they just figure, it's their problem, they'll just buy another one. That's company shit. And so the company's just got to where they don't give a shit either, because those kind of people promoted up and took that they don't give a shit attitude with them. And greed takes over.
You ever seen somebody that gets a bonus and they say to the people under them, clear your slate, I'm taking you out. They pay them back, you know. I didn't manage this without you the employees. I'm going to take some of the bonus, I'm going to take you out for dinner as a thank you. They used to exist.
I used to do pizza and donuts and kolaches and stuff like that.
No, there's a couple now that it was more than that, a lot more. You know, it was commensurate with, you know, the bonus they got. But anyway.
That's how we did every weekly safety meeting, was because shit, you know, get people in a good mood. Good mood's how you try to motivate.
Yeah.
You know, you try to pride in what you're doing. You want to accomplish something and you want it to be top notch. And I don't know. Like my dad used to tell me, if you dig a ditch for somebody, then you want to dig the best ditch the guy's ever seen. So there you go. Take it and go to work. And and over time, because I've done everything from all kinds of legitimate work to fire work, pipe fitting work, to I'll pick cotton. I've drove tractors. I've done all kinds of shit, ran equipment, work offshore. And you know what? One thing that came to clear, no matter how much whining or bitching you do, it never changes the temperature. It never changes the work hours, and it never changes the job.
Oh.
It is what it is.
Makes you wonder what you're doing.
Well, I've always taken, it's just like I'm not a big fan of people, but I had the best customer service rating in the system. And I thought I took always like a little, what would you say, a satirical type humor to it, because I just thought I don't even really care for people, but my job wasn't to like people. My job was to make sure that shit worked, and so I made sure it worked.
Well, it's not very hard. First of all, a lot of people that end up in that line of work, they're really bad at communicating. So if you're even marginally good at communicating, you're already sticking out, you know, and they can't relate to people. So if you can dumbing things down was how I excelled at talking to people when it came to stuff like that. And that even applied in security contracting. It was like that this person would be a State Department executive. They'd get in the car and I would just talk to them like they were a 5-year-old, not in a bad way, but in a good way, you know, like not in a derogatory way, but like I would tell them exactly what I wanted them to do. And I'm like, in the event that something happens, here's what you do, you know,
give them the safety kit.
Yeah. You know, like basically it was like, okay, this is your car. If something happens, it's my car. I want you to know that, you know.
They feel better when they have that safety net.
Mm-hmm.
Morning, Brenda.
Yeah. And some people, they don't like that. But you got to find a way to, you know, sometimes you got to change your spiel depending on who you're talking to, you know.
This is true. And some just don't mesh at all.
And you're saying the same thing, but saying, if something happens, I'm in charge, or if something happens, I got you covered. Just listen to me and I'll take care of you. You're saying the same thing, but like that guy still feels like he's in charge, where the other person wants you to be in charge. You know what I mean? Like they're afraid, you know. Some of these people, they're freaking terrified over there. And it's funny because it's like, you know, you're doing the most trivial moves. You're going like, man, we're not even leaving the IZ. Like you're fine, you know, but whatever. They're scared, you know.
Well, some are scared, but they'll follow. Then some want to buck it because it's like, I don't know. They let their huevos drop just a little or something, and it's like, well, you're just too late in the game, so just follow along. But they like to, you got to kind of sometimes talk a little rougher to them. Get more attentive.
But yeah, I've always noticed I never would speak inside of the jargon of the industry, whether it's computers or security or, God, I used to paint murals, believe it or not. And, you know, if you start talking about techniques and stuff, like you lose them. You can just watch their eyes just jade, and they gloss over, and they're just going like, oh, this guy's talking. How do I get him to shut up? And you're just like, I'm going to throw some paint on here and I'm going to make it look good. And then you ask them what they like. You're not going to do anything they like. You already know what you're doing, and you're doing what you got paid to do. But you make them feel like they're, like, hey, I'm going to do this. Yeah. Do you got any suggestions? And they're going to, well, I think, oh, you think this? And then you just let them talk until they say what you're going to do. And then you're like, yeah, we'll go with that, Oh,
yeah, that looks great. Hey, what's up, Midwest? Hey, Money.
Anyway, man, I'm going to run. I'm going to hit the rack here, man. So,
Roger. Yeah, I'm going on 7.5 hours. I might go a little bit longer. Then it'll be chicken noodle soup time.
Man, you got to find a way to freeze dry that stuff.
You think freeze-dried chicken noodle soup?
You have a 55-gallon drum of powder that you can just put in a cup and put some hot water in it.
Bam. I wonder if you could. Can you just kind of like chop it up or something and you put it in like a dehydrator?
Well, they have the little packets of it. How do you get it? You get it in cans or what?
Yeah, cans. I do the Campbell's, the home style.
I know my stepfather used to always, they were in the little paper envelopes. He'd get boxes and boxes of those things.
Oh, yeah. Damn, I forgot the name of those, but yes, I remember that. You just dump that little pack in and add water.
It's probably not as glorious as what you're used to, but it'd probably scratch the itch.
Well, I've been stocking up. I got cases and cases. That's my prep bill. Well, it'd be easy for me to prep. I'm just going to order extra 3 cases of chicken noodle soup every now and then. There you go.
Who puts it out here? Lipton Tea Company puts out those soups. You can buy in those boxes. It's pretty good too.
Now, coffee is my next thing. Coffee's the thing that I think I'm gonna. And I think we even got a vacuum sealer because I'm gonna try to get this next month. I'm gonna try to get some coffee before that shit goes poof. Because that'll be coming.
Yeah, the freeze-dried bricks, those foil bricks where it's freeze-dried, when you open those things up, man, there's actually a lot of coffee in those. It's like, it's I don't know, it's smaller than a key. You know what I mean? It's not like narco-sized, but it's about half that, And man, if you cut the whole thing open, because we cut them open and we dump them in a jar, a Folgers jar, and it's like when it catches the air and it spreads out, it like doubles in size, the amount. Pretty wild. But yeah, it's already freeze dried. It's vacuum sealed in a foil bag that looks like a brick.
Yeah,
man, you can just get a big old stack of them things. That'd be good forever.
Yeah, you could probably just get those and then put them in freezer Ziploc bags, wrap them up, and then stack them up, and then they would last for the longest time as long as nothing disturbed them.
Well, I think freeze-dried things of coffee, it's going to be like how we find, how in Iraq, in Egypt, we found the amphoras full of honey, and the honey was still good. 10,000 years from now, they're going to go, man, we found this freeze-dried coffee in this bomb shelter, and the coffee was still good,
Hey, by the way, damn it, you just reminded me, oh, man. Oh, dude, it was an episode of Beverly Hillbillies. And I just happened to be, my wife was watching it. And as I went by, I stopped long enough and I looked at the screen and I was listening to her. And what brought it up was because we were talking about, how Carl has those little maple syrup things?
Yeah.
Well, dude, it was weird. I saw her. I think that's what Grandma was making. But she had this jar and I had to watch for a minute and then I rewound it to watch it again. Hey, Kiss Off. Nice to meet you. Cool beans. Thanks for stopping. It's awesome. But there was these little squares of I forgot, what do they call that cloth? The like wax cloth stuff?
Cheesecloth.
Cheesecloth. It was like little squares, and she was reaching in the jar, and it looked like it was maple syrup. And she was dipping it down in a little blob in there, and then she would fold it in half and then stacking it. And I thought, I wonder, was it that simple back then? I mean, just like, here, take the pure maple and then put it on something like that so that it just then will dry in that shape, and then bam, you got maple syrup. I'm sure she condensed it down because it was dark as all get out, but because you gotta, one thing about the old shows like that, it's like that stunt shit. Oh yeah, that stunt shit was all real. That was before all these screen effects. So when Homeboy dove off the horse, it's because his ass took a dive off the horse. Well, so they made stuff. They ate real food and stuff back then. They would actually cook it on set and stuff. So I just kind of wondered if that wasn't the Mickle. Anyway, you said that, and that's what brought that to mind. Sorry, I had a squirrel moment.
No, I actually saw a thing about the old the stuntmen for the horses, and actually people got hurt more in the fake bar fights in those old movies because they didn't have the breakaway furniture yet. So when they would hit each other with chairs, they were literally hitting each other with chairs, and riding the horses was not as dangerous as doing the bar fights. And every movie had to have a bar fight back then because America was just obsessed with saloon fights or something.
The Wild West.
Right.
Oh, and Outlandish Patriot named it. It was Lipton's. The Lipton soup things. That's for the packs.
Yeah, that's the name. I got it wrong. It wasn't tea. It was soup packs, what you're talking about. We had them here. They're good.
But yeah, no, Westerns, that was the good TV. That's actually all I really watch nowadays. If I get bored on reading or just really don't feel my eyes or something, got a headache, then I watch Wagon Train, Gunsmoke, Rifleman, Alamo, Tombstone.
What's funny is you mentioned Lipton, and in the 80s, right at the same time that the Lipton Sun tea craze started, where you put the tea in the jug and then you just sit it outside and let the sun make it happen. That was the very same time that the Japanese beetle thing was happening, and everybody had those bag of bug things in their front yard, with that stuff that smelled really funny that would make the Japanese beetles go into it, And so you said Lipton, and I thought of those Japanese beetle traps, and it was just weird that just popped in my head, but that was how I got there.
Yeah, I remember when those came out, and my mom laughed because we had been doing that before they ever come up with those. It's almost like they saw people doing that and thought, well, here, we'll try this sales pitch then, and we'll call this Sun Tea. And it's like, that's what people down here been doing. You always had a big jar on the porch rail. That was the good laugh. See, and that's why I think we just got so complacent. Because I know down here I did, because you just take things for granted. Already, kiss off. Don't work too hard, just hard enough, and smile, or be the reason somebody else smiles. And yes, Miss Amy, there you go, Bonanza. Oh, cool, Shar. Yeah, try to be a good mellow bunch. This is where all the cool kids hang out. That's what I say. We even have some of the not so cool kids like Bug Out that hang out with us. Well, thank you, Shar. It's a work in progress, trust me. More days now than before, but yeah. It's definitely a work in progress. So. Poor old Ray done passed out.
No, the conversation's just been way over my pay grade.
Damn, there he is. Look at him. He was there. Well, did you hear us earlier? The last few times when we've hollered at you if you were there? Did you just ignore us out of spite?
Sorry, I was probably in the bathroom cleaning. I have maintenance coming out today.
Oh. Uh-huh.
Well, that explains that.
Now we know.
Okay, so I'm gonna fold like a cheap pocket knife. I'm going to sleep, man. I'll talk to y'all later.
Later, brother.
Yes,
Hey, Bug Out. But,
yeah.
Got a quick question. Have you found a way to go see your monkey yet?
No, not yet, man. I think I gotta wait for him to get OR'd. There's 2 vets looking into it, but yeah, I think he's stuck in the administrative system. He's like, you know how that goes. So I guess it's just like when a person gets locked up, you know. It's like he's Nelson Mandela or something. You know what I mean?
Doesn't he get any time for good behavior?
Well, I think that's what got him in there in the first place. So kind of hard to say, you know.
Was the not so good behavior? Poor dude.
It's all right though. He'll get out, you know.
He'll be free one way or another one day.
Yeah.
He'll either be back with them or he'll be in, I don't know, more monkeys, monkey heaven.
No, what the one vet said was she said worst case scenario it would be a couple months, so it's not going to be too bad, but hopefully it doesn't take that long. I mean, that's just kind of stupid. But yeah, I don't know. I'll figure it out though.
Hopefully it comes back out into Gen Pop.
Yeah, for real. Well, and
solitaire sucks. I can vouch for that shit.
Well, the place suffers when he's not there too, you know, which is something that they don't think about because
it's funny because they don't in there either.
Hey,
but he's got clout, you know. What?
Bug Out, one thing you never think about when you're prepping.
What's
camo, that? Your camo coffee cup. What happens if somebody sees you out in the? What happens if somebody sees you out in the woods and you're holding a white or a black coffee cup? You're gonna stand out. You're gonna give them a point of reference, man.
Well, they've already walked up and probably popped you in the back of the head because you were busy drinking coffee, not paying attention. But
there you go. Yeah, you're right there.
I have a check this out.
That's my only downfall, man. I mean, I love coffee.
You're gonna like this story, and I can't believe I'm telling this story. I never thought this would have rise, but I have a coffee mug. Well, it's a mug. I call it a coffee mug, but it really is just a mug. But my grandfather got it off of a German, and when I looked it up, it's a Russian mug. It's a green enamel mug. So a Russian picked it up, or a German picked it up off of a dead Russian, and then he picked it up off of a dead German, and then he brought it home. So it's like gone 3 different countries in the same conflict, and now I own it. So that's going to be my shit hit the fan coffee mug for obvious reasons. Or maybe it shouldn't be because people tend to die once they own it, but you know.
Well, has anybody, now I kind of swear by these, and I learned about them through the restaurant, but everything is going silicone now. So this is all silicone. Okay. And then we have all my, I have all this cooking ware at the restaurant that holds like big bowls and stuff. They're all silicone, and you can put them in the microwave. It doesn't heat up the silicone at all, but it heats up the coffee inside of it.
And in
say-
100 years from now, we're gonna find out silicone was just like the. God damn it!
Morning, Lord.
Silicone was just like the asbestos of the 40s.
Yeah, well, let's hope not, because you go and lay on it every time you go to the beach for hours and hours and hours in the hot sun.
Well, if it is, we'll be okay, because by the time the silicone cashes us in, we'll already be gone. You know.
Check your email, 1A, and I'll be right back, guys. I
gotta go let my dog in too. I'll be right back.
Oh.
You going bug out, or you gonna hang out for just a few?
Oh, you want me to hang out till you get back?
Well, that's up to you, brother.
Fill the dead air.
If you feel like it. You got one in your stories?
God, I don't know. Maybe Ray's got something I can pull out of him.
Oh Lord.
Well, I got something, but I don't think you want to pull it out.
Yeah.
It comes out automatically, especially a lot faster after coffee.
I always thought car aerials were fixed. I learned something.
You always thought what?
Car aerials were fixed. They weren't telescopic. I'm trying to pin down what he said.
I got to go out to one of my rental houses today and find out why the people living there think I've got bees or wasps living in the garage. Not very happy about that.
You're in North Carolina, right?
No, Iowa.
No, he's Iowa.
Oh, Iowa. God, I couldn't be further away.
Yeah, it's been colder than hell, so I haven't even seen a wasp.
In the Field of Dreams, it's snow covered.
We're Field of Dreams is about an hour from me.
Well, they could have actually gone into the garage to for the winter.
Yeah, wait it
where it's
out.
a lot warmer,
Maybe.
and they're just now starting to become more active.
Well, because the garage has no heat, so
It doesn't matter.
Guessing,
I mean,
I'm guessing they're living in the ground. I think
they'll
he's
still
talking about.
survive from their own body heat as long as there's no direct wind to them. That's what actually does the most damage is the direct wind. That's why beekeepers will insulate their hives during the winter.
Yeah, my grandfather on his farm, he kept bees. He had about 15 hives on the farm.
Oh, yeah,
we used to manage them all the time. But that's why this doesn't really freak me out a whole lot. But I'm guessing they're not bees, because bees haven't come out of the ground yet, or they haven't come out of their hives.
I mean, depending on who it is, they could have seen a bug and they're just freaking out too.
Well, that's what I'm wondering too. He says they came through a crack in the concrete on the drive in front of the garage, and I'm like, God, the only time I've ever seen that is when they, like the big bumblebees, the big yellow jackets that are not honeybees, they'll dig and make themselves big, big
ground hornets.
Yeah, ground hornets will do that too. Yeah. But it's too cold for ground hornets right now. If it sounds like it's half as cold as what you're saying, you don't see ground hornets until the summer.
Right.
You mentioned hornets. I'm wondering, is there any credence to that thing about the Japanese hornet that went around a while ago? Did you hear about the Japanese hornet that got to North America?
Oh yeah, the murder hornet. Yeah, well, I think I found one over here, but they're not supposed to be here. But something murdered my ass, man, right in the pinky, and it was bad.
Yeah, you're big suckers or something.
But we already had, they call them bird wasps, and I watched it. And my poor daughter, she was the type of girl that was afraid of everything, And we were going somewhere. Thank God the windows were up. A bird wasp grabbed a cicada and was flying into the glass of her window and stabbing it to death. at using the window as like a prop to murder this cicada, and it was like 4 inches away from her face, and she was just screaming watching it. But that hornet was every bit as long as my middle finger, and probably longer. It was the biggest wasp I ever seen in my life. And I was just like, if that thing would have got in the car, I just would have set the car on fire. You know, I mean, I just would have been like, torch it. That's the only way to be safe, you know? Anyway, man, I got to go, you guys. I'll talk to y'all later.
Later, bug out.
Yep, see ya.
brother.
I thought if those things ever made it here, I'd go and buy a flamethrower.
Shit, I whip out this little Red Ryder BB gun. I see some flying around out here. Hell, I can pop a red wasp. I know I could hit the size of one of them bad boys.
I've gotten real good with those spray cans that shoot the wasp killer, and then I just wait till late in the afternoon, and then I just douse the whole friggin' thing and just
Hey, you ought to
come flying
you've
out.
You've got a vendor that you get like your chemicals and stuff and all that stuff. You ought to check with them and see if they can get their hands on the commercial grade of the wasp killer. Because, dude, those streams will shoot up to 40 feet.
I use that, but I don't. The vendor that I use for our pest control, that's where I get it from.
Oh, okay.
So he sells me that. Yeah, I mean,
that's the shit I love from work. Cause we got that. Cause there's vendors that we get them from, and it's designed so you can walk up to the base of the pole and hit that shit.
Yeah,
it's up there on the bottom of them transformers or whatever.
It's like shooting a gun. It's pretty accurate. Yeah.
Now, not Indy, but Nikki, the in between prepping, she uses one of them damn salt guns. You seen the little salt?
Yeah, I have.
She uses one of those around their cookouts and stuff.
Well, that makes sense. I never thought about that, but then that you wouldn't damage any of the meat that you're working with.
Yeah. Me around here in the woods, I just Red Ryder BB gun. 1 or 2 shots, zoned in, bam, and you just watch that little red bastard fall into pieces.
Well, we've got. Have you ever seen the tennis racket?
Oh, there she is. See, I brought up that salt shooter thing, and there she is.
Yeah. We have one of those tennis rackets that has the charged filaments in it. So all you do is if you see a flying bug, you just swat at it with the tennis racket, and then the charged filaments just kill it right in the mesh, like a bug zapper, but it's one you hold.
Do you ever schedule a rescue, or do you just kind of wing these broadcasts?
For the most part, I tried to do them, Monday. Well, like this is what I would consider Monday through like Thursday night.
Okay.
Try to do 2 a.m. Central Time to, whenever.
Right.
Some days are better than others.
I think last Friday you popped one up, and I missed it. I didn't expect it. I went, shoot, it was an hour and a half long. I think if you watch YouTube and you don't refresh it, you don't get the notification.
That's the gun, Shore. This is the salt gun. So this is the pistol. And then, like, there's the gun. There's the different styles. But there you go. They get rid of the flies. And it's with salt, so then you don't. Yep, you just put some salt in it. There's like this little pistol has a CO2 cartridge and that little charger thing. Nikki could tell you how the other one works. Oh, there you go. There's just, I guess you just put the salt in that one.
I was watching the channel and she had she got her grandson out to grab the chickens for her little well, what do you want to call it? The demolition of the chickens. But she finally got her grandson to where sounds like he's okay with being around when they're doing the deed. And he's a cute
night,
nugget.
Sharon. You have a good night. Get you some rest.
I don't think I'll ever have grandkids. I'm so bummed about that. My kids like
you'll have them.
They don't like they like traveling around the world. I mean, they just like traveling and having a good time and enjoying life. I knocked it into their head early that you have to work really hard if you have a family, and I love my family, but if you don't do it halfway, when you have kids, that's kind of put on you, and you have to do it. You don't get a choice.
No, that's 24/7 there.
Yeah. So I think my kids, I think I scared the piss out of them when I knocked that into their heads the whole time. I don't know. My youngest's birthday is today, so 22.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. She's a sweetie. She's been a handful. She was the hardest. She was the hardest one of all of them.
I got my granddaughter, but then my son, he hasn't, but he wants to wait until he has his stuff in order. So that's a good.
Yeah. How old's your son?
28.
Yeah. My son's 29. So.
And then I have an older stepson that's 30.
Yeah, I remember you talking about him. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, there's Miss Nikki.
Hey,
Miss Nikki.
Hey.
How's your day going?
Not bad. Yours?
Off and running.
Right.
That was a great video, Nikki.
Man,
that last one.
Yeah, he's something else. He likes to talk about his dinosaurs, and boys are so random.
No, we're not random. We're intelligent.
Well, that too.
We always got things going on, when we can never focus on it. They used to call that, little hyperactive or anything. Now they put all sorts of drug names on it, stuff like that. But man, I was like that. I loved dinosaurs as a kid. You couldn't give me enough,
Yeah. Same with him. He absolutely loves them. But yeah, that kid never stops moving, never stops talking either, ever.
Here, I want to show you this real quick. Here. See, that's
full of it. I know.
See this? See, that's where he bites. See this? He's back.
Yeah.
Hey man, grandkids are cool.
Yeah, they are. He was all on board though, chasing those chickens around. He was helping me corral the roosters that needed to go. Yeah, he's that was the first bird butchering day he had been around. He's done the rabbit butchering days before. Totally cool with that. This time, he liked chasing them, but when it came to killing them, he couldn't take his eye. It was like a train wreck. Again, he doesn't really want to see it, sort of, but he can't take his eyes off,
Yeah. My daughter's like that. My little daughter, she's 22, so she's not little anymore. But when we first took her to the farm and we were, my sister was butchering the chickens. She just couldn't take her eyes off it. I mean, she just wanted to watch it, and she wanted to stay there with Aunt Lori till she got done. And it's like, okay, okay, that's a little morbid, but okay. And then when you see them, like, you had them packaged up, you had all the feathers off of them, you had them packaged up in plastic, then they kind of look at that and say, oh, yeah, that's kind of what I see in the grocery store, so then they think of it more like the food, but it's hard, it's hard to look at a chicken with feathers on it and think you're going to eat that.
Right. Yeah, they hadn't quite put that together yet. I just think it's cool, the fact that I get to teach the grandsons about where food actually comes from, which doesn't happen very often nowadays.
Yeah, and they're gonna be able to give stories to their friends that the friends are just gonna be amazed by. What do you mean your grandma kills chickens? What do you mean you have a rabbit running in your yard one day and you're eating him the next day?
Yeah, well, they're not running in the yard, but yeah, he gets to hold them and pet them and play with them when they're little, and then yeah. Do you notice how quiet it is out here, Rescue?
No, it's amazing how the message went across.
Man, they're all on there, narrowed down to. There's one lone young rooster, and he is outnumbered, and he's quiet. He's just doing his own thing. He's scared.
I bet he's quiet.
He's just like, chill.
He's like, did you see what happened to the others?
All of them. All of them to him.
Hey, Andy. Good morning.
So how goes it, Money?
Pretty good.
Did you get any sleep, Monty? You have been on a lot of places.
Do what?
Did you get any sleep? Just curious.
No, I stay awake 24/7.
It seems that way. Globetrotting. Been globetrotting for about 24 hours.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, wow.
So Zach seemed really, really happy yesterday when Donkey showed up.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that was cute.
That was really cool. The pictures they took together.
Oh, I thought that was Hawkeye there for a minute, Nikki. All the wind noise.
Oh, it is windy here. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Just stop. It worked.
Yeah, whatever you did worked.
I muted it for a moment, and then I unmuted it, and it's like, okay, it kicks the echo cancellation back in, I think, so it helps tone it back out.
Is it crazy where
No,
you
it's
are
fine.
too, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Man.
Oh, it's
When-
clear.
Since
It's
last
clear
night.
up north here.
It's actually nice outside.
Oh, it's nice out.
Yeah.
But the
The wind is
wind.
high. That's all. The sun's beautiful. I'm going to probably go out this afternoon, and I might try to weed eat a little bit more.
Afternoon will be way too late to go out out here. It'll be up in the 80s, 90s.
It's saying it's 60 degrees already.
I have
here,
a big old oak tree, so I'll be pretty much in the shade. But the rest of it will be all nice and sunny, is what I said this afternoon. Yeah, old Hutch got me active yesterday. I was watching his little stream he did, and then Mojo Man got up there, and they get to talking about the bikes and shit. And so I was like, man, boy, that would be the shit right now. Some sun on my face, wind in the hair. Yeah, buddy. So I thought, hell, I got to do something. Then he's like, well, I'm just going to go find something. I'm like, damn, I done got motivated now. And I thought, so I went out. And, dude, I bought me, by the way, anybody I ain't doing no product recommendation, but all I can say is the DeWalt electric weed eater, that 24 volt dude, that bad boy is a badass. I'm going to tell you right now. And you can weed eat some shit with that. It's lightweight. I love that thing. I do that thing because then I can I drive around on my hover around and I can kind of pull up.
Drive-by weed eating.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I'd probably sit in it and weed eat if I wouldn't worry about it splattering all the grass up on my hover around. But,
yeah.
Since I drive it into the living room, I try to keep it half-ass clean.
Yeah, I bought a weed eater once from Harbor Freight. Had to replace it within 3 months.
Well, I'll tell you what, the DeWalt one is badass.
DeWalt's are nice.
It's like that name brand that Walmart sells.
They got electric. They got electric motors figured out. They got some of those battery operated.
Yeah, what is it? The Blue Point?
No, home something.
Well, I try like home mechanics or home.
It's yeah. They even took out. They quit. I'm still going. They even quit selling regular Stanley, like the socket sets and everything. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
And replaced it with that brand. And they even got electric drills and impact guns with that brand name. And I'm like, after seeing the weed eater work not so well, I don't think I could really trust any other of their products.
Dude, the DeWalt's, which those are DeWalt's that I got on my toolbox. That's just the old style.
Yeah.
And they still rock. Hell, that's the new stuff with the 24 volt, dude. That and
DeWalt's
it lasts. And I gotta say, I've gone out there and kind of walked up on some thicker shit, and they just sit there and I crank it out, and it just cuts it down.
Yeah,
hey, BB72, morning.
There's in the day when I was working as a machine operator, we always used Craftsman just because it was so simple. If a socket broke or something, or a wrench broke, it was easy to go over to Sears and just pick up a new one and get it replaced.
Yeah.
After work.
Dude, I miss those days with the Craftsman. You just go in the tool store and go, hey, this quit working. Oh, well, here, let me see that. Here's your another one.
And then they made it to where you had to send that stuff off, and then it was a long return.
They never did that.
Right, off-brand to Snap-on. That's right.
That was my very first job. I worked at a Sears store, and I was the kid that checked in broken Craftsman tools. And I had to send them to you. I had to send them. Well, the tool was under $10. You just threw it away. But if it was over $10, you had to send it in, and they would take a look at it. And then all the power tools, if the power tools didn't work, you just threw them away. So they had a router, and I was going through all the tools, and every day I had to write them down, and I had to put them in a database and throw some away, package some up, like torque wrenches. You had to package those up, and they would take them and they would fix them. So I came across a router, and the router looked brand new, and I plugged it in, didn't work. I went to go throw it away, and then I noticed that it didn't have a brush, one of the brushes on it. So I asked my manager, I said, this doesn't have a brush in it. This is the only reason it's not working. And he says, I can't give that to you, but if you want it, I can sell it to you. Give me $1. And so I gave the guy $1, and I got it. And I still, to this day, now that I was 17, I'm 65 now, I still have that Craftsman router that I put a brush in, and it still works just like it did day one.
There you go. Hey, Sage.
Speaking for Canada, Ontario, very sad when Sears closed. I had most Craftsman tools and everything. They're really good.
I love Craftsman tools. They fit right. They worked well. They stood behind them. You know.
And they had everything. Had a supercharger, had to be a thin 19 millimeter. Only place I could get it was Sears Craftsman.
You know, these cars that I restore, I buy quality tools to work on them. But if I have to, like when I go to paint them, I'll buy Harbor Freight primer guns because I know they're not going to last me more than a couple cars, a couple paint jobs. So I usually use them, clean them up till they don't work anymore, and then just toss them. And then save all my Satos and all my good guns for you know, all the
I miss the good old tools. Now you just, everything is so outsourced that you get the cheapest ass crap. And they make it look all cool, like it's all colorful. Have you noticed how all the tools got so colorful and shit? And it's just like, man, just go with what works. Which I gotta say, I got old Craftsman shit out there. Matter of fact, I've got a little Craftsman Vice, dude. That I don't know. It was my grandfather's, so it's some old ass little shit.
Yep.
Matter of fact, my little table saw got one of those. What is that? The planer, the sander, I think is Craftsman. And I actually did the Snap-on thing for a little while, and it just was like, man, I just can't keep up. You guys are too proud of your shit.
Oh, I just couldn't afford it. I couldn't afford it.
They got some cool little off tools, you know, like headlamps or like little magnetic type reach and grabs. But as far as tool, it's like a Phillips screwdriver, and it's like you want twice as much that a Craftsman, and the Craftsman's just as good. So, that was. Now I've always loved the Snap-on truck. I'll give it that. So that's like, if I could ever win the lottery, that's probably what I'd do. Be to pick up the phone and call like Craftsman and just go, give me everything, and put it all in a truck like a Snap-on truck.
Well, like some of the CD joints for sockets, you know, where you have universal joints, the CV joints that Snap-on sells are a lot smoother. So I'll buy a set of those, and you know, there's a lot of specialty tools that Snap-on makes that just for automotive that I will purchase. I hate spending the money for it, but I know I may have to use it, you know, once, but using it, having it for the one time that I need it means that I'll have it the next time I need it, if I ever do. But you know, that was back when you had, you know, we were our own brakes. You know, you didn't have, you know, you had drum brakes. You know, so you had to take everything apart. And Craftsman made all the automotive tools as well. They had some really good stuff. It was all American made at the time.
That's it.
You know?
Yep.
Do you have Mac tools down there? M-A-C, Mac tool.
Matco?
Or Mac tools. So they compete now with Snap-on, you know, for the truck they drive around to mechanic. There's only the two of them.
So does Matco.
Maybe it's Matco, yeah. Up here it's Mac tools.
Well, there's Mac tools still, as far as I know, unless they got bought out. But there's Mac tools, Matco, and Snap-on.
Yeah, sure. I've seen Sage's content. I watch because I follow Brian Lupo, KingCon, and I've seen Sage through there. Yeah, and the bug dude said the only good thing was the tool truck came to you, and it's like, yeah, you paid for that delivery fee too.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
Cornwell, there you go. That's another one.
And the Snap-on guy was kind of like your wife. You just could never say no to him.
Oh man, and they always dude, it's the typical, I gotta say, looking back now, that is like the classic example of the old snake oil salesmen that used to go across the West and stuff into the little towns and do the tonic shit and going, this right here will make you feel all
The
better.
best thing, you've never
And
seen one.
it's like instead you'd have the Snap-on truck or Matco truck pull up and it'd be like, hey, check out this latest deal have I got, and it was like, and you always walk out, you start out going, yeah, ain't nothing happening this week, boy. This paycheck was kind of oof. It was a little rough. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, wait, look, here he is. Well, there is that. Well, yeah, look. Oh, that is cool. Damn, how the hell did I end up with this?
Yeah.
I remember the first time they you couldn't get asbestos pads. It was on an '89 Mustang, and I dropped it on the way. I felt so stupid. I put my hand through the SS wheels that it came with, and the rotor was scored a bit. And the guy phones me back and he says, "What's wrong with the brakes?" I said, "The rotor scored." He says, "You do know you can't get asbestos anymore." I said, "You're going to have to replace the rotors and pads." I felt so stupid, I didn't know they changed the pads out to metallic.
Oh yeah. And then if I had a lot of before I got 4-post lift, I always had to use one of my buddies' lifts at this filling station, and I went in there to use his lift one day. He had a car up there and put a big bag around the drum brake, and I was like, "Why are you doing that?" And he said, "Well, when we go to clean them up, that's the only way you can do it without the asbestos going into the air." And they had these special bags that they would buy that fit around the drums, and then they would blow them off, and that inside of that bag had kind of like a gel in it, and all that asbestos would just go into the bag and pull the bag off, and that was how they kept they kept being able to do all that brake work without messing up with the EPA.
Oh, Bug Dude's funny. Bug Dude says tool trucks are the real white vans that come and take advantage of you. Forget free candy and lost puppies. That's old wives' tales. It's the Snap-on truck.
That's no joke there.
That's the damn Snap-on truck. Get you every time. Man, can you imagine if we had like Smith & Wesson trucks or something like that, just how broke we'd all be then?
Yeah.
I mean, you can just imagine how you'd have a Snap-on pull up, and you'd have a Smith & Wesson pull up, and then it'd be like, okay, well, we're going on hayseed this week.
Yeah. They just, they knew how much money you had left in your check, and then they pull up and snatch that.
Yeah, here fabricators, when you back half a car, and for drag racing, and you had these cabinets. They'd be about almost 50 inches tall, and it must have spanned 12 feet. And he had everything in there. I said to him, "You got to have 40,000 in there. You got to be kidding! It's over $100,000 in tools." It was incredible what that guy had.
I bet I got 100,000. Yeah. I mean, I always looked at it. If there was something I wanted to do and I could teach myself how to do it, and I could buy a tool to do it, then I would teach myself, buy the tool, save the money, and now I got the tool. So I did that. I've got a Lincoln square wave TIG welder. It's a 255. It's one of the largest Lincoln welders, and I bought that because I needed to do a whole bunch of stainless steel welding and it was cheaper for me to buy the equipment, do the job, than it was to bring in a welder that was a friend of mine and do the job.
I can believe it.
You know, so now I got a big ass welder and I use it all the time. I weld aluminum, weld stainless. I love it.
Nice. How successful were you with aluminum welding?
I'm incredible with aluminum. Incredible.
What's up, Scooter?
What's going on, Rescue?
How are you, sir? How's the
As
shoulder?
long as it's clean.
It's healing. It's healing.
Feeling a little bit better?
Yeah, still can't lift it up though.
Have you done the orthopedic doctor deal?
No, not yet. I have an appointment for a follow-up tomorrow, and then I've got to get a referral to go see a surgeon apparently.
Okay.
So I think what ended up happening is I tore the ligaments up at the top of the I can only lift it up about shoulder height, and then I can't lift it up anymore. So we'll see.
This has to be Scooter, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I'm sorry. I'm playing on my little snap cam here. I got Ghost Rider up.
Yeah, I do that.
Yeah, no worries, man. I mean, the pain's starting to subside a bit, but I still can't lift it all the way up, which really sucks because I really like laying on my right side to go to sleep too. So it's like, oh.
Yeah, that shoulder still looks swollen up, brother.
Yeah, it is. But I also took it out of the sling last night to try and sleep out of the sling, and when you're sleeping and you don't have a restriction on your arm or anything, you're going to go and try and do what you normally do. And I went to go put my arm up underneath my head like I normally do, and it just didn't work. I woke up in extreme pain.
It wasn't really digging that much, huh?
Nah. Like I said, it doesn't want to go straight up. I can bring it out to about up to here, and then it just doesn't want to go anymore. So it's like, oh, I hope I didn't really do anything like that bad.
I'm going to tell you, no, Outlandish, it's not surgery yet. Might end up having to have it, but he took a spill on a scooter. Hence the nickname Scooter now. But his channel name is You People. Thank you, Indy, for putting a link up.
Hey, Independent. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah, I was expecting that kind of nickname, not Scooter. I like Scooter though. So, all in all, not too bad, man. We'll work
Right,
it through.
BB72.
Oh, cool.
These 10mm sockets always come up missing real quick.
Right. Oh, yeah. 10 mils just seem to grow legs in a heartbeat.
Mine multiply. I've got like 20 wrenches that are 10mm.
Hey, now I know where all the 10mm wrenches go.
That's
right. They come to my house.
They migrate to Arizona. So if you notice the weeds moving along the side of the road, get out and look, and you'll see a trail of wrenches and 10 mil sockets headed to Arizona migrating.
They hit a time warp. They hit a time warp portal.
Well, Amy, he did. He knows how to tuck and roll. It was the tucking part.
Outlandish.
He did it in wrong order.
Yeah. He rolled and tucked right into it.
He rolled and tucked.
Well, no, I did the tuck and roll. I just didn't let go of the scooter. I think that was my problem, is I didn't let go of the scooter. I didn't want it to like keep rolling, and so I brought it down with me. And when I brought it down with me, I didn't let go in time, and I landed right on my shoulder. So
right, Brian, he rolled very well, very professional.
Hey, I got no scrapes on my hands. I got no scrapes anywhere except for like a minor scrape on my knee, and that's about it. And I mean, besides the shoulder, I think I did pretty well for a tuck and roll.
I got no scrapes on my hands. I can't move though.
I can't move my shoulder, but I got no scrapes on my hands.
Hey, shift kicker.
And that's not necessarily
dislocate
true.
it?
I'm thinking I did. I think I just over rotated. Like when I landed on it, it was straight out, and I think I bent it back where it shouldn't have gone. And they're telling me that I tore a couple of ligaments and stuff like that, but they weren't sure because of how much the swelling was. So have to go in for a follow-up tomorrow. I guess we'll find out tomorrow exactly how bad it is and if I need to actually go see an orthopedic surgeon or not. But that whole 12-week recovery, don't tell me that. I can't afford that. I'm going to be back out there working with a busted arm.
Rock on.
Right?
I'm trying to figure out what's going on in chat. I don't know if we got an issue. Indy's on the scene though.
Oh, people coming in, messing with people, changing their names.
Sounding like there's issues in other chats, but then I don't know if it's bleeding over or.
No, it always seems to bleed over into other channels. I can't avoid it. Even though as much as I try, I can't avoid it. I'm one of those people, kind of like you, Rescue. I like to sit back and bullshit, but I like to get on serious topics as well. You know, and it doesn't matter what the topic is, you know, government, police, religion, sex, doesn't matter what it is, but I like to get into intelligent conversation as well. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
somehow all that drama and troll stuff seems to come over. But I don't know if you know, but I live with the trolls too. Like, I mean, I go into their channels and I talk with them and I bullshit with them and whatnot, so forth. So, I mean, I guess that's kind of my fault because I go in and I'm like, you know, I try to make friends with these people and then it bleeds over into my channel and I don't want it, but hey, it
okay,
happens.
thanks, Indy. Thanks, Canadian. Yeah, I was just wondering because I happened to see some of it scrolling by. And then it was just like,
yeah, I like to keep up with the troll channels and the drama channels and stuff like that because a lot of those people watch me and are subbed to me. So I like to see what's going on with their channels and know what's going on. So that way I'm not blindsided by something when it comes over and it bleeds over into my channel.
Yeah.
Oh, it's done.
Well,
I'm
I guess what I
can... Go ahead, Rescue.
Well, and I will say, Shore, I don't know anything about it. I mean, I've seen Sages through, like I said, Brian Lupo. I know you as what you show me, so that's all I can go off of. And as far as this, ma'am, I'm sorry, but this is just kind of like my virtual living room in a way. There ain't no narrative, ain't no news directive, ain't no show kind of thing. I just kind of sit and chill and meet people and hang out. So, but I don't really do the hate talk stuff. So,
no.
And that's all I was kind of curious to see if there was negative because I there's so much negative outside right now. This isn't the place for me.
No.
And so, but that's all that I just, you know, if there's a problem, feel free to just let me know. Indy's like my sister, so you let her know. But yeah, and then the mods, everybody just seems to be getting along, and that is.
Yeah, I like it when that happens, man. Like, I've had trolls come in that don't know me and try trolling my page because of certain people that are in there. But then eventually they end up sticking around and joining the conversation and having an intelligent conversation without trolling.
Hey, Dean.
You know, I love it when that stuff happens. You know what I'm saying? It can't be negative all the time.
This is true. Well, and just, you know, I like to think that's what the other side, whoever that might be, I just say the evil side, that's all they want. And just fight amongst ourselves kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, I've slowly but surely learned that You know, it doesn't matter what community you're in, prepper, 1A, crafting, doesn't matter. There's trolls in them all. Doesn't matter
there's
what
people.
you do.
That's
Yeah.
misery loves company.
Right?
Yeah.
And I think it's just like the people that like to sit there and watch you fail or something. It's like, why? Why? I don't understand it. I mean, I get the whole chaos thing, but I don't get why you just want to come in and try and destroy somebody's channel, like porn bomb them or something. I don't understand that bullshit.
Well, I gotta say, yeah, the people that are trying to keep basically patriots from gathering together and stuff are not gonna like the outcome if the other side of the token, because people think that they matter right now. They won't matter when it's all said and done.
Right.
Just going to be another ant in the work farm. So, you know, that's what gets me about. And then it's the, you know, the hate. It's like, man, dude, try to find something more positive in life, and you can actually not enjoy waking up. And hell, my life totally sucks, but I still enjoy being here every day. I wake up going, okay, well, I'm here, so there we go.
Right.
Hey, morning,
I woke
Patrick.
up, got to deal with it.
Hey, Rob. That's right. You know, I'm sunny side up, so let's make the best of it.
Right.
Yeah. That's it, Deanne. Misery loves company. I prefer and avoid troublemakers. Yeah, that's why I got my little peaceful little. This is the decompression zone.
Well, see, that's why I try to make friends with them all, so that way it doesn't bleed over into my channel, and that way if they're on my side when something happens.
Well, I mean, hey man, I don't know who all. Sometimes there's been 80 plus people sitting in here, and I don't know who all them 80 people are, but that's
right.
You know, if they can start to see, they're going, wow, what a waste of time to just be a whiner and a bitcher and poke and create a bunch of negative stuff. It looks like it's more fun and entertaining to go join the happy part, the positive side.
I don't know. From my experience on YouTube and the research that I've done, because depending on how you run your channel, you know, you either you pay attention to the analytics or you don't. And in my opinion, I think that the people really want drama and stupid more than serious talk about how do we fix things.
Oh yeah, no, most definitely. That's why reality TV is on TV, is because people find that entertaining.
Right.
But I think that people would gravitate if there was an option. Then they'll gravitate, because I gotta say, brother, I had no idea. I mean, I think I got up on Raw and Dangerous Freedoms, and other than that, I knew like Indy and maybe not even a half a dozen people. I won't even say a half a dozen. I might have had like 4 people I knew, and it's now up to 300 and something people. People hang out. I now sit here with a chat of anywhere from 50 to 80 people.
I don't know how you do it, Rescue. I've been going live for almost a year now, and I think the most I can get into my chats, even when I'm doing just like a StreamYard, is like 20. I don't know how you do it, brother.
That's, I think right there, Shift Kicker says I come here because there is no bullshit.
Right.
Because I just, you know, this is my living room the way I see it. So I'm more than welcome to people come hang out, but you know, I'm not going to do the bash talking. I don't give a shit about name calling and all that crap. I'm really not down to the vulgar side of things, but I get the jokes and some of them are fine. But you know, it is, but I try to, let's kick it, have fun. We can talk about some real shit. It's just like, I don't know if you caught it earlier, but I actually showed a thing where there's like 50 countries that voted against the whole human rights thing, kicking Russia out of the Human Rights Council. So there's been countries that have changed their perspective. We talked about some of the election stuff, and there's the movie 2000 Mules that's coming out. But I just don't do it with a narrative. I don't want a narrative. It's like Monty's pulled stuff up. We share screen all the time because it's like, you know, hey, what are we kicking? You know, hell, your scooter thing. Look at that, brother. Who would have thought that shit in the middle of the thing? We've sat here and watched fake news media be created.
Hey, that's good entertainment right there. Watching people wreck is always good entertainment right there. And if I could be a part of that entertainment, I'm there.
damn, if I had been quicker on the draw too, dude, it would have been prime to go cut that and have bad boys. What you gonna do is he's zipping down the road.
You don't even know.
Better when you bring blood to the situation,
right? You
But I mean, think about it, dude. We sat here and watched tanks and shit roll into a square. We watched them screw around. The next day, all of a sudden, it was like, no, there was ground fighting. It's like, well, that's funny because we kind of watched that shit for like 7 hours and there was no fighting. There were selfies.
Right. There was a bunch of people standing around the tank.
I remember that night.
But I mean, just, you know, and see, and I think it's kind of cool because for me, it's my virtual living room. So shit, dude, it's kind of like kicking it. It's kind of like in the old days, I could tell you about barbecues or a rally or something, or, you know, a storm went and worked and, oh yeah, this happened. Well, this is kind of just day to day sitting here talking and chatting with different people. And there's people that fall asleep listening to the talk and wake up listening to the talk.
Yeah, I try not to fall asleep on your panel rescue.
Oh, it's cool.
I have yet to fall asleep on a panel, and I've already wrecked on your panel. I don't think I'm going to fall asleep. I'm not giving you 2.
Oh, come on, brother. Hey, what safer place to do it than here?
I only fell asleep once.
At least you can't draw symbols on my face when I fall asleep. That's the only good thing.
Right.
You know, I got to give you one thing. I've seen guys lay down Harley 1200 and get hurt worse than you did. So you must have done something worse.
Well, and like I said, I know how to tuck and roll. I know how to fall, but I didn't want the scooter to keep rolling forward and like smash into something. So I brought it down with me, and I didn't let go in time, and I hit the ground on my shoulder. I think that's really what screwed up my shoulder. Otherwise, I think I would have been fine if I would have just let go of the scooter and just tucked and rolled and let the scooter go. But I was more concerned about the $600 I just spent on that fucking thing and having to put out more money on it if it wrecked even worse. So I'd much rather lay it down on its side, you know, and I've got state insurance, so I'm not really having to pay a bill. So not that I was like, I'll take the injury over the bike thing, but you know what I'm saying? Like when you're thinking that quick and you know what I'm saying, you only have so much time to react and think. So it's like you want to do 50 things within that 1 second. You can't do it. You can only do 2.
Hey, rescue.
Yep.
So during that whole 8-hour music-a-thon, thanks for I was watching it. I had it pulled up on. I had multiple tabs pulled up, right? So I had that one up over on my YouTube studio into the stream health.
Hey, Yankee, have a good day, brother. Don't work too hard and smile.
Later, Yankee. So I had it pulled up over on the YouTube studio, watching the stream health, and every time they pop up a warning, it was right either towards the song was almost over, or I'd stop it, and if it was a really long song. And REM Into My Religion will get you quick. Shift kicker. As soon as I said that, shift kicker's like, well, nice knowing you, Monty. You'll get taken down real quick. No sooner I read that comment, I started playing 55 seconds into it, and they popped up a warning. I was like, okay.
Yeah. You can't play the videos anymore, Full Monty. Best bet is to run it through like a speaker or something next to your microphone and not play the videos.
He was.
Really?
Just do like Rescue does and put it behind a JPEG.
I was. I had it behind a flag. I had it. I even.
Oh, really?
Instead of sharing the video, I went to the like how we are right here, and it was showing it and still playing the music.
Well, some songs that I read because I did a little reading the day before yesterday, and some of these label companies, they've actually gone. There's a list, and you can actually go on like the SMI or whatever the hell that is list too. But you can go and there's actually specific songs. It's like flag right away type shit.
Yeah, ASCAP and BMI.
So out of that 8 hours, I see you, shift kicker. Out of that 8 hours, I went back. They didn't email me till like 7:30 that night. So out of that 8 hours, I went into the YouTube studio, counted all the copyright claims. There was 57 of them out of 8 hours. I was like, that's okay. As soon as I got done with it and ended it, I marked it to private. still didn't matter. They still. I was like,
Oh yeah,
that's okay.
Yeah.
I was taking it down anyways because it was nothing but music for 8 hours.
hey, morning,
That's why
Cindy.
I took down the one stream that I got porn
But-
bombed on so quick. I deleted it. I didn't even put it on private because they could still strike you when it's on private.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. They can strike you.
Yeah.
Hell, they
Yeah.
can even strike you if you go delete it because it's already on their cache.
Yep.
Yeah. I basically, when I play music, I play it through my phone, through my I've got a little speaker right here on the side, a sound bar that I use. And basically I bring my microphone down near the sound bar and I'll play the music off my phone through the Bluetooth. So that way I'm not even running through YouTube on the StreamYard. So they can't say that I was pulling it up off of YouTube because it's all embedded. You know what I'm saying, with different code and whatnot and so forth. So when you bring it up, even when you put a border over it or whatever in front of it and you're not showing the video, it's still telling the algorithm, hey, they're pulling this from YouTube. You know what I'm saying? That's why they tell you not to use Vivo videos or anything like that, because that'll definitely get you striked.
Well,
But
a lot of these libraries, if you look in a lot of these libraries for the artist, there's a lot of them that are actually, people think that it's the artist's channel, but it's not. It's just that the artist's content and it was auto generated by YouTube.
Right.
It's their
Right.
shit, so they're monitoring. What's up, money?
All right. So, anyways, for the
No,
first
not
hour,
anyway. No, there's no. See, no, it doesn't work that way. Not anyways. Okay,
So anyway,
my
I
my
wasn't
granddaughter
finished.
does shit like anyways.
Yeah,
We don't
smack
do
him-
anyways.
smack him with the
No, I
ruler.
wasn't finished.
Smack him with that ruler.
So,
Oh, wait a minute, where's this button
for the
right
first
here? Let me
hour-
put this button right there. Bam, what's that button right there?
as I was saying,
Anyway,
for the first hour we was playing patriotic songs, even Johnny Cash, This Raggedy Old Flag. So within that first hour, 10 or 15 minutes, and then they started popping up warnings. It's pretty cool though. I think we're gonna try for 10 hours the next time.
Just be careful with that, man, because seriously, I got a strike warning because of doing stuff like that and playing multiple videos that I shouldn't have been playing.
There was only one or two videos I shared, but I ain't worried about it. As long as you watch the health of the stream.
I gotta find some music to stick in front of that video. I took some video of the Maricopa County Fair yesterday. Got the demolition races in there, so I'm gonna post that up here in a bit. I just got to put some music up in the front of it, and that'll be done. That's why I post all types of different stuff. I like posting my road trips and, trips to like county fairs and stuff like that, because it gives people something else to watch besides cop watching or government accountability or something. You know what I'm saying? It gives them a selection of something to watch on my channel.
Outlandish, that's actually happened to me. Hell, I got a copyright strike and couldn't figure it out because I didn't even play any music that night. And then I had to go listen to it to figure out that it was actually because I had the radio playing in the background. And apparently it got quiet enough that it picked the song up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I personally, I marked that up. That started with the riots, because that way you couldn't film the riots because the riots would play music, and then that way you couldn't show footages of the riots. And that's how that shit started. But yeah, I don't know. I get away with it a little bit. I play the odds.
I've actually gotten away with it in the bar district to the point where I guess the music was so jumbled together because the bars are so close together and they're playing all types of different music that I didn't get a single copyright that night running through the bar district. And that's unusual because usually I'll get like at least 3 or 4. But I guess the music was just so loud and so jumbled, I didn't even get one. It was kind of cool.
Now, almost every stream I get copyright violations because I always end up playing a few songs, and so it always picks it up later. But I don't give a shit. I'm not monetizing. That has nothing to do with. I'll be damned if I want to feed money into YouTube. Sorry, not trying to offend anybody that does the monetization shit. That's all them.
No,
I just think that it's like, why would I want to make YouTube? I'm going to gripe about them, but then I'm going to turn around and make them $20 or here.
Yeah,
It's like, boy, YouTube, boy, they censored me, man.
Yeah,
but here's $40.
Yeah, but what you don't realize is that you're already making them money regardless whether you're monetized or not.
Yeah, but it's a big difference because I'm not driving it towards them. This is just through ads, and it's like this. Most people aren't going to really watch this. They're here for this. You don't go watch 8 and 10 hour streams. You just either participate in it or.
Right.
Most people don't go back and watch it unless we talk about. Now, there's people that'll timestamp because if we happen to do a certain topic, like I think earlier we got into some quantum shit, so had some theories conversations going, so I know that a few people said bookmark, but it just that's not. I mean, I get what you're saying.
See, and I think that's half of my problem with my lives is I do talk about important stuff within my lives, but my lives go as long as your lives do. I mean, I've got lives that went on for like 3 days straight, and I had to keep stopping them at like just before 12 hours because YouTube was taking them down after 12 hours. They wouldn't be able to be accessed after 12 hours. So it's like, all right. And I mean, I've got streams that went on for like, I think it went on for like 3 days, just 12 hours straight for 3 days. Nobody's going to be watching that. Nobody's going to be watching those whole 12 hours. If they do, it's kind of amazing. I like doing the long lives though for like people that work nights or something, or even during the day, they can go back and they can just sit there, put it on and listen to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, and some people might do that. And to these, I don't know. I know some days are, because we could cover anything.
Hell, that's what I do with yours. Once 12 o'clock hits, usually you come up on my phone and I'm watching you, unless like there's like cop watches or something going on. You know, I'm trying to watch my people's backs always, but you know, for the most part, if I'm working, I've got you up sitting there and I'm listening to you while I'm doing my work at Amazon. As much as I want to jump on the panel while I'm working, I can't, because, you know, it's one thing like watching your stream. It's another thing streaming from there.
Right. Give me one sec. You people. Yeah. We, there's apparently with name dropping and shift kicker. And then I saw when it was chat, please don't name drop and then shift kickers. If you don't have backup facts, someone is, don't say it, please. Because it's not right.
It's one too many scooters.
You say whatever, you can think whatever you want about somebody, but I mean, I don't want to spread rumors. That's not what my little liver in a name slinging place. So just respect that, appreciate it. It's all good.
Rescue, I think I'm going to jump down. I want to thank you for having me up on the panel, Monty, Scooter. Best wishes to you, and have a good day in the chat.
Good seeing you. Have a great day.
Well, brother. I thought if I lay down and listen, I'll fall asleep on panel. You don't do that. So I really enjoyed tonight. So I was ready for us to discuss Chariot of the Gods next. Very interesting.
Oh, there you go.
So thank you for
Which one is it?
Chariot of the Gods. We got into quantum and everything.
Right.
Dimensional shifts, and then I was waiting for Chariot of Gods as it exists through dimensional travel. Got a little heavy, Monty. I enjoyed it.
Cool to be able, Black Watch. Will you get you some rest? Hopefully you have a good day.
You too, sir.
Thank you, brother.
Let's take care of it all. Bye-bye.
Have a great night.
You too. Bye.
Cool. Yeah, it was We've had some strange talks this morning, boy. We've covered everything from dimensional stuff to quantum theory to time traveling.
Sounds like my kind of like my one like my, sounds like one of my chats. I think I went live on Christmas just to tell everybody Merry Christmas, and we ended up talking about aliens and stuff. I mean, come on.
Right.
Oh man.
I wonder. Let's see. I don't think anything has really happened. Which I looked. There was something. Somebody said something earlier.
About?
I don't remember.
Well, there was a lot of people that said something earlier, Rescue.
I know. If I could remember about what, no, I was trying, because I don't ever like feel nobody that like they're neglected or anything, you know, because I try to pay attention to chat because how they come
I
to
feel
visit
you.
you.
That's one of my biggest things. I really try to pay attention to chat when I'm the host. I don't do it so much when I'm not, and that I suck at that.
I guess I'm trying to.
That's why I don't do any live streams. I just do, you know, when I'm doing a project, I'll do informational videos because I just can't watch I can't watch the chat while I'm doing the work, you know?
Right.
And so, you know, especially, you know, I've thought about doing some live streams on whenever I reload, which is every week. And then I thought, then I got a hold of my attorney, and he said, you can't do anything that's going to possibly kill somebody, you know, because I ran into that with some, when I was patenting a device. And so I just don't do them because I can't give advice that somebody can misuse and then hurt themselves. So I just don't do it. You know, I do informational videos. If you want to watch it, I do 3D printing. I do 3D CAD. I do informational videos on some of the large projects that I do. And then there's no really input. The input is in the comments, and I'll comment or leave an email address. And if you want to ask questions about the projects that I'm doing, then I'll answer that. But and then that gets out of control too. I've got one chat email that is 5,563 long right now. Replies. I just can't do it anymore.
Right. Yeah, it definitely takes a lot out of you to try and and I know this for a fact. It takes a lot out of you to try and chase down emails and reply to all the emails and, you know, reply to all the chat all the time. It's really a pain in the ass. It really is.
I don't know how.
Not that I don't like it, but
yeah, I don't know how you guys do it.
Well, I don't know about rescue, but
Give me one
as far
sec.
as how,
Give me one sec. So, I don't know if there's confusion with some new people in the chat. All this defending people. Dude, if somebody is a pedophile, there's no defending that. I have a granddaughter. You just have to go watch my previous shit is all I can say to know how far off from that I am. But
no,
I just, but I think the thing is that everybody knows that, and it's just a long history, dude. I mean, this is 51 that I've done. So, and I've been open and honest all along the way. So feel free to go back and look at some old ones before you want to judge me or judge me right now. I don't care. The thing is they're trying to look out for me because I just try to keep the narrative of the chat and my whole little living room, you know, so it's just, that's why they're looking out for me. So, you know, it's just, don't read more into what you see here. That's all I can tell anybody that's new. Don't read more into what you see. This isn't the typical YouTube channel. I think almost everybody here can tell you that this isn't the typical outcome. So, that's all. So, if they're asking you to just kind of chill on something, it's because they just know. I mean, because I can tell you now, people like Mama Red, 1A, Indy, I'd feel disrespectful to the ones I can't even name, but they've been with me since I started. So they just know what my narrative is. They know what I feel. So that's all. So cool. Alrighty. Thank you guys. All right, you people, go right ahead, brother.
All right. So
Did Ray fall asleep?
Probably.
We don't talk about
He'll blame it on the
anything in
maintenance
here.
guy.
Yeah, we don't talk about anything in here that we wouldn't talk with our grandmothers about.
I am not asleep.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness!
Ray, you were asleep, Ray.
No.
He's alive. He's alive.
It's alive.
Yeah. So I don't know how Rescue does it, but as far as me, I pay attention to the chat if I've got people on panel. That's usually when I take my chance and go and check out chat and catch up with chat and reply to chat. If it's just me, then I'm constantly on chat because I'm pretty much conversating with chat. I got nobody else up here to conversate with, so that's pretty much how I handle it. I don't know how you handle it. How do you handle it, Rescue?
Well, I try to actually catch when people come in and, if they're leaving and if they say stuff, try to incorporate that into the chat. Because while I know that like a lot of the channels do the panels, for me, this is just hell. If I could throw everybody that came in up on a panel, as long as it wasn't a visual panel, because, I've seen that other side too. But as far as like just sitting here talking, I think it'd be cool if everybody could just kind of chat in, and that's why I do it. So, so I kind of try to incorporate them, and sometimes I get zoned in because up here we can get into a good conversation. It's like, man, yeah, and I get to thinking and kind of zoning in on what we're talking about, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, I haven't even looked over there and look. Oh my goodness, there's 65 people in chat. Okay, crap, I'm sorry, chat. So then I play recover.
Yeah,
right. That's pretty much where I am, especially like when I'm out live, like doing like cop watches or whatever, and I'm out there live. I have a really hard time keeping up with the chat.
Hey, morning, Georgia Peach.
Especially when I'm wrecking. Yes, especially when I'm wrecking full Monty. I caught that. Don't think I didn't catch that.
Oh, dude, sometimes they'll have like 5 or 6 conversations going on in chat, and how you try to keep up with them, and then I just try to. That's when I'm like one of those little surfboards. I just ride the top of the waves. I just kind of go like it's like, can't even keep up fast enough. It just depends on what we're kicking it up here. Sometimes, dude, it's really funny because we can get so intense in a conversation up here, and all of a sudden chat just like comes to a dead stop.
Right.
And it's like, well, wait, there are 47 people still here. And it's like you don't talk for a minute, and all of a sudden somebody will finally ask a question, but they're
You got everybody's attention. That's why it stops. Good morning, Georgia Peach.
And I love it, shit. And that's, people can bookmark stuff and kind of, we talk about gardening, all kinds of stuff, dude. I can say I laugh and say, hell, we've solved the world problems a good dozen times every day for weeks.
Right.
They just refuse to listen.
Yeah, I like going over to the other channels. In fact, I've taken a few of the crafting channels off kilter because I go up in there and I talk with them while they're live, and they're like, "So what do you do?" I run a YouTube channel watching cops, and they all sit there and there's a pause, and they're like, "What are you doing in here?" I was like, "What? I can't learn how to make jewelry and stuff? Like, what? I can't learn that?"
Right.
No, you can learn it. Well, there you go. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to learn.
That's it, baby. It gets it gets tricky, I gotta say. Definitely gets tricky. Oh, thank you, Indy. So Ray, is the maintenance guy made it there yet?
Uh-oh, maintenance.
If he has, put us on speaker. I got something to say.
Shit liquefied.
He's back.
I'm glad I stuck that.
Put that maintenance man. Put this shit on speaker. I got something to say. You need to get you some fortitude. Reach down, pull them bootstraps up. Take pride in your work, son. Damn it! Don't make me drive from Texas and put a foot up your ass.
Oh man.
Not to mention, if I miss it, I'm fixing to bust my ass, and it's gonna be a bad experience. But
one thing I find it hard is doing is whenever you ask chat to for some suggestions on songs, once they, especially Gmail Merkel or everybody, they're throwing songs up there. You're trying to keep track of them. There's no way.
Oh, dude!
Between
Moonchild, Eddie, and Gmaul, you might as well hang it up. You can't click fast enough to keep up, much less the song play fast enough.
There were so many suggestions in mine the other day, and I'm like, holy cow! So
thank you.
Emma Carl's like, I mentioned Montrose a long time ago. He goes, you never have played it. He goes, or Bob Seger. I was like, okay, we're getting to it. I spent a whole hour just playing catch up on the catch up. Oh, but it was fun. It was.
Oh, you're making me jealous there, Hawkeye. You need to stop showing your cars off, man.
Oh, yeah. You know, I restore every one of them with my own
George
hands.
Beach.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Gmail is way too quick. She's got like a musical Rolodex in her.
Yeah, he comes sliding in, actually, Indy. He slid in sideways. I'm 65 years old. I'll be 65 in about a month. And I've been a car guy since I can remember, you know.
Right.
All my uncles and grandfather all loved cars. They all had fast cars. I grew up when I was a teenager. It was 1970, so I grew up with the fastest cars, and they were my high school cars. That car right there, that Camaro, I bought that in 1973, and I still own it.
Wow. That's awesome.
These were the cars, these were the cars I grew up with. I miss those days.
Someone last week
over here is busting my balls.
Someone last week, I don't know if it's Nikki B or Amy Robar. One of them was talking about they had a Barracuda back in the day, and it had the bigger motor in it and stuff. And I was reading it. It was a 72, I think. And I was like, oh, just sitting there. Yeah, the muscle cars, miss them. I love muscle cars.
Shoot, no, BB. Now they're plastic, snap together models.
Yeah.
You know, there's some pretty fast ones out there, though. Those LS3s, those are some pretty fast motors. And those Hemis, and the G5s. There's some really fast ass motors out there.
You know, you just mentioned that they're made of plastic. I just watched a short little, I don't know if it's TikTok or Facebook, little short clip. So his car he wasn't paying attention to the semi in front of him, so he smashed in front of him, and then the semi behind the car smashed into him. The dude walked out, believe it or not, but they had the car up on a rollback. You would have never thought he would have walked out of that alive, because the steering wheel is literally into the seat. And I mean, it was just both ends of the car were totally smashed, and he walked out alive. And I was like, holy cow.
Rescue, he wants you to play my theme song now.
What, Wipeout?
Wipeout. That's what I thought it was going to be, but then Rescue introduced me to this really cool scooter song.
Oh yeah.
I was fully expecting to come up and I hear Wipeout the next time I came up on panel, tell you the truth.
Man, Wipeout.
I always expect the worst.
Wipeout has one of the best drums, the drum solos and stuff on it.
Love the guitar too.
I don't know what did I do with it.
Huckleberry.
Oh, that coffee was good.
I don't know what I did with it.
Uh-oh. He lost the theme song.
I'm posting a video in private chat. This is that. Have you ever seen the video where they show a 61 Chevy crashing into a modern day unibody car?
Where it tears it apart?
Yeah, it shows a crash test and how the modern crumple panels are so much better than the original. And you would think that 61 being all steel and heavy and but they weren't made for safety.
Holy cow.
But that's an incredible video, just showing all the engineering that goes into all the crumple panels and the collapsible steering and just areas where the bodies have to be strong and then the bodies have to be weak to pick up the safety.
Got to rescue. That's what I was thinking. 1A. I love that song. Oh. Man.
Now watch the driver, the test dummy. I mean,
those bitch seats didn't help any either.
No.
Well, you didn't have any shoulder harnesses. You know, you had a lap belt. That was it.
If that.
That's true.
Well, yeah,
I don't know.
It's called you avoid running into shit. That's what I thought. The concept was simple enough.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know that
steering
kind
column
of
went
looks
right into
staged,
it.
man. Because I've had older cars and I've gotten into accidents like that, and I'm telling you what, my car looked nothing like that. Their car did, but my car didn't. I had an 85 Grand Prix, and I took the front end of my car and I took it down the side of a minivan, and all I had was like a dent the size of like maybe an ostrich egg on my quarter panel, and their whole side of their van was just done. You couldn't even open up the driver's side door. I don't know about that one. I think that's rigged. I don't accept that footage.
Hey, Christina.
Here we go. Me talking about another crash. I don't crash everything I drive, I swear. I know. I heard the awkward silence. And everybody's brain's going, damn, does he wreck everything he drives? No, I don't wreck everything I drive.
Hey, Christina.
I haven't wrecked my Durango or my Versa yet, and I take those four-wheeling, so give me a little credit, considering as how the Durango is a GT. It's not a four-wheel drive truck. And my Versa, well, if you know what a Nissan Versa is, you should know that you don't go four-wheeling with the Nissan Versa, and I do. And it still runs. It's good. No dent. No nothing.
Yeah, let me pull that.
Sorry, I'm taking a few dabs. That's why I've got my little skull avatar up. I'm taking a few dabs, and I didn't want to do it on the screen. So
not the dabba dabba do.
Dabba dabba do.
Okay, well, I've been holding off long enough. I'm going to have to go fight some bees.
Fight them? Just take some WD-40 and spray them.
I know. I'm going to... One of my rental houses I keep because I bought it when one of my daughters was in college. And so the garage I use for storage for a couple of my collector cars, so it never gets open. The people that live in the rental house can't use the garage, so I'm going to have to go over there, and that garage hasn't been open for a year. I'll flip that open. Hopefully it's cold enough outside where the bees are just kind of hanging out on some kind of bee stream, so I can just nail them all while they're sitting in the stream.
That was mean of me to say. Are there any like beekeepers or anything that you can call around your area that can come and possibly collect them?
Oh yeah, but I'm guessing these are not. I'm guessing this is just a small, probably a wasp nest.
Oh yeah, they won't collect the wasps.
I'm guessing it's not a bee, and if it's bees, I had this ultraviolet lamp that would draw the bees, and then they get killed in the mesh, kind of like a bug zapper. And the last time I had to do one, I got, I don't know, probably 300-400 of those big fluffy yellow jackets. They don't sting you. They don't have stingers on them. They're just big. They just look scary as shit.
I don't know about that, because the yellow jackets we got out here are vicious, man. Like if you're inside, like through a window, you don't even have to, like, seriously. When I was a kid, I had yellow jackets. There was a hive right outside my window, and I wouldn't even have to be outside. All I'd have to do is tap on the window, and those things were trying to attack me through the window. Like, we've got some mean yellow jackets over here.
These are just the bumblebees, the real hairy ass,
Oh, are you talking about the carpenter bees, the big brown ones?
Well, these are the big yellow and I don't know, but
I know of carpenter bees. We have carpenter bees. There's no yellow. They're like usually like black or brown.
Yeah, just look up bumblebee. Look up bumblebee and you'll see what it.
Oh, okay. It's probably another version of the carpenter bee.
What, bumblebee?
Yeah, bumblebee. Bumblebee is just a really big ass. And they don't. I don't think they have a stinger.
Bumblebees?
I don't think they do. To be honest.
Yeah, they do.
Oh,
it's just that they'll die if they sting you.
Yeah. In the summertime, when we was square baling and stuff, we'd go to turn over one of those square bales before you throw it on the wagon. And if a bale was sitting over on a nest, they'd nail you.
Yeah, those are a different species of carpenter bee. So out here we have carpenter bees. They're the same size as a bumblebee, but they have no yellow on them. And the carpenter bees actually can sting you up to 7 to 8 times out here. But they're relatively harmless. I mean, they don't mess with you as long as you don't mess with them. There's no like really big like hives of them. They just look for wood to go into. They really like wood. They'll end up making their nest in there, laying their eggs, and pretty much the carpenter bees are like a non-sociable bee. They really don't like being together. They're pretty much separated all the time unless they mate or something.
Well, and see, I'm wondering if this is a carpenter, because the guy sent me some pictures, and there's trim on the garage, and the trim on the garage looks like it's been eaten through.
Yeah, whenever they do an eave board, it'll look like somebody took a boring bit and drilled a hole in it. I mean, it's a perfect round hole. It's not like gnawed on kind of looking. It's very precise cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably another species of carpenter bee.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll take some pictures of them when I get done with it.
Well, I looked up bumblebee, but all I'm coming up with is Bumblebee from Transformers. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm not kidding, but I'm kidding. Like, so for real, I looked up Bumblebee, and the first couple of pictures are all Bumblebee from Transformers, and then I see a real Bumblebee.
Dang.
See, that's just picking up your history and hooking it up to the search.
Right. No, I don't even look up Transformers. I don't look up anything like that.
It knew
Okay,
you
guys.
wanted to know.
See you later.
It was reading your mind.
Later.
Rest
Later,
good.
Hawkeye.
See you guys.
Be
Bye.
safe, buddy.
Later,
Ray.
Hawkeye.
Ray, wake up. Ray. See you.
All right, here you go, sir.
If you get lonely on your daddy's farm, just remember I don't live too far. And there's a red bridge in Oxford Bay, yes. You'll be in my place in less than a day. So get on your bed, motor scooter and ride. I'm going to my place and stay all night. Yeah. The first thing in the morning we'll be feeling alright, alright. I'll get on your bed, motor scooter and ride. Ooh, the last time I seen your face, swore that no one would take your place. Now since you've been gone, I've been feeling bad, yeah. I come out to your place, I'm afraid of your dad. So you get on your bed, motor scooter and ride. Walk over to my place and stay all night. Yeah. The first thing in the morning we'll be feeling alright, alright. Get on your bed, motor scooter and ride. Yeah. Ride. Come on, baby. Yeah. Crank it on up. Oh. Get on your bed, motor scooter and ride. I'm born on my place to stay all night. The first thing in the morning we'll be feeling alright, alright. Get on your bed, motor scooter. Get on your bed, motor scooter. Get on your bed, motor scooter. And
There you go, bad motor scooter.
Did I pass the lip syncing contest?
That's it.
Did I win?
You were hot.
That's awesome.
Damn, BB72 got it going on, eating biscuits and gravy. Look at that shit, man. Got the grub.
I can't eat breakfast anymore. I just can't do it. Normally I don't eat until like 11 o'clock.
Oh, that's, yeah. I usually have my bowl of chicken noodle soup coming up.
Annie Jack, I was playing full songs too. Until they started popping up warnings left and right, and I was like, okay.
Warning, danger, Will Robinson, danger, Will
Right.
Robinson.
I think I think it all depends on what platform. I mean, you can pull it up off of YouTube, but I think it all depends on what platform. So, like I said, Vivo, like you'll see Vivo at the bottom, like their watermark. They really don't like their stuff being restreamed. You'll end up getting a warning for that. I pretty much, when I go and look for a song, I look and see if it's credited by YouTube. If it's credited by YouTube, I know I'm not going to get a strike. I'll get a copyright claim, but I won't get a strike or a warning.
Ed come up there and he wanted a door song. It was 11 minutes. And when I looked it up, pulled it up, it was 11 minutes long. So he started playing it. Got 7 minutes into it. Boom. So I had to actually break that into 2 segments. I'm playing that song. I had to wait for the warning. You could pop back down and play it some more.
Right. Yeah, I think what I do, I think what I normally do when I do that, like when I'm going to go do a live or something, I try and have a music list already set up for what I'm going to use, because stuff usually lasts me like 10 hours on a live. So usually what I like to do is like about every hour and a half, I'll take a break for everybody on panel and in chat, and I'll throw up a song or two, so that way everybody can use the restroom, grab a drink or whatever, and then they can come back down, they can sit back down, get back comfortable, and then we can get back to whatever we were getting to. But I like to go and like I got a Twitch account, so what I'll do is instead of live streaming to YouTube, which throws out a notification to everybody on YouTube, I do a test stream on Twitch, and I play certain music to see what's going to get me that warning pop up, and then I just don't play that music. So that way I can play a full, I can end up going through a full live, like 10-hour live if I did that, and I would never get a warning. You know what I'm saying? You could play it straight through. That, and I don't know. Does anybody know if you have like a certain amount of notifications that go out, like for your lives or whatever?
Not that I know of.
Because I keep seeing people saying, well, I'm out of notifications. That's why you didn't get a notification to the live.
No, they just put you in a conservative group or different types of groups. And that's all the notifications go out to. They don't go out to anyone new. Hardly.
Right.
Hey, Ashbury.
Well, and I think that's my confusion. My confusion is like with like subscribers. Subscribers will be like, hey, I checked out and I'm fully, I've got the bell and everything and I didn't get a notification. And then I hear the channel owner go, yeah, well, that's because I'm out of notifications.
What?
So, like, are you only limited to like so many notifications?
No.
Not that I know of. But
and
now
I can't find
say
anything on it, but I hear people say it all the time.
Here lately, they've been doing all kinds of weird shit, dude. I get an email when I go live. So go figure. Hey, what's up?
Oh yeah, they always email me after I have already started. Like,
yeah.
Sometimes
it's the camo possum in the house.
Sometimes it's an hour. Sometimes it's 45 minutes after I go live.
Oh, right. Hey, you people. Yeah. Larry said, what is your Twitch channel?
You people.
So you people with
I don't change the name. I've got Twitch. I've got how many of them do I got? I've got Twitch. I've got an Odyssey. I've got I got too many to name. That's what I got. And I don't even keep up with them all. I just started them all up just to put a couple of videos on there to see what would happen on those different platforms.
There you go.
D Live, like Direct D Live is another one that I stream on, but I can't figure it out because it doesn't, like, you stream onto it, but it doesn't save your streams. It automatically deletes them. And you have to be like a partner with them to even upload videos with them. So it's like, all right, I pretty much dropped them off. So I don't use D Live anymore. I've used Twitch, but Twitch is kind of the same way. Twitch doesn't save your streams; it deletes it. That's why I was using Twitch and DLive to do my test streams on before I actually went live with music and everything, so that way it didn't stop my stream and I didn't have any interruptions with my streams.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Carl? How are you, sir?
But I'm definitely on
I'm
Odyssey.
not as good as I should be. I'm a little perturbed. Last night I found out that last year somebody copied my name here on YouTube, posted one of my videos. They created a channel like a copy of me. They only ever did one video. This is back in August of 2021. So, you know, I go there to report it, and I see the option to report the it's impersonation. So I reported it last night. I wake up this morning and I got strikes on my videos that have already been posted, like my 12-hour live I did there, Bonnie. I got that taken. They took mine down instead. Instead of taking the other guy down, the fake guy that's still there, they took my stuff down. So I'm done with YouTube. This is a communist platform. They're attacking us in so many different ways. I'm moving on, man. This is crazy. This is crap. I'm removing all my content and just thought I'd get up here and let some of y'all know, because they can all kiss my ass.
You've had a lot of.
I love y'all, guys. I just want to let you know. Keep your heads up.
Alrighty, Carl. Well, damn. I hate to
Love
see
you, brother.
but
Yep. See y'all later, man.
See you later, brother. Have you tried TrueTube?
You got the YourTube too, and that's Zach's, or the one he does the mobile app on is YourTube.net.
Yeah, I tried YourTube, and no, I don't think I tried YourTube. I tried something. There was one platform that I tried, but it was like teenager. I didn't realize how young these kids were when I was doing, like, I just found it and I created a thing and I did a live as a test live, and I didn't realize how young the kids were. They're like down into like 13 through 16, and I was like, yeah, I need to get off this platform. Like I'm looking to expand into almost every single platform, but when it deals with an age like that, like an age range like that, I'm not touching it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get that here on YouTube, but it's different. You know what I'm saying? Because it's mostly adult, and I feel like if I'm over on a platform like that, I'm targeting kids.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not that way. I don't like people that do that type of shit. Excuse my language, because it's kind of a sore subject with me. But yeah, as soon as I found that out, I was like, nope, I'm not doing that. I got off that platform real quick. But TrueTube,
that sucks happened to Carl, because that's
yeah. Well, and that's the problem with the fake accounts.
Pretty smart dude.
Is you know, it's causing a lot of issues with good creators. You know, they go to get the fake accounts taken down, and it's affecting their account. That's like the 5th time I've heard that. So I mean, I can understand where he's coming from and why he's all pissed off at YouTube. You know.
Hey, what's your link, you people? So is it because Indy said she can't find you on Twitch? So is it? I mean, because it's not coming up, I guess, as you people, or is it you space people?
Oh, I don't know. They all have different things.
Oh.
Here, hold on. Let me go and get it for you guys.
Rescue, thanks for having me up on panel.
You got it, brother. I'll be safe.
Marky,
Have a good
get
night.
some sleep, brother. Get some sleep, brother. You look like you need some sleep. Catch a nap.
I've been asleep for the last 5.5 hours.
Nah.
Gee, man.
No, you need some sleep.
Later, man.
I'm just
don't try
messing
and
with
crash
you, brother.
anymore. How about that? Ray, wake up, Ray.
I'll take that. Later. That's funny.
Actually, I guess I might call it. That'll be 9.5 hours. I can give me a bowl of chicken noodle soup.
All right.
It's 11:30 Central.
Grab me a bowl while you're at it.
Hey, there's Ray. Yeah, they said they still can't find you on Twitch. He's getting you the link.
I'm working on it. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good night. We've had some good talks. It's been pretty cool.
All right. So,
Actually,
well, that's why. Because I had to use You People Free Press. Because apparently You People was already taken, but it was taken because of if you Google You People, the first thing that'll pop up is like a movie or something, and it's called You People. And I didn't realize it. It's like an African American movie. I did not realize it when I chose my name because I wasn't thinking about Google. I was only thinking about YouTube, and nobody has taken You People. So I was like, all right, I'll take it. You know, BitChute is another one. Minds is another one that you could check out. Minds is kind of like Facebook, but you have a freedom of speech on Minds compared to Facebook. I'll put that link in the description, in the chat too. Here's my Twitch. I haven't done anything with BitChute yet either, so I need to get over there and see what's going on with BitChute. I just signed up for it.
Cool.
I'm just trying to expand as far as I can, but then I think I went a little bit too far and I created too many. Oh, no, I didn't. Undo, cancel. There we go. I accidentally pasted where I was supposed to copy.
Well, thank you, Dan. Yeah. You know, I try to find. I like them when they're interested. And that's knowledge you can never learn too much.
And this is Minds. Minds.com. Like I said, it's kind of like Facebook, but you actually have a freedom of speech. You'll see quite a bit of like, you know, patriotic talk and whatnot and so forth on there. And it's not going to be taken down. You can post what you want. I haven't had any issues. And for those of you that do not know about Odyssey, I will post my Odyssey as well.
You know, I
And
started with Odyssey. And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I started using Odyssey and I uploaded 3 videos, and then they keep saying I have 0 uploaded. I'm like, I don't even understand Odyssey. I gave up on that.
Actually, I came into Odyssey late after I was already done like 100 videos or so. And when I signed up for it, it actually took all of my footage except for the lives. I don't know why it doesn't take the lives and put it up there, but it's got all of the videos that I've done and uploaded. It pulls it directly off of YouTube and puts it on Odyssey, as well as backs it up on Library.
Cool. Hey, Mama Red. You have a good day. I got something for you, though, Mama Red, if you hang tight for a minute. It's something you can take with your day.
But as soon as I signed up for Odyssey, that's pretty much been my backup. So if anything happened to my channel here, besides the lives that I've done, any of the videos that I've done and uploaded are going automatically over to Odyssey, and I can transfer those back over to a new channel if I need to, if like this channel gets taken down.
There you go.
So it's a good backup. I got to figure out how to get the lives on there. I think I got to download them and upload each one individually.
Well, everybody in chat, you got the links to the different platforms where You People's at. I am going to call it, so if you guys want to say bye to the chat or something.
Bye, chat.
I'm going to I'm going to read this, and then I'm going to be calling it a day.
Bye, chat.
So I'll leave
jump
you
down.
guys with this. All right, you people. Appreciate you, brother. Take
No,
care
I
of your shoulder,
appreciate
man.
I definitely will. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, brother. Later. Later, Mr. Ray. You have a good day. I hope. Hopefully the maintenance dude comes and fixes your problem.
It's gonna be a while.
Oh.
I finally complained to the city about the gas. The previous owner having the gas taken out, and the new owner's not doing anything. So it's going to be a process. The city's probably going to come back here in about 2-3 weeks and re-inspect everything. Then they'll find more shit that's wrong.
Ah. Well, hopefully they get you squared away before it gets
Right.
too bad.
All right, I'm going to drop down.
All right, brother. Later. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, guys. I appreciate everybody hanging out with me this evening, this morning, during the day, wherever that falls for you. I am going to leave you with this, though. It says, build this day on a foundation of pleasant thoughts. Never fret at any imperfections that you fear may impede your progress. Remind yourself, as often as necessary, that you are a creature of God and have the power to achieve any dream by lifting up your thoughts. You can fly when you decide that you can. Never consider defeat again. Let the vision in your heart be in your life's blueprint. Smile. And with that, guys, find a smile or be the reason somebody else smiles. We get through the darkness by shining the light. That's the way that works. So much love, guys. Remember, we got to keep the positive ball rolling forward. So don't get sucked down into the mire and the negative. Stay positive. Look for the good. We can do this. Much love, guys. I will see y'all later.